The Wedding Boutique, Blue Moon Base Series, Book 7. By Susan Hatler. Chapter 1. They say you never forget your first love, but a 12-year-old girl kissing a 13-year-old boy during a random game of spin the bottle probably isn't what they had in mind. Especially when the kiss happened by the light of a neon lava lamp and amongst the nervous giggles of a circle of 7th graders. Hardly an earth-shattering romantic moment in time, right? So, why was I still daydreaming about that kiss 15 years later? Granted, in the time of braces, friendship bracelets and training bras, it made sense the kiss would stand out as an important rite of passage, but a logical girl would have moved on, shared fabulous kisses with other boys and forgotten about that boy. She wouldn't be silly enough, delusional enough, and sentimental enough to do something stupid like fall in love after one kiss. Yet that's exactly what I did. It didn't matter that he never asked me out or showed a hint of romantic interest in me afterward. Or that after our monumental, to me, kiss, he'd merely exchanged fist bumps with his buddies and never again acknowledged the smooch that had worked its way into my heart. I, Claire Davenport, fell in love with Alex Murphy that day. As a quiet math and science geek, he wasn't your typical girl crush, but his sweet kiss had made me melt. To this day, I still think about him. Oh, not as the 13-year-old boy I knew back then. Or even as the high school senior I last saw in person during our high school graduation. No, nowadays, I envision him as the scientist he is today, the one featured in a Blue Moon Beat article about some scientific award he'd won. The photo next to the article showed that the cute boy had become a very handsome man, in a geeky scientist way. His eyes were a lighter brown than I remembered and his lashes were darker. But his full mouth looked so familiar I could almost feel those lips against mine, and not as a 12-year-old girl playing spin the bottle. I pictured myself with him as he was now, a full-grown man, who would still whisper "close your eyes" before he pressed his mouth to mine. I thought about Alex after I watched romantic comedies. Or when I saw an affectionate couple holding hands. I wondered what his life was like and if he remembered me at all. But the times I thought about him the most were after a bad breakup or a bad date, because some part of me always believed that if Alex and I had become an item after that spin the bottle kiss, then we would still be together today, happy and in love. Instead of the everlasting love I dreamed about, I went out last night with a guy who showed up late, talked about himself non-stop, and then glanced at me after the dinner bill arrived as if wanting to know if I planned to pick up the tab. Not for his share, thank you very much. And now I couldn't stop thinking about Alex and that first kiss 15 years earlier. Claire, you've been staring at that same internet page for the past 11 minutes and 48 seconds without moving. I can't take it anymore, Michelle said, tapping her bitten to the point of looking painful fingernails against the edge of her laptop. I wouldn't be your friend if I didn't say, snap out of it, girl. Your lack of focus on your work is stifling my muse. Michelle Moss, my friend and roommate, had come to my business office, Forever Designs by Claire, to keep me company all day as she wrote new pages in her book and I tried to drum up clients for my wedding design business, which had not taken off the way I'd hoped when I opened it 6 months ago. Michelle was right that I needed to come up with marketing ideas and stop thinking about a lava lamp, that kiss, or Alex Murphy. Alex hadn't been interested in me then, and he certainly wasn't interested in me now, as he hadn't even bothered to come to our 5-year high school reunion. Sadly, I'd looked for him there. Sigh. Hello? Claire? Michelle said. I shook the neon purple clouds from my mind and glanced up into Michelle's gray-blue eyes. Her banana blonde hair fell straight alongside her cheek, making her look more like a movie star than a writer. I'd known Michelle since grade school, but she didn't have any clue about my secret obsession with Alex. I'd even searched about him on the internet, because I'd never told anyone about my crush on him. Unrequited love was too embarrassing. How is my daydreaming keeping you from writing your book? I asked. It's distracting me, she said, as if this explanation were perfectly reasonable. I've tried every passive-aggressive tactic I know to get your attention, and you've ignored every single one of my attempts." She rolled her eyes and then proceeded to count on each of her fingers. I cleared my throat several times. I paced back and forth in front of you, making sure my shoes slapped against the hardwood in a loud and annoying way. And I've even been sighing loudly for the past 2 minutes. Yet, nada from you. How can we get your muse inspired again? What's the opposite of me ignoring you? Want some up-close attention, my dramatic friend? I pushed my chair away from my desk, extended my arms in an exaggerated hug pose, and then accidentally knocked a naked mannequin over. I stood, sidestepping the mannequin and the rejected wedding dress designs I'd crumpled and tossed to the floor, and then came around the table. "Who wants some love?" I asked. "That's not what I'm saying," she said, popping to her feet and taking a few steps back. She bumped into my file cabinet, which, sadly, was filled with more bills than invoices. Michelle finally sighed. "Okay, maybe I could use a hug." "I'm sorry the writing isn't going smoothly," I said, wrapping my arms around her. "But isn't the writing process less productive on some days and more on others?" "I suppose," she mumbled, resting the side of her head against my shoulder. "But my page count is pathetic this week. I can't even get past chapter 2. "You're the most talented writer I know," I said, listening to her groan. "You're brilliant. Your writing is magical. And readers aren't going to know what hit them when they read that scene you showed me earlier." She made a hopeful noise. "Do you really think so?" I pulled back, gripping her shoulders. "No, I know so. Thanks. I needed that hug." A smile formed on her lips and she let out a cleansing sigh before dusting her hands together. "All right, we can be done with the mushy-gushy stuff now," she said, stepping around me. "That's clearly your department, not mine. I'm proud to be head of the romantic department, thank you very much." "It feeds my muse," I said, wishing my daydreams would stick to marketing strategies for wedding designs and stay away from Alex Murphy. Part of me still played the what-if game. I mean, the boy had been shy. Many times I wondered what would have happened if I'd told Alex about my feelings for him. Would he have asked me out then? "Maybe my muse will return if I add some kind of mystery into the plot," Michelle pondered as she stacked the printed pages of her current work in progress and set them on the edge of the table we were working on. "What were you thinking about when your eyes glazed over, anyway?" she asked. "You had a goofy smile on your face." "Same thing I always think about," I said, my cheeks heating as I moved back around to my side of the table. "My devoted and loving husband, my stacked savings account, and my booming wedding design business. Oh wait, wrong life. Guess I just zoned out." "You weren't thinking about my upcoming New York Times bestseller?" Michelle asked, dropping into the chair across from me. "We'll be successful someday, right? All of this effort can't be for nothing, can it?" The very questions that keep me up at night. I wiggled my eyebrows and sat down in my chair, letting my head hang back as I stared at the ceiling. "Speaking of husbands, did you hear who got engaged?" Michelle asked. "I don't dare ask," I said, groaning. My heart pinched whenever I heard about friends getting engaged, married, or having a baby. The same thing happened when I heard about someone getting a promotion. In truth, maybe it was more my ego than my heart that hurt. It wasn't something I was proud of, but I couldn't seem to get ahead, not in business, and certainly not with love. I've been working 24/7 the last 6 months, and for what? A stack of bills, that's what. My social media account feels like a disappointment waiting to post. What am I supposed to write about my life? "The truth?" she asked, her tone revealing that might not be a good idea. I stood, making air quotes. My date last week may have stared at my chest all through dinner, but hey, he picked up the bill unlike last night's date. Hashtag love and life. Or, what about, new guy texted back after only 2.5 days instead of 3. Hashtag must belove. Michelle giggled until she snorted. Stop. Please stop. Maybe I'll post, still hoping to find the one despite only finding the no thank yous and absolutely nots. Hashtag foolishly optimistic. Think that will earn many post likes? I sat back down as Michelle fought to control her snorting by putting her hand over her mouth. I blew out a breath. I'm taking a hiatus from social media until I have something enviable to report. But that won't happen until I get this business off the ground. Come on, Claire. You're not the least bit curious about who's getting married? Michelle asked, bringing me back to her earlier question. Fine. Tell me who has found the happiness that's evading every aspect of my life, I said, bracing myself by squeezing my eyes shut. Then I opened one eye to look at her. Well, I am doing well in the area of awesome best friends. I don't know what I'd do without you and Janine. Aw. You're too sweet. Michelle put her hands over her heart and fluttered her fingers. It's ironic that you brought up the term best friend, though. You ready for this? I grimaced, wondering who had become engaged. Janine had eloped with Jackson several months ago. I'd been the maid of honor at their tiny Tahoe wedding ceremony, so Michelle couldn't be talking about Janine's short engagement. Michelle wasn't dating anyone close to lifetime worthy. Maybe not even weekend worthy. My sister was beyond a bestie, so not her. I had no idea who she was talking about. Better count to 3 first, I suggested. She nodded. Okay, the person getting married is 1, 2, 3. Missy Peters. I flinched, feeling like I'd been smacked upside the head. An icky feeling washed over me like a blanket of thick, black mud. I rose to my feet, pressed my hands to the top of the table and gawked at my friend. The Missy Peters? Michelle squinted, raising an eyebrow. Do you know more than one Missy Peters who used to be your best friend? No, I didn't, which meant my ears must be malfunctioning or something, because I couldn't possibly be hearing this right. The Missy Peters who went to middle school with us? I asked. Yes. The Missy Peters who went to high school with us? That's the one. The Missy Peters who made my life stressful every day, including weekends, until the day we graduated and she hightailed it out of Blue Moon Bay? Correct again. She grabbed a red pen from the array of pens stuffed into the I Love Lucy mug on the table and then clicked the pen open. If you're going to stay in denial a while, I'll do edits and nod every few seconds to make you feel like I'm listening. Missy Peters? Married? Wow, I said, figuring we were 27, so it was bound to happen sooner or later. Just as long as I didn't have to go to her wedding, why should I care? Or at least it was easier to convince myself that I didn't care with thousands of miles between us. Plus, if Missy could find true love, then maybe true love was right around the corner for me. I leaned forward on my elbows and slumped my chin on my fist. Do you remember the Sadie Hawkins dance during senior year? I asked. No, because I went to a local book signing instead, Michelle said, offhandedly. But I told you about what happened, I said, sending her a look, my stomach tightening as the memory kicked in fully. Tyler Peterson, the captain of the football team, had chosen me over her. Even after he and I officially became a couple, she still proceeded to flirt with him every chance she got, especially if I was in earshot. Then on the night of the Sadie Hawkins dance, Tyler disappeared, and I found him in the hall kissing Missy. He wasn't the boy I'd kissed in the 7th grade. He wasn't the one I had truly wanted. And he wasn't even close to the one. But their betrayal had hurt, especially Missy's betrayal. Competitive or not, we were supposed to be best friends. Michelle's upper lip curled. Such a backstabbing move by both of them. Yeah, things were never the same between Missy and me after that. I shook my head, wondering how Missy had found a man who would put up with that high-pitched squeal of hers. I'd contemplated going to law school to make that sound illegal. You know what's weird? I have the sudden urge to find a fiancé because she did. Michelle scooted forward in her chair. You and Missy were always super competitive with each other when you were young. But you're older now, Anne. Did I tell you she contacted me at the beginning of summer? I asked, watching Michelle shake her head. You know Missy is a famous model living in New York, right? She gave me a sideways look. Yeah. Well, Missy instant messaged me out of the blue to tell me she reached over 1 million social media followers, and isn't that a hoot? When I messaged her back congratulations, she said she heard about my new business and asked how many followers I had, even though she could easily check herself to see I only had 37 followers and one of them is you. You're welcome. I'm so grateful that New York is far away from our small California coastal town, I said, pulling up a search engine on my laptop since I really should get back to work. But then I closed my laptop and held up a finger. If Missy still lived here in Blue Moon Bay, I'd bet she'd put her engagement on a billboard with 3 words solely for me, neener, neener, neener. I can see you're over your competitive phase with her. Growth is good. I couldn't help laughing. Okay, the competitiveness was petty. But it really had hurt back in high school when she'd hooked up with my boyfriend behind my back. And the only reason she'd messaged me a few months ago about her 1 million followers was to brag. I tapped my pencil against my sketchpad as Michelle typed on her laptop's keyboard. Guess her muse was back. Must be nice. So what if she stole my boyfriend? I mumbled aloud, shrugging. That happened a decade ago. And so what if she took time out of her busy modeling schedule to shove her 1 million followers in my face? I can be the bigger person. As a matter of fact, I'm over it. Michelle blew out a breath. Sure. I can tell. I'm going to be happy for her, Michelle, I said, noticing my teeth grinding until my jaw hurt. I'm a mature adult, and that's how mature adults react to good news. Fantastic, she said, nodding. So, it doesn't get under your skin that she's engaged and your current love prospect consists of a blind double date with me 2 days from now? A blind date you don't even care about. I care bazillions, I lied. She blew out a breath. You barely listened to me when I told you about your date earlier. That's not true. What does he do for a living? She asked. Oops. I'd walked right into that one. Defeated, I grumbled under my breath. What's that? Michelle prodded, grinning at her clear victory. See? You already forgot. He's a used car salesperson, Claire. Snooze. That's awesome. Missy's fiancé is a successful lawyer, she said, raising her eyebrows. You have to be a little envious. Admit it. I snapped my fingers. You said Tony is a successful used car salesman. I remember that clearly now. Michelle shook her head and picked up her papers. His name is Tim, not Tony. I frowned. Minor detail. Nothing says doubtful happily ever after like not caring enough to remember your upcoming date's name. To be honest, I'd forgotten about the date until Michelle reminded me. Clasping my hands together in the prayer position, I stared at Michelle. I'm 100%, no, 110% happy for Missy's engagement. Thrilled. Michelle glanced up at me. Whatever you say. I could hear the fakeness in my own voice, so there was no way my friend had bought my claim. The truth was that it did bother me that Missy was excelling in every aspect of her life, whereas my business bank account showed I was 1 month's rent away from having to close my business and get a boring job just to receive a steady paycheck. Designing wedding dresses had been my dream since I was a young girl, and if I didn't make a significant sale soon, then that dream would be over. In financial desperation, I'd already sent my resume to a few employers, applying for a receptionist position at a dental office, a hostess at a fine dining seafood restaurant down by the water, and a leasing consultant at an apartment complex. I would have tried the personal taxi service thing if I thought my old car could handle it, but the engine had been making a suspicious rattling sound lately. No, life wasn't going the way I'd planned. But whose life does? A voice in my head whispered, Missy Peters. The sharp click-click-click of high heels echoed across the hardwood hallway outside my office space, and I turned toward the door. A moment later, Olivia Lane, my friend and landlord, peered through the doorway, her knuckles rapping against the open door. Olivia looked way too happy for someone whose tenant was close to not paying rent. "Good evening, Claire," Olivia said, using a sing-song tone. She was impeccably dressed in a beige suit, and her silky red hair ran past her shoulders in elegant waves. "Sorry to interrupt you when I know how stressed you've been. But this is important. I'm about to become your favorite person in the entire world." "Oh, hi, Michelle. Didn't see you there." "Hi, Olivia," Michelle said, waving her fingers. "My favorite person?" I asked, my tummy rumbling. "Does this mean you have a pizza stuffed into that massive purse of yours?" No. Olivia lifted a large swath of white cotton I'd been experimenting with from the table, folded it neatly, and then set it down again. She looked me directly in the eyes. "I have something even better than pizza for you." I raised both eyebrows. "Thai?" She shook her head, drumming her fingers against the table. "Try again." "Pasta?" Michelle asked, playing along. "From that new Italian place downtown that new rich guy Peter Locke opened? I love their lasagna." Olivia knelt down to pick up the crumpled papers from the floor, and then scooped up additional discarded drawings from the table and dropped them all into the waste bin. "I brought you something better than pasta," Olivia said, seeming to assess her quick cleaning of my artistically messy room, before turning back to me. "I brought you something even better than Thai." She smiled, placed her hand on her hip and struck a pose. "I brought you new business." "Business is not better than pasta," Michelle grumbled under her breath. I generally would have agreed with Michelle's sentiment, but I didn't currently have enough funds in my business bank account to buy pasta or Thai, so this time a business opportunity sounded way better. I waved Michelle off and focused on Olivia. "Please explain," I said. Olivia grinned and leaned toward me like she was about to share a juicy bit of gossip. "I've been hired by a new bride to plan her wedding. When she told me she hadn't found the perfect wedding dress yet, I showed her some of your designs and suggested she meet with you." My heart warmed. "You're a great friend, Olivia." "Trust me, I remember what it's like trying to start a business," she said, winking at me. "You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to be able to host the luxury women's retreats for Greta Von Strand each year, based on her book Love, We All Need It. If I had any money, I'd totally book a spot at one of those retreats you organize for Greta," I said, clutching my chest. "But right now I'll settle for a new contract." "Exactly," Olivia said, clearly wanting to continue with her good news. "So," I zipped my lips as she nodded. "I raved about you, of course," and she reviewed the designs with great interest. She loved them and was like, "I have to hire her." Can you believe this good fortune? "I'm happily stunned," I said, tears filling my eyes at the possibility of keeping my dream alive. I really hoped this bride booked me. But one new contract wasn't going to keep my business afloat. I'd need more referrals. Lots of them. I still haven't told you the best part, Olivia said, placing a hand on my shoulder. Brace yourself for the excitement. This bride says she's a good friend of yours. I know someone who is getting married? I asked, racking my brain and coming up empty. She nodded enthusiastically. Yes, you and half of the civilized world know her. Huh, I said. Well, who is it? Olivia grinned, holding her palms up. She's a little high maintenance. But keep in mind this is a bride who can get your business name and your wedding design out there for a lot of people to see. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to promote your work. That's great, I said, noting that she'd avoided giving me the actual name of the client. I glanced at Michelle, who was studying Olivia with the same suspicion I felt. Olivia, why aren't you telling us who it is? Michelle asked. For the first time, I saw cool, calm, and collected Olivia look nervous. She shifted her weight from foot to foot and her smile dropped slightly before she pulled it back into place. Keep in mind, she has no limit to her budget, she said. You'll have full reign to design to your heart's content, at any price point. Can you believe the luck? I squinted. I might believe it better if you tell me who the bride is. The new clients this woman could bring in would keep your business afloat indefinitely, Claire. That's what having her wear one of your custom designs will do for you. I know you don't want to give up on Forever Designs by Claire and work at that dental office you told me about. I absolutely don't, I said, giving her a look that said duh. You're being evasive for nothing. I've dealt with high-maintenance clients before, so it doesn't matter who the bride is. You know I'll do anything to keep my business going. So, tell me. Who is she? Olivia bit her lip and opened her mouth just as I heard the front door to Olivia's office open. Then the sound of heels clicked across the hardwood floor. You who? Olivia? It's me, said a woman, with a high-pitched, annoying voice that should have been illegal. Oh, wait. Oh, no. My eyes bulged. Who is the bride? Tell me right now. But there was no chance for Olivia to spill the beans first, because suddenly a whirlwind of blinding white teeth, bouncy raven curls, and pink silk sashayed into my tiny, cluttered office space. Not that the size of the room mattered. If we were in an empty warehouse, the space would have still been too small for this woman and me to be stuck in together. Claire, you remember your childhood friend, Missy Peters, don't you? Olivia smiled at me in a way that made me fearful for my life if I didn't smile back. Missy is the fabulous new client I was telling you about. Claire, say hi to Missy. My stomach turned into a rock. Hi, Missy, I sputtered. I stood and reached my hand out to her, but to my horror she crossed in front of Olivia and pulled me into a lung-crushing hug before I could even put my hand down. Her pearl necklace dug into my cheek and my hand was stuck awkwardly between our chests, but Missy didn't seem to notice as she wiggled us back and forth making cooing noises. My eyes darted to Michelle with a clear SOS signal, but Michelle simply bit her lip to hide her huge grin as she crossed her arms and watched us in obvious amusement. Missy squealed in my ear and began jumping up and down. Oh, my goodness! This is a dream come true. I've come back home to Blue Moon Bay, am engaged to be married, and now I'll be working with you, Claire Davenport. It will be just like old times. I'll be here for 4 weeks planning the perfect wedding with Olivia and with you. Can you stand it? Are you beyond excited, too? Based on the long, volatile history between Missy and me, I shouldn't lie and tell her that I felt excitement. especially not when the urge to wriggle out of her grasp and escape my own office had taken over every pore in my body. I knew it would be torture working for Missy. It would be a pain, a hassle, and pretty much a nightmare. I would have to hear everything about her fiancé, their engagement, and their wedding details, everything I did not want to hear. But I knew full well I didn't have any choice in the matter. I had to design the dress of Missy's dreams in order to save my own dream. I'm so excited, I lied, wondering how I'd survive these next 4 weeks. Chapter 2. The next evening, I sat in my office with my fingers cramping and my lower back aching due to many hours sitting in a metal folding chair next to Missy, who had taken over the comfy swivel chair first. Although Missy was the client and I would have offered her the nicer chair, it irked me that she'd slipped into it quickly when she arrived, as if hurrying to secure the best chair in the room. Missy had arrived a little after noon and we'd spent the last 5.5 hours stuck in a vicious cycle with her wedding dress design that made me want to pull all of my hair out. Or, better yet, pull all of Missy's curly raven hair out. The thought made me smile for the first time today. After all, pursuing one's passion with a price-is-no-object client should be fun, right? Instead, the cycle went like this. Every time I put a design on paper, Missy would shriek and throw her arms around my neck and tell me how much she loved the design. I'd proceed to think we were making progress and then she'd burst out with a "but," or "it's just that," or, my least favorite, a "what if we were to," and then Missy would make a suggestion that would basically ruin the flow of the design. But I'd obliged my client her picayune changes since she was, paying me. Then 15 pages of tweaks later to make her suggestions actually go with the dress, she would decide that no, after all that work, she didn't love the design like a bride should love her wedding dress, so maybe we should start fresh with an entirely new idea. Did I mention she'd executed that high-pitched squeal of hers at least a dozen times today? I deserved a gold medal for not wrapping the woman's mouth with a lace and tulle bow. Seriously. The fact that she was ungagged showed epic restraint on my part. As Missy studied the most recent revision of her wedding dress, she clutched the paper with her bubble-gum pink fingernails, and my gaze drifted to the forest of crumpled paper that littered the hardwood floor. "Well, what do you think?" I asked, forcing an optimistic pep to my voice. "The lace train is exquisite and you're so talented," Missy cooed. Then she pursed her lips. "But, is the design a bit too traditional?" "You said you wanted traditional," I reminded her, even though it had only been 20 minutes since she'd said the words. Maybe Olivia had a tape recorder I could borrow. It's not like one can argue with playback. Actually, Missy might find a way to do that. "Did I say traditional?" she asked, her eyes widening as she swiveled to face me in that plush chair my lower back desperately craved. "Well, I don't want it to be too traditional. You know? You also said you don't want it to be modern," I said, trying not to let the annoyance slip into my voice. She shook her head. "No, I said not too modern." "I'll get started on a new idea," I said, cutting to the chase. Missy ripped the piece of sketch paper from the drawing pad, crumpled it, and then tossed it over her shoulder to join the sad pile of rejected designs on the floor. "You're an amazing designer," she said, making me wonder if she was toying with me. "I know you'll get my dress right eventually." My stomach dropped at the word eventually. 5.5 hours with Missy and I was so ready for a margarita with an extra shot of tequila. Or 2. Or 4. So. She leaned against the table while I sketched, dropping her chin to her fist. "Tell me who you're dating. Anyone special? Are you close to an engagement?" I'd known this was coming. There was no way Missy Peters would fail to shove in my face that she was getting married and I wasn't. I tried to focus on the dress design, reminding myself of the publicity her wedding photos would bring for my desperate business. Would there be enough new clients to make it worth enduring this torture? I wasn't sure. I scratched my temple. How do you feel about an A-line skirt? Whatever. Missy dismissed my attempt at diversion with a wave of her hand. Come on, Claire. Tell me all of your secrets, she said, in a conspiratorial tone. How is your love life? Don't leave out a single detail. I pressed the tip of my pencil against the paper so hard it snapped off on the drawing pad. I sighed, clicking the end of my mechanical pencil to push new lead up as I decided to be honest with Missy. Might as well take the neener now. My love life is a little stagnant right now. Trying to focus on my business. Sure, of course, that makes sense. Missy nodded, before pointing to the paper and waving her index finger back and forth. No corset. Too old-fashioned. Although a little old-fashioned is okay. Got it, I said, even though the contradiction boggled my brain. I could feel her studying me as she grabbed a mint from her designer purse and popped it into her mouth. So you don't have a committed relationship at the moment? I bit the inside of my cheek and shook my head. Not right now. No boyfriend? Nope. No one you're exclusive with? Correct. Not even a dude that you're dating? Each question felt like a pin purposefully pricking me like a voodoo doll with brown hair and almond brown eyes. And I knew Missy would toy with that doll until the wedding was over. Maybe even long after. She'd continue to poke at me again and again and again. No, Missy, I said, letting out a resigned sigh. This was my life. Designing a wedding dress for the one woman who could irritate me like no other. Unlike you, I have no one. This humiliation couldn't be worth avoiding a 9-to-5 job. It just couldn't. We hadn't even settled on a design yet, let alone started physically making the dress. It felt like she was dangling me off a boat with hungry alligators below, waiting for me to answer a question wrong and be shoved into the water. And I was starting to prefer the alligator option. Enough was enough. I had to tell Missy that I quit. I opened my mouth to tell her when the front door to Olivia's office opened and I heard rustling footsteps at my office door. Missy, you in here? A chipper male voice asked. First door on the right, she shouted back. She turned to the design I'd just finished and then let out a high-pitched squeal. Claire, I love it. That's it. That's the one. I was about to remind her how many times she'd already said that, but then the strangest moment of my life happened right then and there when a man came through the doorway. Hey, Missy. Are you about? He stopped abruptly, his light brown eyes widening as they locked onto mine, and my stomach did a major cartwheel. I hadn't known if I would ever see Alex Murphy again. We'd been friends before that fateful game of spin the bottle, but after our kiss he'd stopped chatting with me. I'd caught glimpses of him in the school hallways throughout the rest of middle school and then high school. But we'd never talked again. The moment our lips had met, sparks had flown off the charts for me. For him? Not so much. Obviously. I'd seen Alex in my dreams, while sleeping and while awake, and during those dreams, I heard him whisper, "Close your eyes," just like the last words he ever said to me. I'd read about him in those science-related articles, of course, but hadn't heard him speak aloud in over a decade. I'd often wondered how he was doing, if he ever thought of me, and imagined what would happen if we ran into each other someday. This was not the way I'd imagined it. Hey, Alex, I said, pressing my lips together to stop the rambling that sounded painful to my ears. Oh, so painful. In my dream scenarios, Alex would run into the room, confess his regrets about ignoring me all these years, and then he'd throw himself at my feet. He'd tell me that he never forgot that kiss, that the kisses of other women hadn't compared to mine, and that the memory of our kiss still haunted his dreams. But he didn't do or say any of those things. Not even close. Instead, he said, "Long time, no see, Claire." Then he stuffed his hands into the front pockets of his jeans, quirked his head to the side, and turned to Missy. "Still going to dinner, Missy?" Missy nodded. "Yes, Claire and I were." "You're marrying Alex Murphy?" I blurted, as the horrible realization hit me. No, no, and no. Missy had already won in the career department. I couldn't believe she now snagged the one guy I'd never stopped thinking about. My head started to spin. Me? Marry Alex? Missy glanced at Alex, then turned back to me and burst out laughing. "Of course I'm not marrying Alex, silly." "It's not that funny," Alex said, giving me a deadpan look and then rolling his eyes. I shook my head, feeling relieved, and silently agreeing that Missy's laughter was insulting. "Can you imagine?" Missy said, slapping her thigh. "My fiancé is Kyle Murphy. Alex and Kyle are cousins. Alex is the best man." "What a relief," I said, my cheeks heating as I realized my thoughts had formed words that had actually come out of my mouth. "Oops. Not that it matters to me who you marry. It's just, I stuttered, my brain clearly not working correctly. I wouldn't want the groom to see the dress designs. Might be bad luck. That's all." As I was mentally congratulating myself for my smooth cover-up, Missy showed Alex the most recent sketch and asked his opinion. He leaned over the desk, giving me a close-up of his handsome face. It was hard to believe he was here, in person. I stared at those long, dark eyelashes that had fluttered closed right before his lips touched mine all those years ago. "Huh," Alex said. Missy's penciled brows came together, her eyes darting from the wedding dress design to Alex's contemplative expression. "What does hum mean?" she asked. He shrugged. "It's a dress." "What do you want me to say?" Missy bit the ends of her manicured fingernails. "Just tell me what you don't like. I can take it." He looked up from the design. "No, never mind, it's nothing." Her eyes bulged. "What's nothing? Tell me." "I really shouldn't say anything," he said, grimacing. "It's cute." "Cute?" both Missy and I responded at the same time. The word cute was not a compliment when it came to a wedding dress. Elegant, ethereal, timeless, those were compliments a bride, and her designer, wants to hear. Not cute. Alex frowned in confusion. "What? Is the design that bad?" Missy threw her arms up. "I'm a world-famous model. I can't wear a wedding dress that my fans would merely call cute. The tabloids would eat me alive." Alex shrugged. "Don't listen to me. Really, what do I know about dresses? You have eyes. You're a guy. And you know what makes a woman look hot, which clearly isn't this dress." He let out a sigh, gesturing to the design. "I think it's the little sleeve things. They're odd." "Claire?" Missy looked at me with imploring eyes. We were changing the dress design based on Alex Murphy's feedback? Now this was rich. After many years hoping to see him again, I now wanted him to go away. Or at least keep his opinion to himself. I sighed before flipping my pencil around and erasing the cap sleeves. I slid the drawing pad back across the desk for Alex to see, even though he was a scientist and not a fashion connoisseur. Missy raised an eyebrow. "Better?" Alex rubbed his chin as both Missy and I awaited his reaction. "I'm worried you just removed the support for the dress," he said, tapping on one of the now bare shoulders. "You don't want any kind of malfunction on your special day. Do you, Missy?" Missy gasped. You're spot on, Alex. I bristled at not being asked my opinion. But, who was I? Just the only expert in the room. Did they really think I'd design a dress that would malfunction on her wedding day? But before I could throw in my 2 cents, Alex clapped his hands. Nothing to fret, he said, pointing to the mountain of crumbled, rejected designs on the floor. I'm sure there's a better design somewhere. What else do you have? On principle, I lifted a beautiful design that Missy had cooed over and then rejected. I flattened the paper on the desk and glanced up at him. Timeless. Right? He shook his head. Looks a smidge too Downton Abbey. My jaw dropped, but I had no response. Then he pushed the next design aside, without even a word, and a little voice in the back of my mind whispered that something was up. After 10 more minutes, he found something wrong with every design, saying, too showgirl, not sexy enough, buttons are old school, and, my least favorite, it's not a funeral, throw on some sparkle. Yeah. Something was definitely up with Alex. Missy buried her head in her arms, looking completely defeated as Alex tossed the last remaining design into the trash bin. He patted her shoulder. You want your dress to be perfect. Right, Missy? A mischievous glint flashed in his eyes when he happened to glance over at me, making me squint suspiciously at him. What was he up to? If you need to push everything back to make sure your wedding is perfect, well, then, you should do that, he said, and I could see then his role of saboteur. His cell phone beeped and he checked it. Kyle is waiting for you at Scotty's seafood restaurant. He says he's already down 2 beers and he's bored. He texted me earlier while I was doing an errand around the corner, so I offered to come by and check on your status. You should let him know about pushing the wedding date back when you meet him for dinner. I'm sure he'll be fine with it. I'll have to think about that. Missy let out a long sigh and stood up. I watched as Alex handed Missy her purse as she walked to the door of my office space. Don't worry, he said. Love conquers all, right? I hope so. Bye, Claire, Missy said, and then disappeared out the door, looking completely deflated. Alex's face broke into a smug grin that faded when he saw me staring at him. What? He asked. I know what you're doing, Alex Murphy, I said, pointing a finger at him. You're trying to ruin Missy's wedding. I have no idea why you'd do such an awful thing, but it's not going to work. And if you keep trying, then I'll be on you like white on a wedding dress. You can try to stop me, but you'll never succeed, he said. Something flashed in his eyes and then the corner of his mouth curved upward. Good seeing you, Claire. Wish I could say the same, I said, crossing my arms. He had admitted that he was trying to break up his cousin's wedding. Some best man Alex was turning out to be. After all of these years thinking about him, he'd come back into my life just to destroy my only client. First, he broke my heart. Now, he planned on breaking my business? Even with a 15-year crush on him, there was no way I'd let him get away with breaking up Missy's wedding. And with that thought, I hurried out the door after him. Chapter 3. I ran down the hall in Olivia's office calling for Alex to wait. He turned around, looking surprised to see me following him. He crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, and leaned against the wall. He seemed to assess me with an amused glint in his eyes. I promptly forgot everything, absolutely everything I was going to say. I vaguely recalled feeling angry or indignant or some other strong negative emotion toward Alex, but when he gazed at me like that, my belly started doing somersaults. Were his dark eyelashes even longer than I remembered? How could he even see past them? What would they feel like if I brushed my lips along them? I shook my head and tried to focus. There had definitely been something I'd planned to say to him. I could feel it on the tip of my tongue. Words that needed to be said and were super important, but as soon as I glanced at Alex's mouth my mind went blank. Seriously, I couldn't have named a single wedding dress designer at this point if my life depended on it. As if he could guess where my mind had gone, his eyes danced and his lips curved up at the corners. How could I be expected to speak at the sight of those adorable dimples? It wasn't my fault that words failed me and my legs had turned to jelly. "You're staring at me, Claire." He flicked his wrist and glanced at his watch, which had the same faded leather band I remembered from high school. "Like what you see?" "No," I said, stammering some nonsensical noise as Alex turned toward the exit door of Olivia's office as though he planned to leave. My brain whirled and protested like a 15-year-old computer rebooting. I was going to stop him from something. But stop him from what? "It's been fun," he said, taking a step away and winking at me. "We should stare at each other again sometime. See you later." This man was so infuriating. He was leaving and I was in the process of dropping my chin to my chest in hot-cheeked, red-eared, worst embarrassment of my life defeat when I spotted an angry red notice envelope poking out of the top of my mailbox on the wall outside my office. My eyes skimmed the final payment notice from the bank that owned the loan I took out to keep my wedding dress business open longer to give it a fighting chance. Of course that bill was way past due. All of the bills were late. But instead of the normal groan that escaped my lips when I saw one of these bills, I cleared my throat and yelled, "Wait, Alex." I ran toward the front door of Olivia's Occasions just as the door closed behind Alex. Belatedly, I realized I was barefoot, having kicked off my shoes after the 10th revision with Missy, but I was already halfway down the stairs so barefoot I would be. I dashed across the office building's lobby, which Olivia had decorated with origami flowers hanging from the ceiling and bouquets of fresh flowers on the side tables. I shoved open the front door and raced outside, narrowly missing a collision with an elderly woman who glared disapprovingly at my shoeless feet. "It's for love," I explained, my gaze darting around the street for Alex, who I spotted turning the corner at the end of the block. "Well, not for me. For a friend." "Well, a sort of friend." Weaving through the pedestrian traffic along the cobblestone main street, while at the same time dodging every mysterious stain or wad of gum on the sidewalk, because I finally made my way around the corner past the Main Street Minimart as Alex entered Fiona's flower shop, which I'd been to dozens of times while helping Olivia with various weddings. Trying to regain my cool, I smoothed my dark hair as best as possible and pulled down my skirt in an attempt to hide my bare and now very dirty feet. Then, I went in after him. "Allergic?" Fiona, the shop owner, asked Alex, who leaned casually against the front counter next to a large display case. "This is the first I'm hearing of an allergy in relation to the Peters Murphy wedding. Are you sure about that? We made the arrangements just this morning." "I'm telling you, she is deathly allergic," Alex insisted, as I slipped all the way inside the shop and eavesdropped as inconspicuously as possible. Fiona shook her head in confusion and pushed her glasses up before pulling a folder out from behind the counter and flipping through the paperwork. "Who did you say is deathly allergic?" she asked. "Not the bride." Without pause or hesitation, Alex answered, "Sweet ol' Auntie Florence." "Such a dear." I frowned. "Auntie Florence?" I couldn't think of anyone on Missy's side of the family named Florence. Was he talking about someone on the groom's side? But I don't understand why Olivia Lane, of Olivia's Occasions, ordered lilies on behalf of the bride and groom if someone in their family is deathly allergic, Fiona said, making an excellent point. It's not like Olivia to make a mistake of this magnitude, or any mistake for that matter. She has a triple check system, you know. Oh, yeah. Believe me, I knew. My best friend, Janine Wilson, used to be Olivia's assistant. The stress from that triple check system almost sent Janine back into therapy. Right, Alex said, obviously taking a guess that Olivia is obsessively detail-oriented. Fiona frowned. Since I already put the order in, these changes might put us behind schedule. Auntie Florence should have spoken up sooner, but she didn't want to be a burden to anyone, Alex said, putting a hand over his heart. But as her favorite nephew, I had to step in and help. She wants to attend this wedding between these two beautiful people who are so clearly soulmates. It would be worth pushing back the wedding to make sure everyone gets to witness this wonderful display of true love. Don't you agree? Okay, that was overkill. He was clearly making this up. I rolled my eyes and moved from my place by the door. The shop owner must be a total romantic, though, because she agreed rather enthusiastically with Alex's impromptu speech. Then she asked which flowers the in my opinion not real Auntie Florence wasn't allergic to. Stick with the order of lilies, I said, giving Fiona a meaningful glance before pulling Alex away from the counter. This man is confused. So very confused. I dragged Alex toward the door as he protested. Hey! Ouch! Would you let go? Wow, you've got some muscles, Claire, he said, smirking as I pulled him out onto the sidewalk. The door to the floral shop clicked shut behind us and we stood facing each other as people walked around us on the busy sidewalk. What in the world was that farce about? I said, thrusting my hands to my hips. What do you mean? Alex glanced at the spot where my grip had touched the arm of his tweed blazer and he smoothed out the wrinkles in one swipe. And where are your shoes? I'll ask the questions, buddy. You give the answers. Who is this Auntie Florence? I raised my chin and focused my gaze on the small of his forehead above his eyes. This way, I wouldn't let his easy smile distract me. I would not get drawn into the mischievous glint in his eyes either. If I had to, I wouldn't breathe to avoid noticing how Alex smelled like the ocean wind on a stormy afternoon. Alex waved a hand in front of my face. Is there something on my forehead? You're staring at it in a weird way. My gaze flicked to his. Get it together, Claire. If I didn't know any better, I glanced at the cars driving by to avoid the enticing way he smiled at me. I'd say you're trying to interfere with Missy's wedding. Why would I do a thing like that? He asked, and then let out a small laugh. He proceeded to pat me on the shoulder, making my skin heat up where he touched. I'm glad you haven't lost that sense of humor I remember so well. I didn't know if it was the fact that he remembered my sense of humor that I liked or if it was the fact that he touched me, which I so liked, but I almost missed the fact that he was inching away from me. I jumped in front of him, blocking his path and placing a palm on his chest. Oh, wow. His chest was firm, very, very firm. I quickly removed my hand and felt my cheeks heat as I ducked my head to stare at the concrete and my dirty feet. I'd felt his heart. Something about that connection made me dizzy. Stop distracting me, I said, looking up and pointing a finger at him. Instead of getting defensive or annoyed, the corners of his mouth curved upward and he leaned his shoulder against the brick exterior of the floral shop in a very sexy way. How exactly am I distracting you? He asked. By just being. Not that I was going to tell him that. Stop looking at me like that, okay? I said, really trying to resist touching his heart again. His chest had been so nice and firm, too. Did he do daily push-ups, or what? His gaze moved to the street lamppost above my head. Better? He asked, still wearing that enticing grin. I'm not looking at you now, Claire. Is this an improvement? Not really, I muttered under my breath. Tell me why you're making up this ante and trying to push back Missy's wedding. What's going on? Why do you care so much? He asked. I opened my mouth to answer and then promptly shut it. I couldn't tell him that I needed Missy to wear my Forever Designs by Claire dress on her wedding day for advertisement to keep my business afloat. That sounded too strategic. Even though, it was kind of the truth. But I reminded myself that the reason I went into this business was because I believed in forever love, and maybe Missy had that with her fiancé. What did I know? Maybe the guy adored a high-maintenance woman who ate carrot sticks for lunch. To each his own. Viva romance! Missy and her fiancé are obviously very much in love, I answered, nodding my chin more to convince myself than him because he was still staring at the lamppost. How about you, Claire? He asked, returning his sultry gaze to me and making my legs turn all gooey. Are you in love with anyone? No. I blurted, and then narrowed my eyes at him. How embarrassing that I'd let that tidbit about my non-existent love life slip out. But that's not the point. Missy is my client and longtime friend. Okay, that last part was a stretch, but I couldn't be blamed. I was fighting to keep romance alive here. I'm not going to let you mess things up for her. Alex clutched his chest. You've got it all wrong, Claire. I'm merely trying to make things perfect for the happy couple. By sabotaging my dress designs? That second design was perfect for her. He shrugged. A little dated in my opinion. Downton Abbey? Really? I asked, gritting my teeth and refusing to let him get me off track. I knew what he was doing. He was trying to distract me again. He could try all he wanted, but I was determined that he wouldn't succeed. Why are you trying to delay this wedding, Alex? I set my jaw and gave him what I hoped was my most fiercely intimidating stare. I stepped closer to him. He set his jaw, too, and stepped closer to me with a hard stare that was only betrayed by the slightest twitch of a smile at the corners of his lips. Are you in love with someone? I asked. Why are you trying to rush this wedding along, Claire? He asked, ignoring my question. A line formed between his eyebrows as he stepped toward me again. I suddenly became aware of how close we now were to one another. Just a few inches between his chest and mine, and it felt even closer when he peered down at me. My breath caught in my throat. We were surrounded by pedestrians, tourists and locals alike, shopping downtown, by noise from cars and cell phone conversations, and yet for a moment I forgot all of that hustle and bustle, and it was as if Alex and I were suddenly alone, sitting under a dated popcorn ceiling in the glow of a purple lava lamp, and the only sound was my heart pounding in my ears as our lips touched for the first time. The sharp honk 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 of a horn yanked me out of my daze. What the? Snap out of it, Claire! I shook my head, and then stared into Alex's eyes, which seemed to pick up every color of the sunset behind me. You still haven't answered my question, Alex. You haven't answered mine, he said. I already told you, I said, picking at a loose string on my sleeve. Missy has found the one, and I want to help her celebrate that love. Alex laughed, and not quietly either. The one? Yes. You believe in the one? Of course, I said, my eyebrows coming together. I believed in true love with my whole heart actually. Even though I'd had little to no proof of it in my own life, as a decade-old game of spin the bottle haunted my brain. My sister, Charlie, and her boyfriend, Luke, are very much in love. They are so in sync they practically define the word love. He's definitely the one for her. And, vice versa. He raised his eyebrows, looking unimpressed. You're saying your interest in Missy's wedding is about her finding the one and has nothing to do with helping your dress design business? You expect me to buy that, Claire? He asked. How dare you, I said, wondering how he discovered my real motivations. He squinted, narrowing his gaze at me. I tried not to look away from him, since he might take that as a sign that I wasn't telling the whole truth. Your interest in the wedding has nothing to do with Missy's million-plus social media followers, who would want to own whatever wedding dress Missy wears at her wedding. I shook my head, feeling guilty. I just want to see her happy and in love. Hadn't even crossed your mind how much exposure the dress would get? I swallowed. Nope. Not even the tiniest thought as to how your business might expand? No, my confidence was waning under his unrelenting smirk and those eyes that seemed to peer straight into my soul. He leaned closer. This wedding is all about your faith and love? I nodded. Gulp. All about exchanging rings, eternal promises, and flying doves during a beach sunset? That's right, I said, knowing I was lying. At this point, I even knew that he knew I was lying. But I wasn't going to verbally confirm it for him. I don't believe you, he said, the corner of his mouth curving upward in a knowing way that made me shiver. Then his mouth stretched into a smile as if he knew the physical effect he was having on me, while I stood there wishing I'd never kissed Alex during that game of spin the bottle. I'll see you later, Claire, he said. I gawked after him. That's all you have to say? No, he had turned to leave, but stopped and glanced back at me over his shoulder. It's been too long since 7th grade. I'd almost forgotten how cute you are when you're lying. Obabglab, I said, unsure if the sounds from my mouth were a stutter or a stammer, a cough or a wheeze, a gasp or a whimper. Whatever it was so not cool. I watched in disbelief as Alex disappeared into the sea of people. He escaped while I remained motionless with my jaw dropped. It was only after a guy on his phone shouldered me out of the way, rude tourist, no local would be in that much of a hurry, that I blinked and realized what in the world had just happened. Alex had distracted me. Again. I chased after him in a storm of righteous indignation to confront him about meddling with the details of Missy's wedding, and somehow he'd turned it all around on me. How dare he imply that my motives weren't pure in wanting to see Missy's wedding a huge success? Sure, he was right. But, still. Deep down, I did believe in true love. I believed in finding the one. I believed in beautiful white dresses and softly spoken vows and staying together through thick and thin. But I wasn't sure what Alex believed. He hadn't answered my question when I'd asked if he was in love. Although, how could he be in love when he wasn't acting gung-ho about Missy and Kyle's whole matrimony thing? Not even close. I had no idea why he'd shot down every wedding dress design or why he tried to sabotage the flowers. All I was sure about was that I would find out. I should have chased after him and demanded that he tell me what he is up to. I should have reached for his arm again, so he couldn't get away until I knew the truth. I had every intention of getting to the bottom of this right now, but then I realized what his last words were to me. He could have said, "Nice to see you again." Or, "See you later." Or, he could have said nothing. But he'd called me cute and he'd mentioned the 7th grade. As I trudged back to the office on my bare, dirty feet, I wondered if he'd mentioned 7th grade because he knew it would shock me. Was it all part of his plan to get away? Or did he remember the 7th grade the way I remembered it? A popcorn ceiling. A lava lamp. And the sweetest kiss I'd never forget. Chapter 4. I'd heard of matching your belt to your shoes, or your purse to your selected jewelry like earrings, a necklace, or a bracelet. I wouldn't consider it unheard of to coordinate your makeup with your outfit. I also had no problem with going so far as to make sure that your outfit didn't clash with your date's outfit. Fine. Whatever. But it seemed ridiculously over the top to make it a priority that your wedding dress didn't clash with your wedding cake. Yet, that's apparently what Missy wanted to do on this lovely Saturday afternoon. Any guesses as to which lucky wedding designer was invited to make sure that such a clash wouldn't happen? Yes, that would be moi. Olivia, do you know what this cake tasting appointment is really about? I asked, picking up my pace to a trot in order to keep up with her fast stride as we hurried down the sidewalk toward the Blue Moon Bay Bakery. The appointment is about Missy being ridiculously over the top, she said, giving me a sideways glance before she tapped her temple. Do you know how I know that? Because it's true? I guessed, adjusting the binder of wedding dress fabrics I'd brought with me at Missy's request. No, Olivia said, shaking her head. I know this because you said it 10 times over the phone last night when I called to tell you that Missy wants you at this cake tasting. Still, it's not normal. Right? I asked, waiting for her to verify what I already knew. It's not usual, no, she said, managing to reapply her lipstick in a compact mirror as we crossed the street. But the cake should match the overall feel of the wedding, which includes the dress. She doesn't need me there, though, I said. Exactly. That's what's making you bonkers, Claire. I told you she was going to be high maintenance and you said you could handle high maintenance. Now, it looks like high maintenance is driving you up the wall. It makes no sense to have me at the cake tasting. I blew out a breath, realizing she was right about why I was frustrated. Olivia was always right. It was kind of scary. I feel like being there is a waste of my time when I could be searching for new ways to market my business. I can't pin all of my hopes on the exposure from Missy's wedding dress. I mean, the woman might change her mind at the last minute and we're off the rack. She wouldn't dare. Olivia's upper lip curled for a moment before she turned to me. Look, you've committed to the cake tasting, so you may as well make the best of it. Besides, it's a cake tasting with mimosas. How terrible could a meeting be when there's sugar and champagne involved? You clearly don't know Missy well, I said, as we reached the Blue Moon Bay Bakery. I knew exactly why Missy had to have me at the cake tasting and cake design session. It wasn't to make sure the gold foil leaves on the 8th tier went with the lace flowers on the edge of her cathedral-length veil. It wasn't to match shades of white. It was simply another opportunity for Missy to shove her happy, perfect, love-filled life into my boyfriendless face. When I won the lead cheerleader position in high school, when I was named homecoming queen our senior year, and when I was voted most popular in the yearbook, Missy had groaned about having to sit back and watch. Apparently she felt this was justified payback. Now it was my turn to watch her shine. And she was going to shove my face in it as much as was earthly possible. I was sure of it. Why else would a bride have any reason whatsoever to want her wedding dress designer present for the cake tasting? Claire, you made it. Missy squealed the moment Olivia and I stepped inside the bakery, with its high molded ceilings and white wicker furniture. I am so excited that you're here for this. We're going to have so much fun. If you say so, I said, muttering the words under my breath as she ran toward me. What's that? She asked, squeezing me against her berry-scented, raven curls. Just glad to be here for you, I said, remembering my goal was to keep the bride happy. Everyone, this is Claire Davenport, who I told you about. She and I were besties for years and now we're making up for lost time. She kept me in her tight grip as she turned toward a table filled with 4 men. Alex sat at the far end of the table looking more adorable than he should considering he was trying to wreck the wedding, and 3 women, who looked like they belonged in a fashion magazine. Claire, this is my darling fiancé, Kyle, and my wedding party. Nice to meet you, I said, trying not to be obvious as I checked out Kyle, who was handsome and seemed to know it, which I immediately found unappealing. Huh. So this was the man Missy had found true love with. I also suspected that Missy's bridesmaids were models. The brunette woman a few chairs down with the bored look on her face definitely looked like one. Come with me, Missy said, slipping her arm through mine and pulling me against her pink chiffon dress. Olivia, you obviously have to sit next to me right here. Claire, dear, let's see. Oh, yes. There's a seat over there for you. Right next to Alex. Alex? I asked, my belly fluttering as I stared down the long table. I'd thought this afternoon couldn't get worse, but I'd apparently arrived at that conclusion too soon. Oh, Missy, I said, squeezing her arm and glancing at the empty chair with dread. Since you and I have so much history, shouldn't I sit next to you? Olivia can sit with the best man. Nice to see you, too, Claire. Alex grinned and patted the chair beside him. The pleasure is mine, I lied, feeling bad that Missy had no idea the best man wanted to sabotage her happiness. Maybe Olivia can be on one side of you and I can take the other? Thanks, but my maid of honor is sitting on the other side of me, she said, wiggling her fingers at the honey blonde-haired woman who merely raised an eyebrow. They have to sit next to me so we can discuss details. But I do want you nearby. You'll love sitting next to Alex. It will be like a fun school reunion for the two of you. My forehead creased as I tried to determine if that comment was meant to be a dig. Maybe she'd known that I'd liked Alex all those years ago and wanted to rub some dirt in that old wound since he'd never been interested in me. I won't bite, Claire, Alex said, the corner of his mouth lifting in a way that suggested otherwise. Could I be blamed for finding that smile a little bit sexy? Missy, hey, listen, I said, my pulse racing since the entire wedding party was watching me with confused stares. How can I tell you whether the icing goes with the samples of lace I brought if we're so far apart? The icing doesn't need to match the lace. Missy giggled and patted my arm. You always were so funny, Claire, she said, arranging her skirt and taking a seat. Isn't she funny, Olivia? Hilarious. Olivia gave me a stern look over her shoulder, telling me she didn't think this was funny at all. Oops. We're getting behind schedule, so we should get started, everyone. The first cake we'll sample is a classic white with a buttercream icing. Simple, elegant, and classy. Sighing in defeat, I ignored the triumphant grin on Alex's face and plopped into the chair next to him. Nice of you to join me, he whispered, lifting a fork full of fluffy white cake to his mouth. He took the bite and then started coughing, nearly knocking over my mimosa flute to reach the pitcher of water. He poured himself a glass and downed it. Okay. Missy, her fiancé, Kyle, and the rest of the wedding party stopped their discussion about the first cake and stared down the table at Alex. I gaped at him as well as he coughed into his hand. Sorry, everyone, he said, raising his palms in an apologetic gesture. I wasn't expecting the cake to be so dry. Missy's eyes widened and then she frowned down at her plate and half-eaten white cake. You thought the cake was dry? She asked. Alex nodded. But if you liked it, then that's all that matters. She gasped. But you said it tasted dry. Every head twisted toward Missy, who pushed her plate away and turned to Olivia with a worried look. Kyle and I can't have a dry wedding cake, Olivia. That's unacceptable. Let's try the next sample, shall we? Olivia suggested, giving Alex an odd look. Before the staff could take away my plate, I shoved a bite of cake into my mouth and nearly groaned in pleasure from how fantastic it tasted. There could not have been a moister, more delicious cake ever created in the history of humankind. Alex was out of his mind if he thought that cake was dry. Oh, no. He was up to his antics again. Dry? I whispered to Alex, leaning in so close I could smell his light-scented aftershave. Yum. This cake is delicious. He turned to me with a raised eyebrow. To each his own. Don't pretend you're evaluating the cake honestly, I said, keeping my voice low. Next you're probably going to claim that Auntie Florence is gluten-free. His eyes rounded. Really, Claire? That actually sounds familiar. Ugh. How could a single human being be so infuriating? That cake was not dry, I insisted as the next round of cake was passed out to the table. And Auntie Florence would love the cake. If she really exists, anyway. All I know is that Missy and Kyle deserve the best cake for what they claim will be their only wedding in life. And dry cake simply isn't good enough for them, he said, winking at me, before turning his attention to Olivia, who was gesturing to the second cake sample. Next, we have a strawberry cake, with a layer of fresh strawberries in the middle, and a whipped cream icing. I think you'll enjoy how light and refreshing this next option is. Perfect for an end-of-summer wedding. Alex rubbed his hands together and licked his lips in what appeared to be great enthusiasm for the strawberry and whipped cream cake. I considered for a moment that maybe I'd set him straight since he sincerely seemed interested in this next sample. You know who had the same flavor of wedding cake at their wedding reception? Alex asked, as he dug his fork into the fluffy white icing. Missy smiled down the table. No. Who? My parents. Missy's smile fell. Anyone who knew Missy knew that she was superstitious. Alex's parents were divorced, so she'd never jinx her own wedding by having the same kind of cake they had. As the best man, shouldn't he have known that tidbit about the bride? Missy's face drained of color. Not to pry, Alex, but I heard that your parents had, divorced, Kyle said, answering his wife-to-be and seeming oblivious to her dismay as he chowed down his sample slice of cake. Nasty, nasty divorce. Alex? It was not pretty, Alex said, giving a whistle and a shrug as he popped a bite of strawberry cake into his mouth. But this cake is fantastic. Solid choice. I stared at Alex incredulously. Even though he was acting nonchalant, something in his eyes had changed after Kyle had mentioned the nasty divorce. Part of me wanted to ask him if he was okay, but then I remembered that he was suggesting a cake to Missy that she would totally find taboo. He had to know that she'd feel that way. Olivia sighed and shook her head as Missy stared dejectedly down at her plate. Are you sure your parents had this cake at their wedding, Alex? Olivia asked, obviously aware of Missy's superstitious worries, even though she'd only recently met her. Alex nodded, taking another bite of strawberry cake and then swallowing. Exact same one. I think they even got it from this bakery, actually. What a coincidence. Missy lifted her mimosa glass with shaky fingers. I'm sorry, Olivia. But I can't have a cursed cake, she said, knocking back the contents of her glass. Olivia put her hand on Missy's arm. It's not cursed. We don't know that. Nothing can thwart our wedding day. Right, Kyle? Kyle's head popped up, the corner of his mouth smeared with cream that he licked away. This cake's amazing, babe. I'm in. Missy's mouth dropped open. Are you even listening to me? This cake is not going to happen. Kyle's expression tightened and his eyebrows rose. Whatever you say. Olivia sighed and signaled for the staff to clear the plates. Nobody should worry about this, she said, clearly forcing a smile. We have plenty of samples to try. I'm certain we'll find the perfect one for Missy and Kyle. Yeah, if Alex didn't ruin the rest of the choices. Would you please cut it out? I whispered, jabbing Alex in the side with my elbow. You have to know Missy is superstitious and you're exploiting that. Did your parents honestly have strawberry cake at their wedding? Don't even think of lying to me. Alex leaned in close. I felt his breath on my neck and tried to ignore the shiver it sent down my spine. Pumpkin pie, he whispered. Love will prevail, I said, giving him a stern look. Don't think you'll win whatever game you're playing. I will defeat you, Alex Murphy. Game on, Claire Davenport. Before Olivia could describe the next sample and before Alex could find a way to shoot it down without anyone realizing what he was doing, I scooped up the cake sample that had been set in front of me and shoved it into my mouth. "Oh, so delicious," I said, moaning before even taking the time to chew. "This is the best cake I've ever had in my life. I actually heard that a couple who has this flavor at their wedding will have a marriage that lasts forever." "You really heard that?" Missy asked, sitting up straighter in her chair and wearing a frown. "The flavor seems too controversial to me." "Huh?" The whole table turned to me with open jaws as I talked through my mouthful of cake, which I hadn't really tasted yet. Alex rested his chin on his fist and seemed to be thoroughly interested in my reaction. When I finally took the time to taste what was in my mouth, I noticed a peculiar flavor that was the opposite of yummy. "Is this, fruit cake?" I asked, my stomach churning as I searched for a napkin to spit the bite out. Yes, it was that bad. A fruit cake with prunes? Missy's mother requested that we try a fruit cake with prunes as it's a family tradition, Olivia explained, wearing an expression that told me the bride's mother had forced her into supplying the sample. "You like it?" I forced a nod. "It's so fabulous. Family traditions are good luck, too." Missy and the rest of the wedding party hesitantly took bites and then their noses immediately wrinkled, their foreheads creased, and one bite was even returned to the plate. "You thought that was good, Claire?" Missy asked, raising her eyebrows. "This prune fruit cake? You truly think it's good?" "Have another bite, Claire," Alex said, driving my fork into the cake sample and then holding the bite to my mouth. "Don't deny yourself another taste since you love it so much." With the fork in front of me and everyone watching, I had no choice but to open my mouth and take that next bite. Oh, yuck. Prunes in a cake? Really? Was Missy's family low on fiber or something? "Best sample yet," I said, knowing it was a miracle I didn't toss my cookies. "I think we know which opinion we can clearly discount from now on," Alex said, lifting his champagne glass. He winked at me as everyone chuckled at my expense. "I have to agree with Alex," Missy said, giving me a sympathetic look. "I'd worry if your taste in wedding designs were anywhere near as bad as your taste in wedding cakes, Claire." The staff moved to clear the plates for the next cake sample, but Alex waved them away. "Let's not waste these samples since Claire loves this cake so much," he said, giving me a sweet smile with a playful look in his eyes. "She'd love for you to box all of the samples for her to take home. Right, Claire?" Every eye turned to me and I knew I was trapped. "Very thoughtful of you, Alex," I said, nodding, while stepping on his foot under the table. I heard him grunt, giving me the first warm fuzzy feeling since I'd put that awful bite in my mouth. I accepted the box of prune fruitcake that traveled my way, thinking that whoever thought of making a cake with prunes should seriously have their oven mitt taken away. Alex nudged me with his knee, smiling victoriously at me as he started in on his chocolate ganache cake along with the rest of the table. If I was going to make sure this wedding went off without a hitch, then I was going to have to step up my game against Alex. "Bon appetit," he whispered before licking his delicious chocolate-covered lips. My belly unwittingly did a flip, making one thing clear to me at that moment: my longtime crush on Alex was alive and well. Not good, Claire. So not good. But I could ignore those pesky feelings just like I'd done in school. I needed to hone every cunning nerve in my body in order to crush Alex, so my business could succeed. Oh, and for the sake of love, too. I had to crush Alex for the sake of true love. Chapter 5. I suppose there was no reason at all to be surprised. No reason to pound my fists and kick my feet and bellow up at the sky in frustration. There was no reason to do anything but nod in acceptance, shrug in indifference, and move on in necessity. But when my old sedan coughed her last raspy cough and then promptly died in the public parking lot down the street from the bakery after the disastrous cake tasting, I ignored my rational instincts and squeezed my steering wheel with all of my might. Not my car. Not another expense. Not right now. I couldn't afford this loss. I stepped out of the car and groaned. Even though I knew her demise was inevitably approaching, based on my car's 15-year age, high mileage, and the engine trouble, my eyes still watered. I threw back my head and squinted up at the sun as if it were smirking at me. Why did this have to happen now? I bellowed with all the dramatics of a betrayed lover in the pouring rain. Why couldn't she hang on a little longer? Why? Who are you talking about? A male voice asked. Huh? I whirled around to find Alex standing behind me, leaning against a lamppost, and wearing a confused look. Great. The man who was trying to destroy my business, and who I couldn't stop crushing on, was so not the person I wanted witnessing my moment of defeat. Nice timing, universe. I straightened my shirt and tucked my dark hair behind my ears. I'm not talking to anyone, I said, as calmly as I could muster given the situation. He widened his eyes like he didn't believe me. Then he gazed over my shoulder, taking in my dearly departed car behind me. Did your car die? He asked. I crossed my arms. Don't you have a wedding to sabotage or some puppy to steal or some rainbows to tear down from the sky? He nodded to my poor carcass of a car. The car won't start? I shook my head. I've got it handled, thank you very much. A line formed between his eyebrows. Is that smoke coming from under the hood? I didn't even take the time to look since the thick scent of smoke had already invaded my lungs. Instead, I kept my eyes on him and shrugged. I'll be fine. Do you need a ride? Oh, yeah. Kind of. No, I said, firmly. He withdrew keys from his pocket and dangled them in front of me. You sure? I rolled my eyes. Look, Alex, I'm very busy, so if you don't mind. He raised his hands. Sorry. Don't want to stop you from the rest of your busy afternoon. Thanks for your understanding, I said, crossing my arms and waiting for him to leave. Instead, we both stood there, staring at each other, and neither of us moved. Pedestrians passed between us as they headed to their functioning cars, giving us confused looks as we remained silent in a masterful stare-down I totally wanted to win. Well? I asked, finally giving in since my eyes had started to burn. His eyebrows rose. Well, what? I tapped my fingers along my crossed arms. Why are you still here? He paused a moment and then gestured toward the sky. Just enjoying the sunshine. Drinking up the vitamin D, very healthy. I watched him sigh in satisfaction, close his eyes, and lean his head back against the lamppost to smile up at the late afternoon sun. Why did he have to look so handsome while giving me a hard time? Finally, he peeked one eye open. I thought you were busy. My jaw dropped. How dare he throw my own words in my face? So rude. I am. I'm leaving. See you around. He waved and I turned toward my car. I tried to ignore the smoke fuming from under the hood as I ducked into the driver's seat. Then I glanced back at the lamppost, hoping Alex had skedaddled. No such luck. The guy hadn't budged an inch from his lazy position against the post. He apparently noticed me staring because he raised his hand and gave me a salute. I gritted my teeth, rolled down the windows, and put the key in the ignition. I'm driving away now. I called out, hoping my car didn't blow up. Great. He threw me a thumbs-up gesture, the definition in his muscular arm flexing as he raised his thumb. So obnoxious. And yet so sexy. I shook my head to clear the image of his bicep from my mind. Then I crossed my fingers and tried my best to cross my toes as I turned the key in the ignition. I closed my eyes, thinking I'd never wanted anything more in life than for my car to be able to drive away right now from Mr. Destroyer of Love. Oh, and that I could blow him a smug kiss while driving off. As the key turned, the engine caught for a few moments with a strange noise, and my hopes lifted. But then the engine coughed, the smoke coming from the engine turned black, and my car died its second death this afternoon. I sighed, dropping my forehead against the steering wheel. Being defeated was bad enough. Being defeated in front of Alex? So much worse. I heard his whistle and the sound of his footsteps growing louder, telling me he was coming over here. I opened my eyes and twisted my head in time to see him crouch down and lean against the unrolled passenger window. He wore a grin that made my belly do funny things. "Claire, stop being stubborn. Would you like a ride now?" I mumbled against my arm. He leaned in closer. "What's that?" "I didn't quite catch what you said." Since I had very limited options, I whacked my forehead against the steering wheel a few times since that was the preferable option. With my head throbbing, I had no other choices left. So, I turned to him and forced an embarrassed smile. "A ride would be appreciated." He clapped his hands. "Well, then. Let's go." Okay, I heaved a sigh, rolled up the windows, and silently promised my car I would return to say my last goodbye to her later, before I had her towed away to the vehicle graveyard. Then I climbed out of the driver's seat and followed Alex, who had an annoying pep in his step. I thanked him as he held the front passenger door of his sedan open for me. He surprised me by leaning over to stretch the seatbelt across my front and then click it into the lock. His arm grazed mine and he was so close I could smell his shampoo, which was an enticing mixture of coconut and ginger. With him leaning over me, I could see the faint scar on his chin that I'd seen up close once before when he'd brought his face to mine for a kiss that fateful night in 7th grade. My face heated at the memory. Hopefully, he didn't notice. "Don't be embarrassed, Claire. Safety comes first." He winked at me and then closed the door before crossing to the other side and hopping into the driver's seat. "You live on the north side of Blue Moon Bay, right?" "Yes," I said, wondering how he knew where I lived. I cringed at the shakiness in my voice because the coconut and ginger scent still lingered in the air in front of me. Inhaling the scent that was so Alex muddled my brain with memories of that spin-the-bottle kiss. He checked the rearview mirror and I was relieved when the mechanics of driving a car pulled his attention away from me. My breathing returned somewhat close to normal as he shifted into drive, pulled forward, and merged into traffic. Then he glanced over at me and my heart rate kicked up to a rapid pace. "Do you mind if I make a stop at my lab?" he asked, putting on his blinker and turning onto the highway. "It's not far and the stop will be quick. Just need to check on some samples." "That's fine." I kept my eyes fastened on the road in front of us, even as I wondered how long he'd been working nearby when I hadn't even known he'd moved back. Suddenly, I could feel his gaze on me like a warm ray of light. "What?" "It's totally fine with me. I mean, I wouldn't want it to be my fault if your anti-love potion spilled over the cauldron." He laughed. "It's a lab, not a dungeon. And I'm a scientist, not a sorcerer." "Oh, excuse me." I put a hand to my chest and fluttered my lashes. "I wouldn't want your anti-love solution to spill over the beaker, Dr. Murphy." He nodded. "Much better." I tried really hard to stop it, but a traitorous laugh escaped my lips. Then Alex laughed and the tension between us lifted. I had to remind myself that Team Love was still in it to win it, not to mention Forever Designs by Claire, but I rationalized that one shared chuckle with the enemy shouldn't be detrimental to the cause. So, I turned to Alex as we zoomed down the highway. Are you finally going to tell me about your devious plan to interfere with Missy's wedding? You're supposed to be the best man. So what's this subversion all about? He drummed his fingers against the steering wheel before he looked over at me with a mischievous grin. The look made me both worried and excited. I blamed hormones for the latter. Let's make a deal, he said, the corners of his mouth twitching. You can ask me any 3 questions, but then I get to ask you 3 questions. I considered the deal and figured he must have some catch where I'd come out on the losing end. But Alex's infectious smile and boyish dimples made me throw away all caution. Plus, the curiosity was driving me bonkers. Deal, I said. I'll go first. Why were you yelling outside your car? That's what you want to ask me? I said, watching him nod. All these years we hadn't seen each other and his main curiosity was about my car? A spot in my chest tightened. I'd actually thought there was a chance he'd been thinking of me all of this time, too. His question convinced me otherwise. Seriously, you only have 3 questions and you want to ask me about the parking lot? Alex's gaze darted from the road to me. I'd gotten used to the playful, mischievous, plotting flash in his eyes, but this time when he looked at me his expression appeared honest and unguarded. That's what I want to know, he said, before the corners of his mouth curved upward and the softness in his eyes disappeared. Technically, you just used up 2 of your questions. What? No, I didn't. He threw me a knowing glance. Make that 3. Those weren't real questions and you know. Don't worry. I'll let you off the hook this time, he said. How noble of you. Do you really think you're doing me a favor? Question number 4. Arg! My fists tightened on my lap. This guy was absolutely and totally infuriating. Not to mention adorable when he was smug. Just to be clear, that was not one of my questions. But to answer yours, well, it's not that interesting of a story. Stop stalling. I'm not stalling. I snapped, wondering how I could stall longer. Or, better yet, divert him from the question altogether. Alex put a hand on my forearm. Tell me, Claire. Why were you so upset? The softness in his voice and his touch made me want to open up to him. Okay, I'll tell you, I said, fiddling with my fingers and checking to make sure he wasn't watching me with those light brown eyes. I let out a sigh. My car was used when my parents gave it to me for my 16th birthday. But I loved her from the start because she gave me independence, I said, sneaking a peek in Alex's direction. I could go where I wanted when I wanted. For the youngest child in the family, who was always waiting on a ride, the freedom felt invigorating. His hand went back to the steering wheel, but he remained silent and his gaze stayed glued to the highway. I saw him wet his bottom lip with his tongue. The sexy movement of his mouth sent my chest fluttering. Go on, he said, his voice gentle. Okay, well, I paused, taking a deep breath. My car has been with me for over 10 years now. She's broken down a few times, but she kept on going like nothing could stop her. I admired that. But she's tired now. Sometimes life is hard, but you have a dream you want to achieve, so you have to keep going even when it seems impossible, in business or even in finding true love. Now that she's died, it feels like a sign. I'm worried about what that means. Oh, wow. I hadn't seen Alex in years, and now I bared my soul to him? I wanted to crawl into a hole and hide. I put my hand to my mouth, so I wouldn't say anything more as I waited for his response. I hoped he wouldn't start laughing. But all I heard was the rumble of the car on the highway, the whir of cars flying past, and my own breathing heavy against my palm. Did he find my admission ridiculous, pitiful, and pathetic? In the drawn-out silence, I buried my face in my hands, trying to imagine what must be going through his head. He wouldn't be the first guy I chased away with my idealistic, overly romantic version of life. I supposed he wouldn't even be the last, not that he was interested in me that way. But if there had been any potential interest, I'd surely killed that chance. It's hard to stay optimistic sometimes. I leaned back against the headrest and considered removing my hands from my face since I must look ridiculous. I inhaled deeply. It's like the legend of Blue Moon Bay about the tragic couple that couldn't be together. I always thought they could have found a way to work things out. Maybe some people are doomed, though. I realized then that the car had stopped moving. The noise from the highway was gone. The sway of the car had stilled. When had that happened? I parted my fingers to find that he'd parked in a lot outside a large building on the local college campus. There weren't many cars, but then again, it was Saturday. Alex pulled the key from the ignition and turned in his seat to face me. I dropped my hands from my face and forced a laugh. Don't you wish you hadn't asked me that question? I shook my head, wondering what he must think of me. What did I even think of myself right now? Everything felt like such a mess. The words just jumbled out, and maybe I should have said. I appreciate your honesty, Alex said, quietly. You do? I blinked, realizing I'd asked another question. I seemed full of questions when it came to Alex. That's not the question. You know what my question is. I don't think Missy and Kyle should get married, Alex said, blowing out a breath. I wish there was true love the way you claim. But I know this marriage is only going to end in anger and heartbreak. It's better for both of them that they save themselves the pain. I stared at him with a mixture of shock, sadness, and empathy. Is that what he thought of true love? Of marriage? How sad that he was missing the whole point. You don't know that it won't be a happy ending for them. Their marriage might last forever. It won't. I crossed my arms over my chest. It might. His jaw tightened. Not a chance. I crossed my arms. We'd had the beginnings of an honest conversation, and now it felt like he'd closed himself off again. What if you're wrong, Alex? He shook his head. Trust me. Missy and Kyle getting married would be the worst thing that could happen to either of them. My stomach clenched. You are still beyond stubborn. How can you be so? Time to go. Alex suddenly climbed out of the car and I was left sitting there alone, dumbfounded, with my mouth wide as I watched him start toward the concrete building. I shoved my door open. Where are you going? We're not done talking. Got to get to the lab. He waved his hand forward. Let's go. I stared at his back as he walked away and told myself I shouldn't follow him. I should get back inside the car and refuse to talk to him anymore about this hopeless idea in his head. But, of course, my legs didn't listen. Instead, I ran right after him. I caught up to Alex outside the building at the college just as he removed a key card from his wallet and scanned it by the front door. Love is a beautiful thing that should be celebrated, not destroyed, I said, panting a little as I attempted to continue my argument that Missy and Kyle should get married. When was the last time I'd been to the gym? Too long. Way too long. Did you get that line from a Hallmark card? Alex rolled his eyes and then strode toward the elevator. When you think about it, love is the most important thing in the world, I said, stepping into the elevator and standing shoulder to shoulder with Alex as the doors closed in front of us. He crossed his arms, remaining silent as the elevator made a cute little ding as it passed a floor. Each ding made me fume all the more in righteous indignation. "Love is worth taking a risk," I said, watching the door slide open and waiting for Alex to comment. He didn't. So, I followed him down a hallway and around the corner. He didn't say anything as he unlocked his lab and held the door open for me, so I contemplated dropping the discussion for now. Not like I was getting anywhere with it, anyway. I walked into the room, taking in my surroundings. His lab was basically the opposite of my artistically messy office. Everything in here appeared stark white, organized, and sterile. Lab equipment was stored neatly and files were stacked tidily next to the computer. In a word, the lab was spotless. Anal much? Beside me, Alex slipped on a lab coat and then handed one to me. I stared at the boring white coat that I so wanted to redesign. "What's this for?" "The flesh-eating acid." My throat went dry. "For real?" He gave me a look I couldn't decipher and then walked away without another word. He had to have been kidding about the flesh-eating acid. I mean, I was pretty sure he was kidding. Pretty sure wasn't 100%, though. Gulp. I buttoned up the lab coat and followed after him, stopping in front of a large tank. He tapped the top and looked down at me. "We're going to do a little experiment." "Oh, really?" I shrugged, hoping he didn't know how freaked out I felt about the possible flesh-eating acid. He so had to have been joking. The temperature in here is kept at -345 degrees Fahrenheit. "Do you see those numbers?" He pointed to a screen where it did indeed verify this fact. "Pretty cold, right?" I nodded. I didn't even know that was possible. If it's that cold, then we'd expect things to be rock solid in there, right? "I guess," I said, deciding not to mention that I'd gotten all CS in high school science classes and avoided science altogether in college. Upon that rule, if I threw water in there, then it would freeze instantly and become a solid. Wouldn't you agree? I didn't exactly ace science, I admitted, glancing from him to the tank and then back to him. I didn't know where he was going with this little lecture, but I was quickly getting bored. There was a reason I was an arts major. The corner of his mouth lifted. "Even so, you get the idea. Now, let's say if two people love each other, then we'd expect their relationship to become solid, too. We'd expect them to stay together and be strong together and that their bond would grow tighter and tighter. Right?" "Right," I said, slowly warming up to the idea of science being romantic. Happy solids, together forever. I could glom onto that philosophy. "Let's see the result." Alex nodded and then opened up the tank. It hissed and thick fog poured from the edges. Using a metal clip, he reached for a styrofoam cup inside, removing some of the contents. I watched as he poured the contents out across the floor. It hadn't formed a chunk of ice. Instead, a bunch of tiny beads scattered across the linoleum in countless directions. I sure hope this wasn't the flesh-eating acid stuff." "You see?" He gave me a knowing look as if he'd proven a point. Even love isn't enough sometimes. Science always prevails. "Huh?" I said, unintelligently, as a shudder rolled through me while the words flesh-eating acid continued to run through my brain. I stared at the tiny beads, hoping they wouldn't take my flesh away. Then I shook my head to clear the thought. Alex may be the most stubborn man I'd ever met, but he'd make sure we were safe. He definitely had to have been joking, and I felt lame for half believing him. I looked up to glare at him, but he was already moving away from me. He stopped at a hood filled with a series of different samples and started filling a pipette, the only scientific word I could remember from my school days because it sounded totally cute. "Wait a minute." Alex thought he'd won the argument about love. He thought the case was closed, all marriages were bound to fail, love was a farce, and he was doing the right thing in meddling with Missy and Kyle's marriage. He thought he was right and I was wrong. My eyebrows came together. No way, buddy. I stared at his back, knowing that, if anything, his little experiment had made me even more determined to see Missy and Kyle succeed. Sure, Missy's incessant demands could make a person want to pull their own hair out. But obviously her fiancé found that endearing, to each his own. Perhaps Kyle had quirks Missy had to overlook, too. Sure, Missy's status on the brink of blissful matrimony made my own love life look like a Saturday Night Live skit. But we were talking about true love here, so I would prove Alex and his cold heart wrong. At this point, I'd do pretty much anything to make this wedding the most beautiful, love-filled celebration on the face of the planet. I would prove that love is worth it, that finding the one is worth it, that marriage is worth it. I would prove to Alex that love conquers all and that until death do us part is a real commitment of the heart. I'd even prove that everything Hallmark had ever printed on Valentine's Day cards was true. My breathing felt heavy as I watched Alex quietly finish up his project, his shoulders sagging a little. If he felt he won the argument, then why didn't his stance appear triumphant? Suddenly, my eyes watered as a realization hit me. Although I hadn't found true love yet, I believed wholeheartedly that I'd find it eventually. But if Alex didn't have that same faith in his heart, then he must feel alone in this world. The thought of how lonely he must feel made my heart squeeze. Chapter 6. The next afternoon, I contemplated the 3 approaches I've found useful when giving a friend news she doesn't want to hear. 1. Bring ice cream, preferably her favorite flavor, but you can rarely go wrong with chocolate. 2. Break the news while she's binging on her favorite guilty pleasure show. The more drama on screen, the less drama there will be off screen, and 3. Provide pictures of puppies. Self-explanatory. Oh, no. Michelle groaned as she stepped into our shared living room and promptly stopped in her tracks. What's the bad news? Tell me now. Hey, best pal. I twisted from my spot on the couch, giving her my sweetest smile. How's it going? Did you have a nice day? Just tell me the bad news. Straight up. Michelle frowned and then pointed to the pint of her favorite mint chocolate chip ice cream. Don't make me wait in suspense. Can't a friend bring her roomie a tasty treat on a hot afternoon? I asked, hopping up from the couch and wrapping her in a massive hug. While the Millionaire Mistresses of Aspen Marathon is on the television, she asked, expelling a puff of air. Highly unlikely. You loathe this show. I stepped back and shrugged. It's the episode where we find out whether or not Blaine Wellington is hooking up with his massage therapist while his wife is in Bermuda. Like you care. Michelle gave me an incredulous look, but I saw her glance at the screen as if to see whether she'd missed anything juicy. She so had. And the puppy pictures on the coffee table? She asked. How did those get there? I tapped my fingers against my skirt, giving the adorable Dalmatian puppies a shocked look as if I weren't fully aware I'd just printed that page off the internet and displayed it in full view. Weird. Claire. Okay. But keep the puppies in mind while I tell you this. I cringed, taking a deep breath before looking up at my friend. I'm ditching out on our double date tonight. I'm sorry, Michelle. Want some ice cream? Hot fudge and whipped cream, too. You think ice cream will save you right now? Michelle pushed past me, plopped down on the couch, and grabbed the spoon. She cuddled the pint of ice cream close to her chest. I can't believe you're making me go alone. I'm sorry, I said, a feeling of guilt washing through me. Then don't desert me, she said, over a mouthful of mint chocolate chip. What could possibly be more important than the potential of finding your one true love tonight? Olivia is taking Missy and her wedding party on a tour of the venue she's picked out for their wedding. I'm being forced to go along, I said, feeling a pang in my stomach as I thought of Alex and our trip to his lab yesterday. I wondered if he really was as lonely as I suspected. But I really hope that you find your soulmate. I won't be missing much. Let's face it, I couldn't even remember my date's name. Wait, why do you have to go along with Missy and the gang when you're not in the wedding party? Michelle dipped her spoon back in the ice cream carton. Don't tell me Missy is insisting that her dress coordinate with the chandeliers? Because that's ridiculous, even for her. I started to braid a section of my hair, already feeling my cheeks heating. I actually wasn't invited by Missy. Or by anyone, for that matter. I asked if I could come along. Michelle's face lit up. Really? If it's not for work purposes, then you don't have to go. You can come with me on our double date as planned. No, I can't. I bit my lip, hoping my best friend would understand the gravity of my predicament. Alex Murphy is trying to ruin Missy and Kyle's wedding. I have to stop him before he succeeds. So, it is technically work-related, okay? Michelle pulled the spoon out of her mouth and gaped at me. You've been watching Millionaire Mistresses of Aspen behind my back, haven't you? It's warping your brain. That's TV, sweetie. In real life, people don't fly to Bermuda to sabotage other people's weddings. Is that really why Monique flew to Bermuda? I asked, my heart racing before I realized I obviously had been watching too much of Millionaire Mistresses of Aspen behind my roommate's back. Freaking reality TV was way too addicting. Forget I asked that question. But it's true about Alex. Behind the scenes, he's tried to sabotage the cake, the flowers, and even my dress. He's like some sort of love assassin, Michelle. For real. You have to believe me. She raised an eyebrow. A love assassin? Alex Murphy? That's right. Alex Murphy, mad scientist and love assassin, I said, hating that I dreamed about that love assassin and our middle school kiss again last night. She whistled and shook her head. Wow. I know, right? Can you believe he's so against love and marriage himself that he's trying to break up Missy and Kyle's wedding? He has to be stopped, obviously. Her eyes widened and then she laughed. That's not what I'm wowing about. I frowned. What do you mean? Oh, you know. She wiggled her eyebrows up and down suggestively. Crossing my arms, I sank back in the couch. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, come on, Claire. It's obvious. Come on what? My voice came out in a squeak. What is so obvious? Get off it, girl. She lifted a pillow from the couch and threw it at my chest, laughing. You have feelings for Alex Murphy. My jaw dropped open for a moment. Then I promptly recovered by throwing the pillow right back into her face, because her accusation was absolutely and positively true. My warm fuzzies for Alex were so totally embarrassing. He had all of the personality traits that usually turned me off. The man was cynical and stubborn and way too smart for his own good. Not to mention he was arrogant, mischievous, and super irritating. I most certainly did not want to like him. No. 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 And no again. Michelle had totally caught me. Big time. I do not like Alex Murphy, I said, my voice shaky. Whoa. Why was I nervous? Maybe because my voice didn't sound very convincing to my ears or to my heart. Wait a minute. Should I finally admit to her that I have feelings for Alex? I mean, other than the feelings of irritation? This is me you're talking to, sweetie. She grabbed me by the wrist, pulled me closer to her on the couch, and rested her hand on my arm as if the case were settled. You don't have to make up silly excuses about sabotage to justify spending time with Alex. It's okay that you like him. I totally get it. His sabotage is not an excuse to spend time with him, I said, pushing her condescending hand away. Okay, may have some unwanted feelings for Alex. But it's not like I was acting on them. This event today was to save Missy's wedding and my business. If I don't go, then Alex will try to find a way to convince Missy the venue isn't perfect. I have to go along and stop him. I have to help Missy before he ruins her wedding. That's all. The smirk on her face showed she didn't believe me. And I had to admit, the story did sound far-fetched. I probably wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't known it was all dead true. I'm not going because I like Alex, I said, my voice ending in a squeak. For real. She tilted her head. Okay. I squinted suspiciously at her. Good. I'm glad that's settled. Totally, she said, leaning closer and then sniffing my neck. Gee, you're wearing your most expensive perfume? Well, yeah. Her gaze swept over the flowing pale pink dress with peasant sleeves I'd put on earlier. New dress? She asked, raising her brows. I rolled my eyes. I found it at Dazzle on clearance when I was shopping with Janine today. I threw it on because it's comfortable. She nodded. Sure. I snatched the pint of ice cream from her and the spoon because she no longer deserved it. Suggesting I would cancel my date to spend time with Alex Murphy because I liked him? Ridiculous. Looks like you curled your hair, which you rarely do. Interesting. No. I mean, look, I had some extra time and... The doorbell rang right at that moment and I was spared from coming up with some random explanation as to why I'd spent 30 minutes curling my hair if I did not, in fact, want Alex. Why had I spent so much time on my hair, anyway? Expecting someone special? She asked, elbowing me in the side. Just, Alex. I pushed Michelle into the cushions of the couch before standing up and grabbing my purse. Coming to pick you up for your date, she teased. It's not a date. He offered me a ride and you know my car is non-functional, I said, stopping to check my makeup in the hallway mirror before walking to the door. I turned back to her. I'll see you later tonight after I save Missy's wedding from destruction. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door to find Alex standing there. He looked amazingly handsome and my belly did a somersault. Not a good sign. Hi, Alex. I'll be sure to tell your date you had to cancel. Michelle's voice came loud and clear from the living room. Have fun with Alex. Yeah, bye, I said, my face heating. The chance that Alex had missed her very loud comment was pretty much non-existent. Well, unless he'd lost his hearing in the last 24 hours. I hurried out the door and closed it before Michelle could say anything else, but the amused grin on Alex's face told me the damage had already been done. What? The corner of his mouth rose. You canceled a date? A chance at everlasting love? Oh, you believe in love now? I asked. He raised an eyebrow, confirming his stance on the subject hadn't changed. I checked my watch and tapped the face. We don't want to be late. You might miss your chance to spill red wine all over the carpet, or whatever you have planned. Alex chuckled as we walked down the path toward his car. I felt the warmth of his arm as it brushed mine and my heart went all fluttery. Whatever. Physical attraction didn't mean I was coming to this event because of my feelings for him. It meant he had nice arms. And shoulders. And his hint of a smile was a bit sexy. Oh, man. I had to stop this madness. We climbed into Alex's car and I inhaled the spicy scent of his cologne. Yum. Ugh. I needed to focus on the real reason I'd canceled my date, to help Missy and for no other purpose but that one. Certainly not to spend time with Alex out of the pure joy of it. Unaware of my internal angst, Alex shifted his car into gear and pulled away from my townhome. But as he drove north toward the vineyard, which Olivia had proposed as a venue for Missy's wedding, I continued to think things over. If I didn't want Alex, then why would it matter to me if he knew about my date? Or, more specifically, the fact that I'd canceled my date. The worry surrounding the possible answers to this question made my brain hurt. Luckily, he didn't bring up my canceled date again. We made small chat during the drive and also listened to the radio, with a minor battle over the radio stations between his country songs about breakups and relationships going bust, and my preference for love songs, the sappier, the better. Finally, we pulled into the gravel parking lot of a hillside vineyard on the outskirts of Napa. I immediately spotted Olivia standing with the wedding party at the entrance. As Alex and I walked toward them, I reminded myself that I was here to stop Alex from ruining any aspect of this wedding. And I would perform my duty at all costs. Love and the future success of my business were at stake here. These were my sole concerns, not how good Alex looked in his blue button-up shirt. Claire! Missy's face lit up as we approached and she squealed. I didn't know you were coming today. Do you remember when we were girls and we used to say that Napa would be the most beautiful place to get married? Do you remember? A warmth of nostalgia flowed through me, making me smile. Yes, I remember. And now I'm actually doing it. Missy exclaimed before throwing her arms around me and squeezing me tight. I'm living the dream we both had. Since you're not engaged or dating or seeing anyone, I mean. Yes, you're doing it, I said, flatly. Once again, Missy was showing me up. So much for thinking she genuinely wanted to reminisce about our youth. Don't worry, she said, turning from me to Alex with her bottom lip pushed out, as if being a single woman was akin to being a poor abandoned puppy that needed saving from the local animal shelter. I'm sure you'll be as happy as I am. Someday. Her condescending words gave me the urge to whip out my phone, call a car service for a ride home, and leave Alex to his wedding-wrecking devices. Luckily, my practical side grabbed hold of me before I could flee. I needed Missy to wear my dress. And there needed to be a wedding if she was going to wear my dress. So, I smiled even though it hurt my cheeks. I'm so happy for you, Missy, I said, thinking what would make me happy would be the hundreds of thousands of social media likes on the photo of Missy wearing a Forever Designs by Claire wedding dress. And love, of course. I was still rooting for love, even though she'd rubbed it in my face. Alex left my side and greeted the groom, exchanging a few jokes. Then, to my surprise, he fell in line beside me as we started the tour in the tasting room of the vineyard. I couldn't help but wonder why Alex would stick with me when he knew I'd thwart his every move. But then I was handed a wine glass with a sample pour of a white wine, which distracted me. Oh, yum. As the winemaker explained the winemaking process from grapes to wine, I leaned toward Alex. I just want to drink the wine. I don't want to know where it comes from. His eyebrow rose. You don't find it interesting how the weather from 2 years ago affected the grapes and, thus, the wine you're drinking now? Not especially. I knocked back the Chardonnay and leaned toward him. Although I do appreciate any liquid process that isn't going to eat my flesh. He chuckled, leaning close to my ear. You know I was only joking. Right? His warm breath caressed the skin beneath my ear, sending a ripple of tingles up my neck. My breath caught in my throat, making me unable to respond. So I raised a shoulder, giving him a wide-eyed look that hopefully didn't say that I'd been naive enough to halfway believe him. Next, he nudged my shoulder, making my belly grow warm. Oh, man. Was it hot in here? The oak barrels are a nice touch to the decor in this room. Olivia's voice rang out, bringing me back to the wine tour. Alex gave me a long look as if he, too, had been lost in the moment, which just went to show the effects of good wine. Finally, Alex turned to face Olivia, who pointed out more tasteful features of the room and noted good spots for flower arrangements. As Olivia went on to describe the layout of the reception, there was an unreadable expression on Alex's face and I couldn't help wondering what he was thinking. I kept my eagle eyes on him, waiting for him to make his move. Suddenly, he glanced at me, and the corners of his mouth turned upward. His gaze captured mine and my cheeks went hot. He remained silent, which made me suspect he had a new plan up his sleeve to sabotage the wedding. And here, of course, would be the perfect place to have cocktails after the ceremony, Olivia said, as I studied Alex out of the corner of my eye. The hanging vines on the brick exterior make an elegant background for wedding photos, Missy. Missy appeared delighted with Olivia's comments about the venue, which was good. This winery backdrop would definitely complement my wedding dress design. Alex ambled behind Olivia and the wedding party as everyone walked out to the grand patio of the vineyard. I followed him, taking in the view that overlooked acres of grapevines across rolling hills, the leaves giving off glints of gold in the late afternoon sun. Olivia pointed to where the fresh sushi station, which Kyle insisted on having, could be set up, and that's when Alex opened his mouth and held his finger up. I immediately leapt toward him to cut off whatever protest he was about to say. Instead of an outburst, he closed his mouth and started laughing. Had he tricked me? That devious little. You think you're so clever, I whispered as we made our way down the stone steps. I've been told I'm quite clever, actually, he whispered back, the closeness of his lips making me retreat a step. I do have a PhD, you know. Watch your step. But it was too late. I tripped over a potted plant at the bottom of the stairs and then started falling toward the pavement until a firm hand took hold of my forearm and steadied me. Alex! He'd saved me from major embarrassment and physical pain. My feet steadied on the gravel path at the bottom of the steps, which weaved throughout the rows of vines. My gaze instinctively went to his hand, which was still wrapped around my arm. His touch was warm and gentle, causing butterflies to go wild in my belly. I noticed the scar on his pinky from when he'd broken it at the playground when we were kids. We'd been participating in a not-so-bright game of riding bikes with our eyes closed. Alex had been set to win if that teeter-totter hadn't gotten in his way. I glanced up at Alex and noticed a pink tint color his cheeks. He looked away, cleared his throat, and released my arm. Just making sure you're okay, he said. I know. I nodded, trying to ignore the flutter in my belly and focus on Olivia's wild gestures as she pointed this way and that like a flight attendant who'd had one too many cups of coffee. But even as I tried to distract myself from the feeling of Alex's hand on my arm, I couldn't deny the major sparks between us. I couldn't get out of my head the way I felt when he'd touched me. Had he felt the spark, too? This space is absolutely spectacular, Olivia said, as she pushed back two wide barn doors that opened up to a large space filled with wine barrels. The final rays of sun filtered through high windows and created a soft, hazy glow amongst the massive oak barrels. The air smelled earthly and rich and felt heavy and dewy. It felt like an intimate, magical, and special place. I knew then that if I were Missy, I'd get married right here and nowhere else. I could sense that everyone felt the same way since we'd all grown quiet. Then I watched Olivia and one of the groomsmen walk back outside. Wrapped up in the beauty of the place, I suddenly realized I'd lost track of Alex. Where had he gone? I spun around to locate him, but my foot caught on something, and this time Alex wasn't around to save me. Ack! I yelled, as I went down on my side, my feet in the air. Worry shot through me as my ankle twisted and I blinked. What just happened? As I lay sprawled out across the barn floor, I pictured Alex ruining Missy's wedding while an ambulance took me to the emergency room. No way. I had to do something for the sake of love, so I yelped. Ow, my ankle! I clutched at my ankle while I curled into the fetal position on the dusty, wooden floor. As some of the wedding party gathered around me, I told myself the humiliation of being viewed in my pathetic state would be worth the embarrassment if it stopped Alex's nefarious plans so Missy and Kyle could get married at this perfect spot. Wait a minute. Had the maid of honor snapped a photo of me with her phone camera? She'd better not put that online. Oh, Claire! What happened? Missy knelt at my side, dusting off a little section of wood first before setting her knee all the way down next to me in her pink, designer pants. I couldn't blame her for worrying about her clothes first. Her outfit probably cost more than my rent. Are you all right, Claire? Alex appeared at my other side, his forehead wrinkled and his gaze intent on mine. His jaw tensed as he placed his hand on my forehead and looked deep in my eyes. Your pupils are the same size. I don't think you have a concussion. I didn't hit my head, I said, failing to mention that I'd twisted my ankle and then promptly fell on my booty. He looked so nervous that I felt the need to reassure him I was okay. I'm totally fine. I tripped on that uneven board. Clumsy me. The tension in Alex's jaw loosened and then he turned to Missy. Looks like you'd be putting your guests in peril by having your ceremony here. Maybe you should. No, I interrupted, jabbing Alex in the ribs. Irritation rolled through me at how quickly he'd gone from concern over me to sabotaging Missy's wedding. I'm a total klutz. This is the perfect venue for Missy and Kyle's wedding. Missy pulled my hands into hers and beamed. Do you really love this place, Claire? She asked, squeezing my hands. Your opinion means the world to me. Maybe one day if you get married, you could have your wedding here, too. My jaw dropped. Couldn't we have one nice moment without her shoving my singleness and potential for eternal loneliness in my face? How does your ankle feel? Missy asked, as the crowd dispersed and Kyle asked for more wine, the maid of honor agreeing wholeheartedly that more wine was needed. Do we need to call a paramedic? Maybe Alex could wait with you while we go on with the tour? Alex opened his mouth, but I jumped in before he could protest. Great thinking, Missy, I said, pushing myself up to a sitting position. Alex could help me up those stairs and we can find some ice for my ankle. It's settled. Missy clapped her hands. Alex, you don't mind, do you? You don't care about the silly tour anyway, right? I turned to Alex, happy to finally be the one with the victorious smile. Right, Alex? I asked sweetly. He gave us each a strange look and then shrugged. Of course I'll help Claire. Great, it's settled. Olivia! Missy called over her shoulder, pushing to her feet and clip-clopping away on her perfect white heels, somehow appearing untouched by the dust and dirt of the barn floor. I love this place. Book it. The venue is perfect. Missy rushed out of the barn, leaving Alex and me alone together amongst the hazy, golden light and the towering wine barrels. Alex held out a hand and pulled me to my feet. Then he leaned against a stack of wine barrels and kept hold of my hand. There's nothing wrong with your ankle, is there? Not so much. I grinned and shook my head. He studied me, his brown eyes deepening. I was suddenly aware of how quiet it was in here, how alone we were, and how he was still holding my hand. My heart started pounding in my chest. Oh. The sparks were back. I wondered if Alex could feel them, too. I closed my eyes, imagining him leaning forward and kissing me like he did all those years ago. When I opened my eyes, his face was only inches from mine. His gaze moved from my eyes to my mouth. My breath hitched as we stared into each other's eyes. If we kissed now, all these years later, would his lips still feel as soft and sweet against mine? A zing shot through my belly. Then the corners of Alex's mouth slowly curved upward. "You're a worthy adversary, Claire," he said, a hint of something hidden in his tone, and I so wanted to know what that tone meant. A very worthy adversary. And I found myself wanting to be so much more. Chapter 7. When I turned 16 years old, my parents suggested that I get a job and earn some money. After all, those strawberry-flavored lip glosses and choker necklaces weren't going to pay for themselves. So, I began my job search and quickly found I needed a resume. After hours at the Blue Moon Bay Library's computer, I ended up with a one-page sheet with my name, phone number, address, and a single bullet point under my work experience. I'd babysat for my aunt and uncle exactly once. With my not-so-vast employment experience, I landed the glorious job of washing dishes at the Over-the-Moon diner. That job gave me the experience I needed to eventually work at the Dazzle dress shop in downtown Blue Moon Bay. But I still remembered that humiliating feeling of handing out such a thin resume and seeing the resulting unimpressed faces of manager after manager. That exact feeling came back to me tenfold right here and right now at Missy's first wedding dress fitting on Wednesday. "Catch me up on what I've missed," Missy said, as I pinned a section of the skirt and stepped back, avoiding the stack of white fabric piled against the wall in my office. I eyed the effect as Missy gazed back at me and said, "I want your entire dating history since I last saw you. It's been 9 years since we last saw each other, Claire. You must have some amazing stories for me with that much time passed." I glanced at her, thinking that her comment felt exactly the same as those managers saying, "Surely you've had some work experience that I'm not seeing." Nope. And nope. I said, hoping for a way to move away from the topic of my disastrous dating life. "What do you think of this length as opposed to the one I sketched?" "You're the designer," Missy said, waving her hand dismissively, as if she were trying to pass herself off as a low-maintenance client. "Yeah, right. I want to hear who you've dated, how it went, and what happened in the end. Don't leave out any of the juicy details." My work resume at 16 was practically blank, and the results of my dating resume at 27 felt blank, too. At least at 16 I had the excuse of being young, right? You know, I shrugged, thinking my love life history ranked as the employment equivalent of babysitting for my aunt and uncle that one time for $5 an hour. I date here and there. But no great love. Nothing that interesting. No way, girlfriend. Missy shook her head and swatted at me as I circled around her to see how the skirt was laying. "Give me the details." Super popular model Missy would laugh herself silly if she knew about the guy I went out with who had used the excuse of a busted pipe in his apartment to get out of paying the check after dinner at Frankie's Fiesta downtown. Hopefully, Olivia hadn't let any of my pathetic dating history slip. I mean, Missy would probably take her business elsewhere on the assumption that her dress would be cursed if she knew about the magician I dated who claimed he truly pulled a real rabbit out of a hat once, even though nobody had been there to see it. Talk about crazy. Nobody knew about the magician but my sister, Charlie. And I'd sworn Charlie to secrecy. "I'm not sure what to tell you," I said, wondering how hard and how many times I'd have to poke myself with my pin to create a large enough injury to leave my office right now. If only. Unfortunately, I had to finish the dress. If I'm being totally honest, dating has been quiet lately. I've been focused on my business and haven't had time for love, you know? Well, that, and I'd never found a guy who gave me those permanent warm fuzzies in my heart. Suddenly, the image of Alex leaning forward to kiss me all those years ago popped into my head. The vision felt so real I could almost feel his lips on mine. Shiver. Missy gave me a sympathetic look and nodded. I totally get that you don't have anyone special now, but you haven't dated anyone good at all? Ever? Okay, I was no longer considering poking myself with the pin. I'd much rather poke Missy right now. Why must she keep bringing up my lack of a love life? She'd made it clear that she was getting married and not me. Yay, her. She'd found the one and I was still spending my evenings alone with a personal pan pizza. She was basking in the bliss of love while I was wallowing in the stacks of overdue notices. Missy won and I lost, which was beyond obvious. Did she have to keep rubbing it in? I just haven't found the right guy yet, I said, tugging the corset of her dress until it smoothed to perfection. That's all. Truthfully, I currently had a hard time holding on to the possibility that there was a right guy out there for me. I wasn't sure when that change had happened. Maybe bombed date after bombed date was finally wearing away my optimism. Or maybe Alex's lack of faith in everlasting love was starting to rub off on me. Who knew? Regardless, I had a sinking feeling in my stomach that finding the one might be a girlish fantasy. I no longer wore plastic glass slippers and waved my wand at pumpkins. Perhaps it was time, too, for my childish conception of finding the one to end. What if all that was left to single women were super cute and geeky scientists who tried to destroy weddings? All of the evidence I'd collected throughout my dating life seemed to point in the direction of looking for the one who will do, I guess, and not the one. Alex was extensive evidence of the single men out there, after all. The thought depressed me. Come on, Claire, Missy said, turning around to face me as I worked at the back of her dress where I was sewing in an inlay of lace. At least tell me the type of guy that you're into. Kyle is perfection. I can't believe I'm so lucky. If I could clone him for you, I totally would. She giggled and I forced myself to giggle, too. Last Sunday, Kyle had actually seemed more interested in a sushi station and more wine than the location to say I do to his beloved. The thought of marrying a clone of him made me want to run away screaming. Why do you want to talk about the type of guy I'm attracted to? So we can have a good chuckle at how no such man exists? Come on, Claire, Missy said, giving me a playful look. It's just us girls, chatting like old times. Plus, it's so boring standing here like this the whole time while you're doing your thing. You must entertain me while you work. Pretty please? I reminded myself of all the business Missy's social media pictures in her dress would bring to me, which would make all of this torture worth it. I inhaled deeply to steady my breathing, willing my fingers to sew faster. Well, I sighed, deciding to give in. I'd like a man who makes me laugh and... Claire! My hand paused mid-stitch at her harsh tone. I glanced up to find Missy staring at me with a disapproving frown over her shoulder. What? I asked, rather confused. Don't give me throwaway adjectives, she said, her tone wrought with sincerity. Everybody wants someone who makes them laugh. Tell me what you want. I cleared my throat and picked at a stray thread on Missy's dress, desperately wanting to be somewhere else. The thought of the kind of man I was looking for made my heart pinch. Come on, Claire. Or, I'm going to go to Frankie's Fiesta to eat a big, sloppy burrito while wearing the stunning gown. And I'll slurp a strawberry red margarita, too. I cringed at the idea of Missy stepping inside Frankie's Fiesta and eating a burrito there, but not because of her threat. I knew she'd never go through with it. I worried because she'd required her dress to be so form-fitting that extra calories might make a seam pop, yikes. Fine, I'll tell you, I relented, returning to my stitches and chewing at my lip as I thought about the kind of person I wanted to share my life with. Honestly, I want someone I'm so connected to that I can see every emotion he's feeling just by looking in his eyes. No one else might be able to tell that he's upset or frustrated or hurt, but I would know him so well that I could tell how he feels through his eyes, like a window to his soul. Missy hummed. Now we're getting somewhere. Tell me more. I want someone who is stubborn, I said, slightly surprised that I was being this open with the woman I'd wanted to stab with a needle minutes ago. Someone who won't give up on me, or on us. Someone who knows we're meant to be together, even when I might have doubts after a bad day. He'll hold on to what we have and won't let me go, no matter what. I finished stitching the lace inlay and found that I was still kneeling on the floor. I'd expected to practically run away once I'd finished this first fitting with Missy, but somehow I felt like I'd unloaded a weight off my chest by opening up to her. After all of these years, I found myself missing the days when we'd been besties. She stood on the pedestal, nodding her head. What else? The corners of my mouth lifted. I want a man who leaves a mark on my heart. Someone who never leaves my mind, whose face I see when I close my eyes, whose lips I feel even when he's far away, and whose scent I catch when I walk down the street. I want someone who I may try not to think about, but I'd fail again and again and again. He's that entrenched in my soul. Wow. Missy let out a long sigh. Then she and I remained silent for a few moments. Finally, she cleared her throat. That reminded me of the kind of love from a Hallmark movie. I let out a nervous laugh, stood, and then stretched my stiff legs. Sorry, I said, avoiding her gaze by adjusting pins along her dress. That was probably more detail than you wanted. I don't know where all of that came from. Missy stared at me. Claire? Something wrong with the dress? I asked. No, Missy said, raising her eyebrows. I'm just wondering, what do you think about Alex? My belly did a little flip, making me sigh. I think he's trying to destroy Missy's wedding. I think he's a very frustrating individual who annoys me down to my bones every time I see him. I also think I could draw his eyes from memory alone. Alex? I raised a shoulder and lifted my hand. I don't think anything about Alex. Missy raised an eyebrow. Not at all? No, I insisted, watching Missy grin, which made my nerves go on edge. Could she sense my unwitting feelings for Alex? How he made my heart thud in my chest every time we were together. But part of that was probably because I knew he was plotting to ruin Missy's wedding, and it was an extra side effect of the adrenaline. Well, I'm sure you'll find the right guy someday, Claire, she said, still grinning at me. Even if you don't think the right guy is Alex. It's not. My eyebrows came together and she was really starting to annoy me. Missy held up her hands and shrugged. Whatever you say. I moved around to the back of Missy so she couldn't eye me any longer. Then I busied myself with the silk strings of her corset. We should schedule your second fitting before you leave, I said, making it clear that we were done talking about my love life. Or, lack of one. Just think about what we talked about, all right? Missy asked. I want you to be as happy as I am right now. Could she not go 3 minutes without reminding me of her own personal sunshine while I was stuck under a perpetual rain cloud? As I helped Missy out of her dress, I did my best to ignore what was truly upsetting me, which shockingly wasn't Missy or her non-stop bragging about her wedding. It was the fact that she was right about my feelings for Alex. He was the one with the depth in his eyes. He was the definition of stubborn. He was the one I could never forget. If I were to admit this to Missy, she surely wouldn't see the glaringly obvious problem that I see. She'd scream and clap her hands together and bounce those perfect curls up and down. But that's only because she doesn't know the truth. Alex doesn't believe in love. How could he be the one for me if he wants to ruin the beautiful wedding flowers and curse the wedding cake? How could he be the right guy if he sees weddings as expensive torture and married life as doomed to end in pain and suffering? How can Alex be my forever love if he doesn't even believe forever love exists? When you feel the way I feel right now, Claire, Missy said as she slung her designer purse over her shoulder, you'll know the search was worth it. I nodded as politely as I could and sagged against the door after walking her out of my office. I don't know if I ever would have gotten up if my cell phone on my desk hadn't rung right at that moment. It was my sister, Charlie. Perfect timing, I thought. If anyone could restore my faith in true love and fairy tale endings, it was Charlie and her boyfriend, Luke Montgomery. Even Alex, cold-hearted, stubborn, resistant Alex, couldn't deny that Charlie and Luke could be called nothing but soulmates. Their love was beautiful and pure and selfless, and hearing from her was exactly what I needed. "Hey, sis," I said, answering the phone. "Love is the absolute worst," Charlie said, groaning on the line. My chin dropped to my chest. Sigh. How did I stand a chance with love if even Charlie was suffering from love problems? "What's wrong?" I asked. "Is it Luke?" I could practically hear the gears in Charlie's head whirling. "I don't know, maybe I'm being too sensitive," Charlie said. "Am I being too sensitive?" "Well, that depends," I said, having zero information to go on. "Why don't you tell me what's wrong and then I'll tell you whether you're being too sensitive or not." The line went silent and then Charlie sighed. "I think Luke might be cheating." "Cheating?" I asked, waiting for the punchline. I couldn't imagine Luke ever cheating. It wasn't in his honest nature. It would be more likely that Missy would stop bringing up my singleton status than for Luke to cheat. That would never happen. "I'm sure you're being too sensitive, sis. Luke isn't that type of guy." I know, Charlie said, blowing out a breath. "He's been distant recently. We're on the same set for Just One Love and yet I barely see him. He keeps disappearing during breaks. Something's going on. I don't know. I'm scared, Claire. I'm scared to lose him. I wished my sister were here with me right now. Want to meet at Scotty's for a glass of wine to talk about it?" "Can't. I have an early show tomorrow morning. Bags under my eyes won't exactly win me an Emmy." "You'll get one," I said, wishing she could meet up for her and for me, too. I wanted to tell her about Missy and her wedding and her dress. I wanted to tell her about Alex. I wanted her to tell me what to do. Because I had no clue anymore. Right now, though, it was my turn to be there for her. So I stood up straight and cleared my throat and spoke calmly and confidently. "Now you listen to me, Charlie, and you listen to me good, do you hear?" Charlie laughed softly on the line. Yeah, I'm listening. What you have with Luke is special. It's meant to be. If I could create a human myself, I couldn't have done a better job of making you a more perfect match. He's kind and sweet and he loves you. Anyone that sees the two of you together can see that clear as day. You have to trust that love. You have to fight for that love. You have to hold on tightly to that love. Because there is nothing more precious in life than love. Charlie exhaled and I knew she was nodding to my words even though I couldn't see her. "You're right," Charlie said, sounding tired. "Of course, you're right. I've been working so much that I'm exhausted and these niggling doubts keep appearing in my head. I needed the reminder that I'm being paranoid. You're the best little sister in the world, did you know that? You're the best big sister. I grinned. We said our goodbyes and then I hung up the phone to find myself alone in my office. I said all those words about love and knew deep down I believed them in the same way I believe 2 + 2 is 4. But I didn't feel that faith in love right now. I had to fake my certainty and pretend some of the passion. And I wasn't sure how to gain my confidence and love back. Chapter 8. On Friday, I climbed into the cab and rode across Blue Moon Bay to Alex's condo, trying to convince myself that I was indeed annoyed at the last-minute task Missy had heaped onto my already busy schedule. "Claire, darling, you know how a guy's taste can be," she'd said over the phone. "Missy, I'm sure Kyle picked out a suit just fine," I'd said, sighing. "He is after all a big boy." "Yes, but it would put my mind at ease if you could take a quick look," Missy had countered, her voice rising to a higher pitch with every word. "Just to see if the tuxedo will look nice with my dress. How would you feel if I showed up in your gorgeous dress and the groom was wearing a powder blue tux?" "What then, Claire?" I would have bet that only dogs could hear Missy's voice by the end of it all. "Please, Claire," Missy had begged. "Swing by Alex's place and check. I'll love you forever." I had been about to inform her that I simply didn't have time when I stopped. "What do you mean by Alex's place? Didn't I mention that's where Kyle's tuxedo is?" "Okay, I'll do it," I'd said, and then tried to convince myself it was only because I found extra space in my schedule and was heading toward that part of town anyway. It wasn't because I'd get to see Alex, who I hadn't seen since Sunday. Not at all. As my knee bounced in the back of the cab, I tried to convince myself I wasn't excited for the excuse to see Alex. My palms grew sweaty as we neared his place. I tried to explain it away with the stress of my timeline leading up to the wedding and not the feelings I feared were growing in my heart. And I tried to tell myself I was annoyed at Missy for the inconvenience as I climbed the stairs to Alex's place, but I couldn't stop the smile that spread across my face as I knocked on the door. "Come in," Alex called from inside. Okay, I turned the unlocked door handle and slipped in to find Alex sitting at his kitchen table, surrounded by stacks of science journals and lab reports and textbooks and notebooks of neatly printed findings. While his workspace was organized chaos, my own workspace was straight-up chaos, plain and simple. He stared intently at a chart with hundreds of numbers and chewed at the end of a pen. His hair was ruffled like he'd been dragging his hands through it in frustration. He wore black-rimmed glasses with his typical tweed jacket, and it made him look the part of the eccentric, brainy professor. I couldn't stop my belly from doing a little flip. "How did you know it was me and not some burglar?" I asked. He looked up at me with a grin and I got momentarily distracted by how much he looked like Ralph Lauren model advertising a library collection. Except his glasses actually had prescriptions in them and he actually knew the knowledge inside the books he was reading. "What exactly would you like to steal?" he asked, sweeping his hand across his apartment. He had a point. As opposed to the apartment I shared with Michelle, Alex's place was bare. Not only was there no television or expensive computer or game console, there were no decorations. I couldn't help but think of his lab, sterile, clean, and entirely utilitarian. The only thing adorning the wall in the living room was a small bookcase with books bearing titles with long words I couldn't pronounce if I wanted to. But then I spotted something. "This," I said, walking to the side table next to the couch in the living room. "I'd steal this." Alex turned in his chair and laughed when he saw what I had picked up. "My lava lamp?" I grinned and nodded. He shook his head and walked over to me. "No," he said, shaking his head. "I'm sorry, but you'll have to pick something else to steal. Perhaps you'd be interested in a waffle maker?" I tapped my chin. I'm going to have to stick with the lava lamp. Bag of uncooked rice? Nope. Electric toothbrush? Got one already. Oh, how about this, a mug that says coffee equals happiness. My cupboard is already filled with coffee mugs. He groaned. Then he held up his finger and darted away before returning with a pillow. This is memory foam, he said, offering it as another substitute for his lava lamp. Cradles the neck perfectly, and it's very soft. Much more valuable than a lava lamp. I tried not to laugh as he caressed my cheek with the pillow. So soft, he cooed. Tempting, I said, pushing the pillow away. But I can't be swayed from this lava lamp. He faked a resigned sigh and shrugged. I guess I understand. I am a huge fan of the lava lamp myself. I laughed. Yeah, I know. I remember. But I stopped talking abruptly. I stopped before I continued to say, I remember from your room that night in the 7th grade when we kissed. I stopped because I didn't want to admit to him that I remembered it. Oh, so well. He stared at me, making me wonder if maybe he remembered that kiss, too. His eyes were soft as we looked into each other's eyes. I wanted to believe that he did remember. I really, truly did. But that was silly. Of course he didn't. Finally, I set the lava lamp back down and cleared my throat. I was about to say that I came here for Kyle's tuxedo. I'm supposed to look at it, study it, make sure it's appropriate. You know the drill. Normal crazy bride stuff. A flash of disappointment crossed his face. Right, I'll go grab it, he said. He left the room and I smacked my palm against my forehead, and if I had the flexibility then I would have kicked myself in the shin as well. How could I possibly think that Alex remembered a random, inconsequential, silly night from 15 years ago? And here we are. He strode into the living room, holding a suit cover on a hanger. His head tilted to the side. You all right? He asked. Yeah, I answered quickly. Why wouldn't I be? He assessed me with amused eyes, but then moved away to lay Kyle's tuxedo on the coffee table. He unzipped the cover as I walked over to him. But I felt like I couldn't stand too close to him, so I squinted to see the details of the lapel on the tuxedo. I'm not sure what I thought would happen if I moved closer to Alex. Maybe I thought he'd be able to read my mind and see the memory of the kiss replaying in my head. Maybe I thought our hands would brush against one another's and he'd feel that every hair on my skin was raised, tingling with electricity. Why are you acting strangely? He asked. I'm not. He gestured to the rather odd amount of distance between us and raised an eyebrow. I have very good eyesight, I said, ignoring his infectious smile. So you'd be fine if I stepped this way? He slid a foot across the carpet toward me. Makes no difference to me. I eyed him with a sense of panic before forcing a shrug. I could sense him watching me, so I kept my attention focused on the tuxedo. I already knew it would be fine with Missy's dress, but if I didn't keep studying the suit, I wasn't sure what I might do. I caught the faintest hint of Alex's cologne. Oh, yum. And if I moved a little bit closer, you wouldn't care at all? He asked again. There is nothing I could care less about than where you are standing, I lied. I'm going to move further this way then, he said, his tone playful, and yet I almost thought I heard a nervousness in there, too. If you don't care, of course. I don't care, I said, as he stopped with his shoulder only a hair's breadth from mine. What do you think of the tuxedo? He crossed his arms and his arm grazed mine. My stomach did a cartwheel. I knew I needed to form a few words like it's fine or it will do or even just looks good would have done the trick. But all my mind could focus on was how close he was to me. I knew more than a few silent seconds had passed and I knew we were quickly entering the awkward zone. But I couldn't speak and couldn't think. I'd basically stopped breathing when Alex took things into his own hands and moved to stand in front of me. He was so close that if my lungs could figure out how to expand again, our chests would be pressed together. "Is this too close?" he asked, his voice nothing more than a whisper. It was soft, delicate, and tender. He wasn't teasing anymore. The amused grin was gone. There was no mischievous glint in his eyes. This was a real moment. It felt like the first real moment he and I had shared since he returned to Blue Moon Bay. What was I supposed to do? Those seconds were precious, and I knew it. It was like a comet passing across the night sky or a flash of morning light on a drop of dew. Blink and it would be gone. I didn't want to blink. I wanted to say something honest to Alex. I wanted to reach my hand out and intertwine my fingers in his. I wanted to rise up to my tippy toes and press a kiss to his cheek. I wanted to shake my head and say no, it isn't too close at all. But then the sound of my phone ringing sent an invasive, shrill tone through the air like a loud intruder. I so wanted to cancel my cell phone service. Chapter 9. After my phone rang throughout Alex's quiet living room, it was as if someone suddenly turned off the slow motion and the moment he and I were having. Everything sped along far too fast, but I couldn't stop it. I sucked in a breath and glanced down at my purse and fumbled with the zipper. Alex let out a nervous laugh, raked his fingers through his hair, and stepped away from me. He might as well have been on one side of the Grand Canyon while I was on the other. I managed to pluck my cell phone from the mess of makeup, business cards, candy wrappers, sunglasses, and coins at the bottom of my purse. One glance at the screen and I groaned. "Hey, Michelle," I said, answering the phone and turning my back on Alex. "I didn't forget." "It seems to me that you forgot," Michelle said, her tone not exactly friendly. "I'm here at Scotty's seafood restaurant and you're definitely not here, unless you're hiding in the bathroom or something. You said you'd try to make it this time, so call a cab and get over here." I bit my lip. Tonight was the setup Michelle had planned after I'd skipped out on the double date to tour Missy's wedding venue. I'd half-heartedly told her I'd try to make it when she mentioned the setup earlier and I planned to go, but hadn't thought checking on the tux would take so long. I was supposed to have been at the restaurant 10 minutes ago. Oops. "Tim is really excited to meet you, okay?" Michelle said. "I told him you were pretty sure you could make it. So, can you please hurry up? Is he talking about his job?" I asked, wondering why she insisted on setting me up with him when I clearly wasn't interested. "Because you know how I love learning about used cars." Not exactly a sore subject for me right now, or anything. There was a pause on the line and it was all the answer I needed. This was going to be a boring date. "The talk has been very informative," Michelle finally answered. "Just get here, okay? He's nice." Nice. Was that what I wanted in a guy? A cup of coffee in the morning was nice. A blue sky was nice. A new song on the radio was nice. But my dreams of love were more than the ordinary, the typical, and the expected nice. I couldn't help but think that I wanted more. And yet, maybe nice was all that was in the stars for me. "I'll head over there now," I said, letting out a sigh. Michelle and I said our quick goodbyes and I slipped my phone back into my purse. I turned to Alex, fidgeting with the hem of my flowing sleeves. "Sorry about that, but I have to go," I said, expecting Alex to nod and smile casually and say a friendly, "See you later then." But when I moved to leave he tilted his head and frowned. "Why?" he asked. I blinked. "Why what?" He stared at me. "Why do you have to go?" Who was this person standing in front of me who suddenly cared where I was going? I wasn't sure, but I even thought I heard a tinge of jealousy in his voice. I have a double date that I'm late to, I said, since it was true. A line formed between his eyebrows. Don't go, Claire. I blinked again. I'm sorry? He crossed his arms. Don't go. I pushed down the overwhelming desire to stay, especially since he just asked me to. But who was I kidding? Alex didn't want me to stay for the same reasons I wanted to stay. He probably only wanted to get more ammunition to sabotage the tux, or something. I have to go, Alex. I have a date who's waiting for me. Don't go, he repeated. I have to, I said, wondering what he had up his sleeve. I told you. I have a date. You're required to go on a date tonight? Not really. Yes. Then go on one, he said, making me a little sad that he was giving up the argument. But then he added, go on one with me. One what? I stared at him as the realization hit me. My mouth opened and my eyes widened. I'm not quite sure my brain could have processed his words correctly. Did you just say, to go on a date with you? Yes. He stepped toward me and lifted my hand, running his thumb over the top and sending shivers up my arm and neck. Go on a date with me, Claire. I blinked up at him, the pieces slowly falling into place. Alex Murphy asked me out on a date. You want me to go on a date with you? I asked, needing confirmation. He smiled. With me. What do you say? Still stunned, I managed a nod. Yes, he asked. Yes. I nodded again and this time I smiled. The corners of his mouth curved upward. Okay, then. Michelle was going to lecture me for life. But it would be worth it. Finally, 15 years after that lava lamp kiss, I was going on a date with Alex Murphy. I could hardly believe it. 20 minutes later, I'd called Michelle to cancel my appearance at Scotty's and was now on a major high, with the same sentence circling my brain over and over. I was on a date with Alex Murphy. I was on a date with Alex Murphy. I was on a date with Alex Murphy. Not that it was a big deal, of course. Casual. Just casual. It was simply two people eating and talking. People do that all the time. Every day even. But this time, it was because I was on a date with Alex Murphy. Wowzers. When we got in his car to drive to the dinner he'd mentioned, I was expecting a tiny corner booth in the back of that Italian restaurant on Main Street that billionaire Peter Locke had recently opened. With its deep red leather seats, brick walls, and a single candle flickering on the warm wooden table between us. It would be quintessentially romantic. But he drove past Main Street and past every romantic restaurant in Blue Moon Bay. He continued driving until we were at the least romantic place I could have imagined, Alex's lab. I clucked my tongue as he parked. He chuckled. Trust me, okay? If you say so, I said, glancing over at him warily in the dim light of dusk to find warm eyes looking back at me. A little zap zinged my belly. Was it possible that he liked me? Why else would he ask me out on a date? He got out of the driver's side and came around to open my door before taking my hand in his. Alex Murphy was holding my hand. I wanted to pinch myself. We walked across the empty parking lot and he led me up to his office. He looked like a big kid as he spun around in his chair, grinned up at me, and swept his arm across the room. We're not seriously having dinner in your office, are we? I asked, taking a seat. What's wrong with dinner in my small, windowless office? He asked, the corners of his mouth twitching. Anyone can take you to a restaurant. I'm trying for a unique date. How about a meal from the vending machine? You get your selection of pretzels or potato chips. Tough one. I tapped my chin, pretending to consider the biggest decision of my life. Do you have barbecue-flavored chips? He rolled his eyes dramatically. This isn't a 5-star vending machine, Claire. I laughed and then Alex grinned, seeming to enjoy that his joke had made me laugh. Seriously, I have to set up a thing or two and then we'll have dinner, he said, rising to his feet. Do you mind hanging out in here for a couple minutes? With the flesh-eating acid? No problem. Glad to see you're already comfortable in my home away from home. I'll be right back. I can help, I said. No, thanks. I've got it, he said, quickly. Here's some light reading. He handed me some science textbook the size of a cookbook and hurried to the door. Then he poked his head back in the room. Study hard. There will be a quiz. A bubble of laughter escaped my mouth as he closed the door behind him. I leaned my head back against the chair and closed my eyes as I spun around like he had done. I was on a date with Alex Murphy. Sure, there was no romantic candlelight or soft violins playing or twinkling lights, but finally having this date felt so surreal, so strange, and so entirely unbelievable. But here I was. 10 minutes later, Alex opened the door and bowed sweetly to me. Your table is ready, my lady. Well, thank you, sir. I followed him out of the office and to the elevator in the hall. He pressed a button and I stood waiting, not knowing what to expect. The elevator dinged, the doors opened, and we rode up to the top floor. Then Alex led me to a narrow stairwell. We climbed up the steps and he pushed open the door leading to the roof of the building. Gazing around, I couldn't believe the view. Above us, stars twinkled in the crystal-clear night. A soft, cool breeze blew a few strands of hair across my face and I tucked them behind my ear. In the distance, I could see the lights of town mapping out the semicircular shape of our small town of Blue Moon Bay. The beacon of light at the northern edge of town came from the white lighthouse, which jetted up majestically toward the sky. The lights from the southernmost finger of land were from the historic inn at Blue Moon Bay, which was owned by my sister's best friend, Wendy Watts, and her brother Brian Watts. Brian had returned from Italy this summer with his fiancée and they were living at the inn. Maybe they were taking a walk on the beach together right now. The inn at Blue Moon Bay also housed the weathered pillars with the bronze plaque that displayed the Kissed by the Bay legend, a story beloved by townsfolk and vacationers alike. I might be the only one who felt disappointed by the tragic couple who couldn't be together. They had found their other half, their perfect love, and yet they had let it slip away. As I looked out at the inn in the distance and the waves crashing along the shore, I couldn't help feeling that if I'd found that kind of love then I'd have done anything to hold on to it, the kind of forever love I'd been waiting for my entire life. I glanced at Alex, who I found studying me. The corner of his mouth lifted. What are you thinking? In all my years in Blue Moon Bay, I've never seen a better view, I said, giving a mysterious shrug and leaving the rest of my thoughts out. Maybe the wish about the legend and the amazement at the view also had to do with the person I was with. I'm glad you approve, he said. Now on to dinner. At the edge of the rooftop, a small table was set up. Alex pulled out a chair and waited for me as I walked in stunned silence toward him. He helped me sit and I took in the sight before me. There were no candles, but the flame from a Bunsen burner glowed merrily in the center of the table. Instead of wine glasses, Alex poured a white wine into beakers. Music played softly from Alex's phone. I laughed when I saw that our placemats were laminated reference copies of the periodic table of elements. Bon appetit, he said, opening the lid of a pizza box. I laughed, impressed. How did you put all of this together? I called for the delivery while you were promising to buy your roommate, quote, all of the mint chocolate chip ice cream in all the grocery stores in Blue Moon Bay, he answered with a wink. Yeah, Michelle hadn't been thrilled when I called back to inform her that I'd be missing her second setup. I felt bad, but when I told her why I was turning her down, she'd screamed into the phone and yelled that she knew something was going on between us. I replied that I had no idea what was happening, but I was very eager to find out. I picked up a slice of pizza. This wasn't what I was expecting. His brow wrinkled as he lifted his beaker of wine. What do you mean? You're always such a kidder. I gestured to the flames, the view, and the wine. And this is all so romantic, I answered. And you are so, well, not. Alex clutched his chest. Me? Not romantic? Yeah. I took a sip of wine, and then tilted my head to give him a side glance. You sabotaged Missy's wedding dress design. You meddled with the cake selection. You attempted to dissuade Missy from the wedding venue that is clearly perfect for them. Shall I continue? You may have a small point, he admitted with a grin. I nodded in victory and rewarded myself with a bite of pizza. We ate in silence until I got up the nerve and asked, so what makes this different? He set his wine down. What's that? Why did you go to all of this trouble to make tonight nice for us while also going to all of that trouble to disrupt Missy's wedding? I don't want to talk about Missy and Kyle tonight. Alex shook his head and his forehead creased a little. You're here right in front of me. I'd rather talk about you. His words brought heat to my cheeks, but part of me wondered if he was trying yet again to distract me from getting to the bottom of his stubborn abhorrence to weddings. Tell me about your business, Claire. Tell me about your favorite movie. Tell me what you ate for breakfast this morning. Tell me anything and everything about you. I was about to laugh, but then noticed the seriousness in his expression. Everything? I asked. You decide. The more, the better. I fidgeted in my chair under his steady gaze. I felt like I had 1,000,001 things to tell him, and yet I was afraid to say a single thing. He must have seen my awkward squirming, because he reached across the table and then laced his fingers through mine. I shivered. What do you think about when you design a wedding dress? He asked. Why would you want to know that? I asked, wondering if he despised the very sight of a wedding dress. I supposed he could list 100 different ways to destroy them. Why would he want me to go into detail about the construction of one? Because it's your passion. It's rare to find someone with a passion, a real, true, deep passion. A passion they would fight for and work for and refuse to ever give up on. I want to hear about yours. He smiled, squeezing my hand. And I like the light in your eyes when you talk about your dress designs. The light in my eyes? I never expected those words to ever come out of Alex's mouth. Ever. But when did you see? I stopped abruptly, remembering the day Alex had walked back into my life. Oh, when I was with Missy? Yes. Alex blushed a little, dropped his eyes from mine and pushed his pizza crust along his plate. I hadn't seen you in so long, he said quietly, still staring down at the table. I must have come off like a jerk. In fact, I know I did. But I couldn't stop looking at you, Claire. And I didn't want you to notice. Really? I asked, my belly fluttering. I thought back to that day when Missy first came in for her wedding dress design consultation. We'd settled on the design when Alex arrived and then he promptly ruined it. I remembered being flustered that he was there. I remembered being annoyed that I had to crumple up and throw away all my hard work. And I remembered trying not to look at him. I hadn't a clue that the whole time he'd been looking at me. There was something in your eyes, he said, his voice filled with emotion. I knew your passion was something rare. I didn't want to look away for a second because I was afraid I wouldn't get to see it again, or I wouldn't get to see you again. He lifted his gaze to mine. The air thickened between us as we stared at one another in the flickering light of the Bunsen burner. He seemed so different tonight. So unguarded. Each word he'd said was precious to me. I never really thought I'd be here, sitting across from him in this way, and I wanted to savor it. He was holding my hand. I wanted to ask him what that meant and what this date tonight meant, but I didn't want him to put those walls up again. I guess I've become a little cynical, he said, not looking away from me this time. A little jaded and sarcastic and dismissive, but you are, the exact opposite of me. Your view on romance is like a breath of fresh air. In a world like this that's rare, you know? My vision blurred. I felt like I'd been given the compliment of my life. It took me a moment to recover and realize he'd asked me a question. People think that wedding dresses are just beautiful dresses, I said, trying to piece together my thoughts into something coherent. They're just swaths of silk or taffeta or tulle cut and sewn and pinned. But I think they can be magic if a person wants them to be. He listened attentively. Part of me expected him to laugh or disagree or shake his head with that amused grin of his. But he seemed to genuinely want to hear what I had to say. So I continued. I mean, a ring is just a ring until a person attaches a promise to it. A song is just a song until someone shares their first kiss while it is playing. A dress can be just a dress. But if someone believes the dress is for their new start, their happily ever after, their once-in-a-lifetime dream come true, well, then it's far more than a dress. It's magic. I hoped he didn't think I sounded like a crazy person. But I didn't care. This was what I truly believed. Or at least I wanted to be the kind of person who believed it. I used to believe. Everything had been so hard lately, though. Bad dates. A failing business. It was hard to stay optimistic. I like to be a part of someone's commitment to forever love, I said, suddenly envisioning an image of me in a wedding dress walking toward Alex. Where had that come from? I shook away the thought, knowing my mind was getting way ahead of myself. Alex didn't even believe in love. Sigh. Even if I can't have it for myself, even if there is no wedding dress in my future, even if I never find my one true love, I can still help others live their joy. As I finished explaining, I looked out over the twinkling lights of town. I once thought Blue Moon Bay held all of my hopes and dreams. But maybe I always knew a piece was missing. And maybe that piece was sitting across from me right then and there. When I turned back to Alex, I found him smiling at me. I saw it, he said. Saw what? I asked. That light in your eyes, he said, squeezing my hand. I saw it again when you spoke about the dresses. You're the magic for everyone, Claire. I smiled and squeezed his hand in return. I didn't tell him that while I was talking about wedding dresses, I wasn't thinking about them. I didn't tell him that on that day we first saw each other again my mind was not on Missy's wedding dress when he saw that light in my eyes. I didn't tell him that light wasn't because of thinking of wedding dresses at all. That light was from thinking of him. Chapter 10. Alex suggested a walk through the park behind his lab after dinner and we strolled hand in hand along the tree-lined paths among the other college buildings. A cool breeze played a soft tune through the leaves and the moon danced in swaying patterns along the cobblestones. Alex's hand felt warm wrapped around mine, and my heart skipped a beat every time he turned to smile down at me. I want to be honest with you, he said, guiding me toward the left side of a fork in the path. It's not the easiest subject for me to talk about. I glanced up at him, but he was looking straight ahead. I'd been wanting to know why he held such disdainful views toward love and marriage since the moment he shot down my design for Missy's wedding dress. I'd tried multiple times to get him to open up to me, but every time he blew me off or changed the subject or squirmed out of it some other way. Was he finally going to tell me? I noticed a thick line of tension between his eyebrows and his chest seemed to rise and fall faster than before. Alex, listen, if you're not comfortable talking about it then you really don't. No, he said, squeezing my hand. I want to. It's a little ways ahead. A few minutes later we came across a small cemetery connected to an old chapel used by the college. He opened the gate for us and we walked to a small stone engraved with the name Rachel Lee Hawthorne. I looked up at Alex in confusion. I didn't know who Rachel Lee Hawthorne was, but by the pained lines etching his forehead, he certainly did. 1,000 questions flooded my mind, but I remained silent, giving him the time he needed to talk. When I was a kid, he said, the muscle in his jaw tightening, I went to friends' houses for dinner as often as I could. I'd sit with their family, everyone at the table, and eat with them. We'd laugh and I'd even help clean up with them after. I loved being a part of a family where the mom would kiss the dad's temple, or the dad would hold hands with the mom, or where one would offer to do the dishes while the other relaxed. Like the family loved each other. I remembered Alex having dinner with my family a few times when we were young, long before our kiss in the 7th grade. I wondered, though, why he was bringing this up. It was so different from my life at home, he said. I would lay in bed and pretend that my mom and my dad acted like that with one another. I'd wish we had dinners together where everyone smiled and no one fought. But it wasn't like that at my house. That couldn't have been easy, I said. He shook his head. There weren't many times I remembered my parents being happy together. They were always arguing over this or fighting over that. Always over something insignificant, something stupid. They were hard to be around. I listened quietly as he stared at the headstone at our feet. Everything happened quickly once they decided to get divorced. The papers were filed and then they were signed. I decided to stay with my dad and my mom left. Soon after, she got sick, and then she died. I blinked and she was gone. The realization of whose headstone this was hit me like a kick to the stomach. Rachel Lee Hawthorne was Alex's mother. I'm so sorry, Alex, I said, my eyes burning. I'd never heard her maiden name before. I never knew much about Alex's home life. I'd never heard about his parents' divorce. And I hadn't known his mother had passed away. For all I'd known his family life was happy and healthy like mine. I thought back to school, wondering if there were signs I'd missed. In the 7th grade, Alex had withdrawn from me. He disappeared from the lunch table, he sat in the back of classes, and he left immediately after school without a word to anyone. I always saw him with a book, but never with a friend. He answered questions in class, but never questions about how he was, what he was doing for the weekends, or whether he wanted to come to this party or that. In the hallways he looked down at a book, down at the floor, or down at his hands. But never at me. He never looked at me after that kiss. I noticed the year on his mother's gravestone and a horrible realization occurred. She had died that year. While I'd been wondering why he ignored me and acted like our kiss was no big deal at all, he'd been going through the worst time of his life. I should have been there for him. Alex, I didn't know, I said, not knowing what else to say. I intertwined my fingers with his. We stood there together under the moonlight for a long time. I would have stood there with him all night if he had needed me. I feel guilty about choosing to live with my father, he said, the vein on his temple throbbing. No one was there for my mother. Not living in her house, anyway. You couldn't have known. She is why I got into medicine. I'm trying to find a cure for the disease that took her life. I glanced up into his face and saw his misty eyes. My heart squeezed. I'm sure she's very proud of you. His eyes watered. You know the worst part. My mom believed in a love that would last. She put her hope into that premise, and in the end she was alone, he said, his voice tightening. That's marriage for you. I opened my mouth, wanting to deny what he'd said. But I didn't want to say the wrong thing and make him feel worse. So I bit my lip. He shook his head, staring down at his mother's headstone. I don't think Missy and Kyle should get married because I know exactly how it would end. He pulled his hand away from mine and a cold feeling rushed over my skin from the absence of his fingers entwined with mine. He crossed his arms. I'm trying to save them both time, money, and a whole lot of heartbreak. A moment of silence passed between us, and then I reached over for Alex's hand. What? He asked, tugging his hand away. I laced my fingers into his and squeezed. You've got love all wrong. He tried to pull his hand free, but I held on tight. What are you doing? I'm not letting go, I said. He was staring down at me with wide, confused, perhaps a little irritated eyes, but I ignored that and gripped tighter the more he tried to squirm loose. Really, what are you doing? He asked again, punctuating each word. I'm not letting go, I said, looking up at him. Not everyone lets go. You're crazy, he pressed his lips together, shaking his head. You're absolutely crazy. Yet he stopped trying to pull away and we stood together, hand in silence. After a few minutes, he tugged on my hand again, but this time he guided us back to the tree-lined path. I peeked a glance up at him and caught the tiniest hint of a smile on his lips. The breeze danced through the trees and we walked along, neither of us letting go. We moved together through the soft moonlight, holding hands as if our lives depended on us not letting go. Even as we reached the parking lot and stood by the passenger side of the car, neither of us seemed willing to pull our hand away. He looked down at me and then it was our eyes that held one another and did not let go. Thank you, Claire, he said. And with our hands locked together he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to my cheek. Chapter 11. On Monday afternoon, I fussed about the hem of Missy's wedding dress, adjusted the straps, and smoothed down the bodice. I would have continued clucking around like a frantic chicken until the sun dipped past my office window had a hand not grabbed my wrist to stop me. Claire, you can stop now, Missy said, squeezing my arm and smiling down at me from where she stood on the pedestal in her wedding dress. The dress is absolutely perfect. I looked up at Missy, knowing this was it. This was the last fitting for Missy's dress. I hadn't slept a wink the night before, because I felt so nervous that something would go wrong. I'd even startled awake from a nightmare where Missy had stood on that very same pedestal, staring at her reflection in the mirror with a horrified expression. My wedding dress is fluorescent green. Didn't you want it green? I'd asked, trying to recall the instructions she'd given me. It's a wedding dress, Claire. Not a St. Patrick's Day ball. She'd thrown her hands to her cheeks, tears spilling between the cracks in her fingers. You've ruined everything. I'll be the laughingstock of the modeling industry and everyone will know that it's your fault. I'd shot up in bed right after she'd said that, her words echoing in my head. It's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. What had made me sew her a green wedding dress? Oh, the horror! My breathing had been ragged as I'd sat up in bed after the nightmare, clutching my stomach as my mind flashed to the dress I'd really designed for Missy. The dress was most definitely white. The design was beautiful and made Missy shine. She would love wearing her perfect dress on her perfect day, and the media exposure would save my failing business. It had just been a bad dream. A bad dream. Nervous? Me? Oh, yes, to the 10th degree. After hiding the dark bags under my eyes with concealer, I felt certain I'd sweat through my clothes from nerves, so I applied an extra coat of deodorant. I skipped the coffee that morning because my heart already pounded like an elephant stampede. At least I'd burned off some calories pacing back and forth in my office while waiting for Missy to arrive for the final fitting. When Missy knocked on the door, I'd leapt like a startled cat, and she laughed. "Claire, I think I'm the one who is supposed to be nervous right now." "You're right. I'm here for you." I'd barely laced up the corset since my fingers shook so much. I'd had to keep wiping them against my peasant skirt so I didn't get sweat on the silky ties. I circled Missy on the pedestal in front of the full-length mirror, but actively avoided looking at the reflection. What if the dress wasn't right? What if I'd stitched a seam incorrectly? What if I'd forgotten to wash off the Thai peanut sauce from my fingers after last night's late takeout and now there was a giant smear across the skirt? What if I checked the mirror and saw only a dissatisfied frown across Missy's face? What if she hated it? What if she decided to find a better dress elsewhere? The questions circled my brain like horses on a racetrack. "The dress is perfect," Missy said, making me wonder if all my worry, sweating, and nervous fidgeting had been for nothing. I stepped back from the pedestal and told myself not to hold my breath as I turned toward the mirror. The last thing I needed was to pass out, knock over Missy, and send her tumbling into the 20-ounce non-fat latte with 1 pump of sugar-free vanilla and a sprinkle of cinnamon sitting on my desk that she bought daily from Bayside Coffee. So, I sucked in a deep breath and finally took a good look at my work. Missy looked gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Even with our competitive rivalry, there was no other way to say it. The dress I'd designed hugged her slim figure and swept out behind her in a train with hand-stitched lace around the border. The lace tie of the corset ended in a subtle bow with tails that would catch the wind and flutter romantically as she walked. The delicate straps with sewn-in pearls caught the light from the window in my office, focusing all the attention on Missy's expression. She grinned at me in the mirror. "See?" She ran her fingers down the dress. "You did a fabulous job on my dress, like I knew you would do. You've always had such vision and talent." "Thank you," I said, my voice catching in my throat. I loved the dress and truly felt it was my best work to date. I couldn't have been more proud. But I also felt something more, something I never would have guessed I'd be feeling just a few weeks ago. I felt happy for Missy. I didn't know how that had happened, especially since at first I'd thought she was only throwing her wedding and my obvious lack of wedding in my face. But over the last few weeks, I'd developed something of a friendship with Missy. A growing friendship that almost felt stronger than when we were kids. "Claire, it's really stunning," Missy said, but then her mouth pursed into a pout. "I still don't think the veil is quite right." I winced, wanting to kick myself for not expecting the but. "I mean, we were talking about Missy Peters here." Sigh. I studied her veil in the mirror and then adjusted it over her shoulders. The veil looked perfect, complementing both her and the dress. The thought of any other veil in its place made me cringe. "What do you think isn't quite right?" I asked her. She drummed her chin and tilted her head. "I'm not sure. But it's not quite right." I looked again at the veil and couldn't find one single flaw. "A minute ago, you said that it was perfect." Missy grabbed my hand. "It's a little something. I can't pinpoint it." I frowned. I was starting to seriously doubt the benevolence I moments ago felt toward Missy. The veil was ideal, so she clearly wanted to drag out this process. Our budding friendship had so been in my imagination. "Maybe you could look at some more ideas?" Missy suggested, wearing a hopeful look. "You know, to see if there is another one that might be a little more perfect." I bit back my irritated sigh and moved toward my desk. I opened my bottom drawer and lugged out a catalog we had already poured through so I could create the perfect veil, which she was wearing. Which apparently was no longer perfect. Ugh. Okay, I said, flipping through to the collage we'd made. These are the veils you loved and how we came up with the veil you're wearing. Missy nodded, leaning over my shoulder. Yes, those are lovely. What's wrong with your veil then? I need something specific to make changes. Do you want something longer? Something shorter? Something with more detail or less detail? More lace? More beading? I need direction, Missy, I said, wondering if I was hyperventilating. Missy pointed to a veil as I turned through the pages. What about this one? Can we buy this one? Reminding myself that I needed to make the bride happy, even though I felt she was making the wrong decision. I checked the information, noting it was from a boutique north of Blue Moon Bay. Yeah, sure. I could get that one in time for the wedding. Missy shook her head. No, actually. Still not quite right. Sucking in a deep breath, I flipped the pages, watching her reaction at each veil she saw. What about that one? It's from a designer based out of Utah, but I could see if they could do a rush shipment to get it here on time. Missy clicked her tongue. No, I don't like it after all. Oh, what about this one? This one here from SF Studios. The veil she tapped her manicured finger on would be quite stunning with the dress. But it was in San Francisco. And I didn't have good transportation since my car's unfortunate passing. It's in San Francisco, I said. Missy smiled. Not a far drive, right? Well, no, not really, but... Missy waited, clearly unaware that I didn't have a car. How embarrassing. She probably drove a Mercedes convertible. I'm kind of in between cars right now, I finally admitted. Her eyes went round. Oh. I turned back to the catalog and started to skim the page, hoping Missy couldn't see my cheeks had surely turned red. Did she know about my money problems? Had she only picked out that veil from San Francisco to rub it in my face? But I'm sure we can find a comparable replacement from a closer boutique, I said, feeling totally mortified. Don't worry at. Wait! Missy clapped her hands. I have a solution. I looked up at her. The veil from Salt Lake City? She shook her head. Alex can drive you to San Francisco, she said, as if it wasn't a big deal at all. But just the sound of Alex's name made my heart flutter. I'd talked to him on the phone on Saturday and we'd met for coffee on Sunday. Other than the kiss on my cheek, he'd been friendly but a little reserved. Alex? I asked, as if surprised she'd suggest him. Missy stepped down from the pedestal and slipped the veil from her curled hair. Yeah, he has a car and I know he wouldn't mind doing a favor for me. She handed me the veil and I tried to study her face, but she turned around to give me access to undo the corset at her back. I don't know, Missy. Why not? Alex is pretty cute, don't you think? She asked, as if that answer made any kind of sense as to why I'd ask him for a ride. I started on the first eyelet. Yes, he's cute. And pretty funny? Sure, but lots of people are funny, I said, knowing no one else could make me smile the way he could. She nodded. And he's pretty sweet? The corners of my lips tugged up into a smile. Sweet like a sour pickle. She glanced over her shoulder and grinned at me. And he's special to you? She asked, giving me a knowing look. My cheeks heated as I focused on the corset to avoid her prodding gaze, which I could totally feel on me. If I looked up at her, she would see the answer on my face clear as day. He was special to you all the way back in the 7th grade, if I do remember correctly. How did you know that? I asked, glancing up at her in surprise. She gave me a look as if saying duh. I pulled at the lace ties and pretended not to notice her look. I started to worry she was going to make fun of me. The thought of it made my fingers shake. And he's maybe, sort of, kind of special to you still? She asked, poking my shoulder. I risked a glance at her and found her smiling at me with no hint of malice at all. Her grin grew wider when she looked into my eyes. You do like Alex? She squealed, bouncing up and down on her heels. Oh, I knew you did. I just knew it. If my face had been red before, now it must look like a ripe tomato. But even though I felt a bit shy about my feelings, the overwhelming feeling in my heart was joy. Alex was special to me. Then, now, and maybe, just maybe, in the future, too. If he would let me in. I guess I like him a little bit, I admitted with a small chuckle. Missy clapped her hands as she jumped up and down. Careful of the dress, I said, laughing. This designer has a lot of time invested in it. I grabbed her elbows to steady her, although I felt the same desire to jump up and down myself. I'd admitted it out loud to Missy that I liked Alex Murphy. Wowzers. I told Olivia that if I found a way to put you two together enough, you would finally see you're crazy for him. I bent down to help her step out of the dress, and then looked back up at her in slight confusion. What do you mean you talked to Olivia? She reached for the robe, slipped it on, and then tied it around her waist as I hung up the dress on the hanger. Then she winked at me. I mean that I've been playing matchmaker this whole time, my dear Claire. My mouth dropped open. Wait, what? Matchmaker? You were playing matchmaker? She placed her hands on her hips and pouted her lips. Claire, do you really think I'm so obsessive that I needed you to make sure my cake went with my dress? Well, yeah, I said, staring at her. I'd also thought she'd invited me to the cake testing to parade around Love and the happy groom. I couldn't tell her that, though. I blinked and hoped she couldn't see the truth written across my face. Missy laughed. You seriously thought I wanted my dress to go with my cake? No, silly. I knew Alex would be there and I couldn't think of another way to get you there, too. I could feel the cogs in my brain sputtering. Was I hearing correctly? She had been trying to set me up with Alex this entire time? I stared at Missy as she came over and grabbed my hands. She tilted her head, her bouncy curls falling over her shoulder. When I saw the way you looked at Alex that first day when you walked into our dress design meeting, I thought something was there. But what really convinced me was the way he looked at you. I checked the corners of my office for some hidden camera. Surely, I thought, this must be a part of some prank or elaborate joke staged by Missy. Yet there were no cameras, and from the smile on Missy's face this was no joke either. Kyle's tuxedo? I asked, as the pieces began to fall into place. Total matchmaking. Missy squeezed my hands. I told Kyle to keep the tux at Alex's place and used the excuse that I needed more room in our closet for the designer bags I purchased from Paris. I almost rolled my eyes at that last part, but I realized Missy and I were on the verge of having a real moment together. She'd played matchmaker because she knew how I felt about Alex all this time. That was so thoughtful of her. Kel surprise. Missy continued, but my excuses were all so I could send you to Alex's condo to take a look at his tuxedo. I have plenty of room for my purses. And I honestly could not care less about what Kyle wears, as long as he shows up. We both laughed. Pretty sneaky, right? Missy asked, shaking my hands up and down. Pretty sweet, I said, my eyes glistening. All this time I'd been thinking the absolute worst of her actions. Every time she'd mentioned her wedding, I'd assumed it was a slight at me. Every time she asked me about my love life, I could see no other explanation than that she was trying to make me feel bad about not having a fiancé myself. Every time she dragged me along to another wedding planning event, I trudged along, annoyed that she forced me to be there. I had been so wrong about her. I don't understand why you do this for me. She looked at me like my statement was the dumbest thing ever, as if not understanding 2 and 2 is 4 or that up is opposite of down. I played matchmaker because we're friends, of course. I want you to experience the same love I have with Kyle. She'd said something like that before, and in my cynicism I hadn't thought she truly meant it. We're really friends? I asked, completely and totally touched. Yes, we're friends. What a silly question. She pulled me into a tight hug and I patted her back awkwardly, my mind still reeling. She grabbed her stack of clothes from the desk and fished through her jeans to find her cell phone. I stared at her, still in awe at what she'd been doing for me the entire time. She dialed a number and then held the phone to her ear. Alex? Hey, it's Missy. My stomach did a flip. She was calling Alex? I pressed my lips together, wondering what she had up her sleeve now. I could hear his muffled voice on the other line, and the sound of him made me smile. I have a huge favor to ask. I really need you to help me out one more time. She threw me the thumbs up gesture and winked. So, I was at my final dress fitting just now. Claire did such a phenomenal job. Missy paused as Alex said something I couldn't quite make out. Yes, she said, glancing over at me. She is indeed very talented. My tummy fluttered, even though Alex wasn't in the room or even in the building. The dress is perfect, but I decided that a different veil would really pull the whole look together, which is great, but the veil is actually up in San Francisco, so. Again Alex jumped in to say something that I didn't hear, even as I moved toward my desk to organize some papers inconspicuously. You wouldn't mind driving her? Missy asked, grinning. He'd offered to drive me before she could even get the request out? Surely this was a good sign. I watched Missy's face as she told him the details of the place. Thanks, Alex. I really appreciate this favor. Okay, bye. She hung up her phone and placed it back on the stack of her clothes and looked over at me with a happy smile. And that is how matchmaking is done. I laughed. You are really something, I said, truly meaning it. And you have yourself another date. Alex will pick you up for your road trip tomorrow promptly at 9 in the morning. I can't wait, I said, meaning each and every word. Chapter 12. On Tuesday morning, I discarded everything from my closet one outfit at a time trying to find the perfect thing to wear on the trip to San Francisco with Alex. Now, a pile of clothes covered my bed, because I couldn't figure out what sort of shirt said, I like you, but I don't want to scare you away, and I understand your nervous feelings about love now, but I want you to give love a chance with me. Apparently no shirt I own said this. I sifted through my hangers and failed to find a dress that would announce to Alex, I think we'd be great together, but I'm chill until you're ready. After half an hour of trying to find the right outfit, I concluded there wasn't a skirt, pair of shoes, headband, belt, or necklace that said, hey, I think about our kiss way back in the 7th grade all the time, do you? So, I paced the entryway to my apartment in mere jeans and a peasant shirt 20 minutes before Alex was supposed to arrive, feeling like a schoolgirl again. The last time I felt butterflies like this, I was in English class writing a boy's initials across my notebook. I hadn't been this nervous about a date since I wore braces and thought blue eyeshadow smeared across my eyelids was the only way to do makeup. Not that it was another date exactly. I vacillated between being excited and being nervous, and couldn't stop checking the time. When the doorbell rang, I wanted to either rush to the door and fling it open or run upstairs, lock myself in my room, and pretend I had the flu. The way my stomach jumped, maybe I was coming down with something. I reminded myself that I was an adult, not a 7th grade girl with a crush, so I walked calmly to the door. "Hey," I said, my voice squeaking. "Oh, great." My attempt at a cool, calm demeanor was off to a fantastic start apparently. "Hey," Alex said, offering out his arm for me. I eyed it in suspicion. "Don't worry," he said, wiggling his eyebrows. "The sleeve isn't coated with flesh-eating acid. I can be sweet sometimes." "Yes, I remember the rooftop dinner," I said, taking his arm as we walked to his car. He opened the door for me, helped me in, and then closed the door. As he walked to the driver's side, I wiped my sweaty palms against my legs. "Oh, so nervous." He slid into the driver's seat, smiled over at me as he started the car, and then pulled out into the street. Something had changed between us. That much was certain. We kept glancing at each other, laughing nervously, and then looking away again. I bit my lip and drummed my fingers on my knees. There was so much I wanted to say, so much I wanted to ask. But he'd really opened up to me Friday night, which I guessed was a hard thing for him to do. I knew his reservations about love, so I wanted to keep it casual like I had at coffee on Sunday. "So," I said, giving him a sideways glance, "how do you plan to sabotage this wedding boutique excursion?" He laughed. "You're asking me to reveal my secrets? Go ahead and tell me now." "It will make my job of stopping you much easier," I said, watching him grin and shake his head. "No sabotage this time," he said, checking his rearview mirror. I squinted at him. "Are you trying to throw me off track?" He crossed his hand over his heart. "I do swear, Miss Claire Davenport, that I, Alex Murphy, will do nothing today, but my best to help you acquire Missy's." He paused, frowning over at me. "What are we looking for again?" I laughed. "A veil." "Right," he said, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. "I will do my best to help you acquire Missy's veil so she can proceed with her perfect wedding." I narrowed my eyes at him. "You're not going to accidentally step on the tool and rip it? Or secretly pull the fire alarm to force us all out of the boutique? Or fake car problems so we have to wait on the side of the highway until after the store closes for the day? No, I promise." He rolled his eyes, and then a chuckle escaped his lips. Then he reached over and held out his hand, palm up, for me to slip my own hand into. I happily obliged. "Zero shenanigans, Claire. For real." "Good," I said, loving the feeling of our hands together. It made me wish we had a 3-hour drive ahead of us instead of less than 30 minutes. "What brought about your change of mind?" I asked, as he merged onto the highway. He looked over at me. "Do you really have to ask?" "Huh," I said, unintelligently. I didn't understand. He must have seen the confusion written across my face because his cheeks tinted pink as he squeezed my hand. "My behavior change is because of you," he said. "Really? Is that so hard to believe?" I lifted a shoulder, trying to hide the smile his words brought to my nearly quivering lips. "I mean, I guess I'm surprised. I'll explain it in terms you'll understand." He lifted our hands and pointed one finger, clearly trying to gesture while still not pulling away from me. "You're a little bit of a virus." I nearly choked. "A virus?" "Well, just a little, tiny bit of a virus," he said, chuckling. "You can't take that personally. You're a vaccine, to be exact." Was it possible for him to call me anything less romantic? Here I thought today would be a magical day of stolen glances, nervous smiles, and holding hands. Being called a virus didn't exactly fit into that picture-perfect scenario. I gawked at him. Did you seriously call me a virus? A vaccine. He raised the back of my hand to his mouth and pressed his lips to my skin. Oh, shiver. I immediately forgot what I was all up in arms about. It slipped straight out of my mind. I hadn't the slightest clue. All I could focus on was the softness of his lips against my skin and the tenderness in his eyes as he smiled over at me. Let me explain better, he said. Okay? Sure, I said, having no idea how he could explain away calling me a virus. But since I had it bad for him, I supposed I should give the man a chance. He checked his mirror and turned down the radio. Okay, imagine I'm a cell. I burst out laughing, but then saw that he was entirely serious. My mouth formed an O and I turned silent for a moment. Okay, I said, gesturing with my other hand and going along with his odd comparison. You're a cell and I'm a tiny, little bit of virus. Right. I've been living my cell life the same way year after year. But I'm a weak cell. He glanced over at me quickly. I didn't even know I was a weak cell, though, until you came around, until you were injected into the cell walls of my life. I'm totally following you, I lied, wondering if this science speech was his idea of a love poem or a romantic song. I mean, cells and viruses and vaccines and, what? With a vaccine, just a tiny, little bit of an actual virus is injected to force the cells to produce antibodies which will protect the cells in case of a full-blown virus. My head started to spin. I thought I'd left science class behind with Mr. Klein and his class turtle, Julio. I imagined Alex in front of a class in his tweed jacket and the thought made me smile. But I had to refocus or I would miss everything he was saying. Not that I understood much. And it makes the body a little sick and it's a pain in the booty, but it ultimately makes the cells better in the end. He pulled his gaze from the road and glanced at me. It was clear that he thought he'd explained my impact on his life in the clearest terms possible. I shook my head. I don't have the tiniest hint what you were trying to say, I said, loving how hard he was trying in his science geek way. I'm sorry, but you have got to try again. Maybe with a little less virus this time? I squeezed his hand so he knew I wanted to understand him. I really, really did. He sighed and I could imagine that super smart brain of his trying to translate genius talking to average plebeian talk. But as I waited I thought maybe I had it wrong. Maybe he wasn't trying to figure out how to dumb down what he was trying to say. He was trying to build up the courage to say what he really felt. Maybe he was hiding behind the rationality and lack of emotion in science. He was comfortable saying words like vaccine and cell and virus because they were well-defined words with definite meanings. The terms of sentimentality, emotion, and vulnerability were much less easy to define and much less easy to understand. Science was safe for Alex. The idea of love was the unknown, the dangerous, and the land of risk. Okay, let me try to explain another way, he said, taking a deep breath, and I waited, afraid to breathe as if he were a butterfly that may flutter away at any moment. I've been living a certain way for a long time. I nodded, feeling the same way actually. I'd been dating, disappointed, and then moving on. I've been looking for the right connection that would lead to forever love, but had been stuck with texted date invitations and phony conversation. Was a true connection so much to ask? After my parents' divorce and my mom's death, I lived a quiet life that seemed fine. I like predictable. I like consistency. I thought I had everything figured out. But I avoided getting too close to anyone. I shook my head at people claiming to be in love because I knew they were most likely headed for destruction. I even avoided weddings. My eyes watered. I couldn't imagine the pain he'd been in to cut himself off so much from everyone. I think I understand your reasoning. But then an unknown factor entered my life, he said, glancing over at me. I knew, of course, he was talking about me. And at first she was a pain in my booty. Oh, man, did she drive me crazy. And I don't think she knew it. She got under my skin and found a way to unnerve me like no one else before. I wanted to stay away from her, but I couldn't. I'm drawn to her. My belly warmed. I waited as he breathed in deeply and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. I knew he was way out of his comfort zone. But he was being genuine and honest, making me feel so proud of him for opening up. I think what really bugged me the most, he stopped suddenly and grinned over at me. Bugged? Get it? Like a stomach bug? From a virus? I rolled my eyes. You may have just set a record for nerdy puns. He laughed. My life's goal. The mood lifted a little and he checked his rearview mirror before merging into another lane. Anyway, this person showed me that maybe I was hiding and playing it safe, and maybe that's not strength at all. Because she's strong, knows what she wants, and isn't afraid to go after it. This showed me there's something missing that I never knew I wanted. Is this making any sense? Yes, I know exactly what you mean, I said, wishing I was as brave as he seemed to think. All I knew was that being with Alex made my heart feel full. I've had a few nice boyfriends, but everything felt different with Alex. Is it okay that I said all of that? He asked. It was more than fine, I said. We hit some traffic entering the city before we parked. Alex bought me a flower from a vendor along the road. The flower was a little wilted, half the leaves on the stem were missing, and a few of the petals were crumpled. But it had come from Alex, so it was the most beautiful flower I had ever seen in my entire life. Chapter 13. Fluffy clouds floated in the blue-gray sky along the coast in San Francisco, moving lazily over the Golden Gate Bridge as Alex and I meandered past iron park benches with elderly couples holding hands. Seagulls scuttled across the grass away from giggling children. I thought the day could not have been more perfect. But a single, large, gray cloud started to move closer and closer, and its shadow stretched across the park by the bay. I could barely listen to what Alex was saying as the sun dipped behind it. I worried that mischievous single, large, gray fluffy cloud was going to drop rain that would splatter in large drops, forcing us to run back to the car for cover. Alex and I walked up a hill that would cover my workouts for the next month until we found the little wedding boutique in a row of charming buildings. I kept an eye on Alex as the shopkeeper helped me with the veil Missy requested. True to his word, he wandered through the lace and tulle and silk without ripping anything or spilling his coffee on anything. Yay! I knew he promised not to interfere with Missy's wedding anymore, but I still couldn't help checking over my shoulder every few minutes. Alex caught my eyes on him, held up his hands to show his innocence, and gave me a wink that made my belly flutter. As I made sure all the crystals were correctly sewn into the edge of the veil, I turned to find Alex studying the veil over my shoulder. He looked like he wanted to say something, and I narrowed my eyes in suspicion. But he merely nodded. Looks nice. I waited as his eyes traced over the delicate design of sparkling crystals. But he shook his head. It will catch the light nicely at the vineyard. I almost choked. It would catch the light nicely at the vineyard. But how did he know that? Did he secretly watch Say Yes to the Dress on Saturday nights? Was that his deepest, darkest secret? But Alex must have caught the incredulous look painted across my face at what he said because he crossed his arms. The veil's beauty is scientific, Claire, he explained. Reflection and refraction of the waves of proton particles we know as light. Science. Well, I guess my theory about Alex's secret TV passion was wrong. I should have known it was science. Everything with Alex is sci. I don't think you would need that, though, Alex added. Wouldn't need what? I asked, watching the shopkeeper carefully wrap the veil. He gestured to the sparkling veil that cost more than my rent for a month. All of those sparkles. Crystals, I corrected, with a gentle nudge to his side. Right. When you get married, I don't think you'll need those crystals. Veils aren't exactly my field of expertise, but I think he paused and studied my face. I met his gaze and didn't let go. What? I think all you would need is a simple dress, he said. A dress that would catch the breeze by the ocean. Your hair would be down, like it is now. And you wouldn't need any crystals on your veil, because the light would reflect from your eyes. I think that would be all the sparkle I'd want to see. I forgot in that moment that I was inside the wedding boutique in San Francisco. My feet were no longer on the warm hardwood floors and instead my toes were digging into the warm sand. I wasn't wearing my peasant top and blue jean shorts, but a simple wedding dress with light layers over the skirt. And I was walking down an aisle lined with seashells. It was a mental image I'd had before, but I'd never dreamed of seeing the man in front of me. But in this moment, seeing that man felt possible. Cash or card? A male voice asked. I blinked, pulled out of my dreamy vision. Alex and I exchanged an awkward look before we turned away from one another. He walked away in a hurry and I faced the shopkeeper with burning cheeks. How much of our conversation had the shopkeeper heard? How embarrassing. Card, I said, hearing the bell above the door ring and the door shut behind Alex. Where did he go? I handed Missy's credit card over and busied myself with tidying the tissue paper folded around the veil as the receipt printed. The man thanked me for my purchase and I headed out the door. I found Alex waiting on the sidewalk outside the boutique and he acted like that moment we'd shared hadn't happened. He'd pulled back again, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want to make him retreat too far. Something changed between us, though. I just couldn't tell if it changed for better, or for worse. All set? He asked. I nodded and we walked in silence back down the giant hill that had made my calves burn. Waiting at the cross signal, nervous energy sparked between us as we faced the red hand across the street. Did he regret what he'd said back in the shop? Had he merely been caught up in the romance of the dresses and veils in the shop? Or had he really meant what he said? I sort of ran away back there, didn't I? Alex blew out a breath when the red hand finally switched over to a little walking man. I'm sorry, Claire. You don't owe me an apology, I said, my heart fluttering. I'd expected him to say that he regretted his words, not that he regretted disappearing out the shop door. This was much better. I thought I knew what to expect with Alex. I thought he was cynical, logical, non-romantic and unemotional. But I was seeing a side of him that was soft, gentle, kind, and sweet. I could seriously get used to this. As if he'd read my mind, he laced his fingers through mine and smiled down at me as we continued toward the water in San Francisco. I didn't mean to walk outside without you, he said. It's hard for me to open up. I wish I had stayed there beside you. I'm kind of glad you left, I said, squeezing his hand. His eyebrows came together, so I shook my head and laughed. I meant that I'm glad you left, because it gave me a moment to recover. Oh, he said, looking relieved. That I can handle. No one has ever said anything like that to me, I said, smiling up at him. No one has ever made me think of saying anything like that, he said, guiding me across the park and through the squawking seagulls and laughing children. In this moment, I felt completely happy. I loved walking through the park holding hands with Alex. Something so simple, yet so special to me. The fresh breeze came off the water and I loved the view of the Golden Gate Bridge. It felt perfect. Absolutely perfect. And that was the moment when I spotted a gray cloud overhead. Moments later, the rain started and everyone in the park dashed for cover as the rain fell in cold pellets. Seriously, it had to rain today? We rarely got rain in California. Did it have to come while I was walking in the park with the guy I'd never stopped thinking about? I turned to run for the protection of the parking garage, but when I tugged on Alex's hand he tugged back, shaking his head. "Where do you think you're going?" The pitter-patter of the rain grew louder and I pointed to the sky, laughing. "I'm running for cover. In case you haven't noticed, it's raining." He laughed. "Exactly. So, come on." I tugged on his hand again. The park was entirely empty at that point. The casual walkers had scurried away and the kids were seeking the cover of a building's alcove across the street with their parents. This was not a little spring shower or a fine mist. This was a downpour. "Hello? We have to get inside." But he held on to my hand and, without warning, he spun me around. I stumbled into his chest and he placed his hand at my lower back. "Dance with me," he said. "What did you say?" I asked, wondering if I'd heard this man who didn't believe in love and romance correctly. I stared at his hair, which was soaked by the rain. He blinked away the raindrops, but a lot were clinging to his dark eyelashes. But what I saw most of all was the pure joy on his face. He beamed down at me, despite the fact that we were both dripping wet. "Claire Davenport," he said, pulling me in closer, "may I have this dance?" I pushed my own soaked hair out of my face and tipped my head. "I'd love to," I said. And so we danced alone in the park, in the pouring rain. Thank goodness the veil was well wrapped in the plastic bag, and I'd also put it in my large purse so it was extra safe. He spun me around slowly and carefully, as if we were in the finest ballroom in the world. I laughed as he dipped me. I tilted my head back and closed my eyes, feeling the cold rain fall on my skin. When I opened my eyes, I saw Alex smiling down at me. My belly warmed. He pulled me back up and my hand fell to his chest. I could feel his heart beating beneath his wet shirt. His heart raced, just like mine. He held me close with his arm wrapped around me and the other hand holding mine. I laid my head on his shoulder and we rocked together as if the rain were a slow song playing just for us. Yet the only music was the sound of the rain and the only beat was the beat of our hearts together. The rain cocooned us as we danced in the park by the bay, with a view of that majestic, red Golden Gate Bridge in the background. It was only Alex and me and nothing seemed to be wrong with my life. Absolutely nothing at all. He rested his cheek against the top of my head and we continued to sway together, as if we were the only two people left in San Francisco. Chapter 14. Like every summer shower in the Bay Area, the rain soon passed and the warm sun beamed back out from behind the gray cloud. Alex rolled down the windows as we drove back to Blue Moon Bay. He turned the heater on a warm setting to dry our clothes as the wind whipped our hair along the highway. We held hands the whole ride home as I lounged in the passenger seat and watched the sandy beaches and glistening waters fly by. Any time I looked over to make sure that Alex was catching the spectacular view as we drove along, I found him each and every time, completely missing it. Because every time I looked over, he was staring at me. I tucked my air-dried hair behind my ear and turned back to the beautiful ocean view. By the time Alex turned off the highway near Blue Moon Bay, I was still enjoying the fresh-scented breeze and the peaceful silence in the car. Quiet, not because there was nothing to say. Quiet, because there was nothing that needed to be said. Alex turned and at the same time we both pointed out our old middle school as we passed by it. Before I could say anything, he grinned, checked his rearview mirror, and whipped the car around in the middle of the street. He gave me an excited raise of his eyebrows up and down as he turned into the parking lot of the school. I laughed as we passed the grassy field where Missy and I had cheered. My name was probably still there in metallic Sharpie underneath the bench that sat by the bus pickup. And I could remember morning after morning walking through those doors and blushing when my mom shouted after me that I had forgotten my peanut butter and jelly sandwich and demanding kisses before she'd pass it through the window to me. I thought we were going to take a lap around the parking lot, but then he pulled into a parking spot and switched off the ignition. He pulled out the key and reached for his door handle. "We're going inside?" I asked. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Don't you want to?" I looked from Alex to the school and then back to him again. I couldn't remember the last time I stepped inside those halls I once knew so well. "But how are we going to get in?" I asked him, pointing at the front doors. "They must be locked." He nodded. "Those are definitely locked, but last time I heard Mr. Hale is still the gym teacher here and he always forgets to lock the gym door. It's at least worth a try." He waited for me as I thought it over. It felt like breaking the rules. But Alex was starting to break his rules, so I guessed I could give it a try, too. "Okay," I said, grinning. "Let's do it." He cheered and then raced around the front of the car to open my door. He swept my arm into his and we giggled like actual middle school kids as we ran around the side of the school to the gym. I would never get tired of the way Alex's skin felt against mine, so warm and strong. "Check that way," he said as we stopped in front of the door to the gym. I peered around the corner to make sure the coast was clear. I gave him a nod and then he pulled down the door handle. I frowned immediately, which pulled down his smile. "Locked?" I whispered. He nodded and I felt a pang of disappointment. But as we were turning back toward the parking lot, the back door suddenly pushed open and a janitor walked outside pushing a cart. Alex held his finger to his lips and darted back to grab the door as I hid around the corner. The janitor continued toward the outdoor lockers and Alex waved me over. We ducked inside, holding each other tight and trying not to laugh as we stumbled through the dark gymnasium. Padding along the walls, we found our way to the double doors and pushed them open. We walked through the main hallway of the middle school. Half the fluorescent lights illuminated our way as we wandered past the display case of trophies, past the same old vending machine, and past the staircase up to the second floor. "When was the last time you were here?" I whispered, even though I didn't know why I was whispering. There was no one here to catch us sneaking in. But when Alex answered, he was whispering, too. We both grinned. "Not since the last day of school before high school," he said. We walked past Mrs. Kipp's art class and Mr. Thatcher's world history class and Mr. Platt's intro to chemistry class. A smile played at Alex's lips as we passed that last one. I shuddered. "What do you remember most about that time?" he asked as we hurried past the principal's office, even though we were in our 20s and she wasn't in there right now. I thought about my answer as I squinted into the dark windows of the library. I guess I remember being on the cheer team. Flying into the air like that in front of bleachers full of people. It's kind of hard to forget. Alex smiled. "What else?" "Well, I remember Mr. Platt's science class, but probably not because of the same reasons you would," I said, glancing up at Alex. "I remember it because I could see the football team practicing from the window at the back of the lab." That comment earned a laugh from Alex and the ring of it echoed in the hallway. I wouldn't have minded at all if it echoed in my mind again and again. It was so happy and carefree and sweet. Words I would have never used to describe Alex Murphy before these last few days. "I remember Missy," I said, as we climbed the stairs at the end of the hall and looked at the students' art displayed on the wall. "We were so competitive with one another. We were best friends, but I also saw us as enemies. I always thought she was out to get me in middle school and then in high school, too. Sometimes I honestly thought she didn't like me at all. I'd learned recently I was probably wrong about all of that, too. It was because of Missy that I was here with Alex right now. Missy thought we were friends. Maybe she'd made some mistakes when we were young, like stealing my boyfriend, but she seemed to have my back now. What about you? I asked, following Alex down the hall past the cluster of foreign language classes. What do you remember most about middle school? My strongest memory from that time didn't happen within these walls. He gestured around to the signs that said hello in a number of different languages. It's silly, he said. Tell me. I elbowed him playfully in the side. I shared my memories. It's your turn. He sighed and corralled me into a random classroom. I sat down in a desk and Alex pulled one around so that he was facing me. So, you probably don't even remember this, he paused, tucking a piece of hair behind my ear. But the moment I remember from middle school, before my mom's death turned my life upside down, actually involves you. I wondered if he could see my surprise in the soft light. Please don't laugh when I tell you this, he said, his tongue wetting his bottom lip. But we kissed one night during a game and I never forgot it. That kiss I remember as the happiest time before a very, very dark one. People think that lifting weights is hard. People think that running marathons is hard. People think that swimming the English Channel, biking up a mountain, throwing a javelin across a field is hard. But none of that could have been physically harder than me trying to keep my face blank as I listened to Alex tell me he remembered our kiss back in the 7th grade. Every instinct in me wanted to leap up from the chair and shout, "Really?" But I kept as calm as was humanly possible and listened as Alex continued. He spoke as if I didn't remember. He had no idea how many times I still thought of that kiss. We were at my parents' house. My dad still lives there, but at the time both my parents were down in the basement watching a movie. A group of us kids were upstairs in my room. I stared at him, transfixed. He was telling me the story I'd rolled over in my mind thousands of times since that night. He was telling me a story I knew by heart and had dreamed about. We had our main gang there, he said. Rick, Missy, Michelle, Josh, Anna, and then maybe half a dozen more classmates. It was our first big kid party. I remember we even drank our soda out of cups and thought we were as cool as the high school kids. I never imagined he remembered that night, that game, that kiss. But he did. He remembered every detail about it. How could he not know that I remembered it, too? And we decided, because we 7th graders were obviously super grown up, that we would play spin the bottle. I still remember how nervous I was to kiss a girl, but I didn't want to seem like the baby. Looking back on it, we probably all felt that way. He laughed and I laughed, too. I definitely was scared. So we played, and every time the bottle didn't land on me I was secretly relieved, he said, the corner of his mouth curving upward. He paused a moment and ran his finger along the initials some kid had carved into the wood surface of the desk. Partly because I was nervous, and partly because you hadn't taken your turn, and if I wanted to kiss anyone, it was you. My tummy flipped and my gaze dropped to his finger on the desk. I wanted to tell him that somewhere in the school he would find his own initials carved in just like those. I knew because I was the one who carved them. After that kiss, I wrote his name on my notebooks, on my palm, and on a desk. I'd remembered that kiss, big time. I couldn't believe he remembered, too. When it was finally my turn to spin, he said, meeting my eyes. I remember trying to calculate how fast to spin it, at what angle, and where to start it, in order to make sure that it landed on no one but you. Oh, Alex, I'd had no idea he'd been wanting to kiss me. He had seemed so quiet, but confident and chill, like the game was no big deal. I couldn't believe all of this had been going through his head. I didn't want anyone to see that I was trying to get the bottle to land on you, so I spun it as hard as I could and held my breath even when the neck finally pointed at you. He laughed and shook his head before dragging his fingers through his hair. It's weird. Telling you all of this almost brings me back to that moment. When I'm this shy kid who wants to kiss the girl he likes. I'm sure you have no idea what game I'm talking about. Are you kidding? I laughed, tears forming in my eyes and clogging my throat. I reached across the desk and intertwined my fingers in his. I remember everything about that night. When the bottle stopped, everyone giggled and our eyes met across the circle. Neither of us were laughing, I said, taking this leap with him. He lifted his eyes from our hands, and the moment our eyes locked across the desk like they locked across the circle all those years ago, I knew confessing my thoughts about that night was the best decision of my life. You smiled the tiniest smile at me, I said, envisioning that smile in my head. Then you crawled across the center of the circle. I worried that everyone could hear my heart thudding like your little brother's drum set down in the basement. The exact same smile played across his lips now, as he sat in that chair and squeezed my hand. When I crawled toward you, I worried you'd think it was the worst kiss because it was my first. You were looking at me with such sweet eyes that I knew I was going to blow it. You didn't blow anything. I bit at my lip, remembering that moment before our kiss. All I was thinking was whether or not you would like my strawberry-flavored lip gloss. I kept thinking, maybe I should have picked raspberry? Would he have liked raspberry better? He laughed. I can still smell a hint of what I thought was strawberry when I came close to you. To be honest, no strawberry since has ever smelled as good. You ruined me for all strawberries, he said, and then shifted closer to me. I inhaled that fruity scent, and then I started to lean in. My heart fluttered when he leaned across the desk. My voice was barely a whisper as I said, I kept wanting you to go slower so the moment lasted longer, but at the same time I wanted you to hurry so I could feel your lips on mine. His face was inches from mine now, just like it had been in the glow of the lava lamp and the hush of the circle. I almost forgot to close my eyes, he whispered, his fingers tightening around mine like an anchor in a beautiful, wild, perfect storm. I knew that's what you were supposed to do, but I didn't want to stop looking at those beautiful eyes. You told me to close my eyes, I said, my gaze dropping to his lips just centimeters away from mine now. Your lips were so soft. Your lips were heaven, he whispered, brushing his lips across mine and sending electric pulses throughout my body. That kiss was perfect, I said. Because it was with you. He closed his eyes and leaned toward me. A loud screech came from the hallway, sounding like a metal cart scraping against a wall outside the classroom. Alex's eyes opened wide. The janitor! No, I said, verbally protesting the janitor's horrible timing. Come on, he said, leaping to his feet and holding my hand. He led me stumbling and laughing down the aisle of desks. We burst into the hallway and I looked both ways. The janitor stood at the end of the hall next to his cart. He stared at us as if surprised. Alex grinned at him and held his hand up in a small wave. Then we sprinted down the hallway in the opposite direction as if we were school kids who had been caught kissing in the janitor's closet. Maybe we were sort of trespassing. But even if the police were waiting outside to haul us off, I wouldn't care. After everything Alex had confided to me, nothing could ruin this day. As long as my hand was wrapped inside his, everything was absolutely perfect. Chapter 15. I found myself walking on eggshells, worried that I'd been walking on clouds for the last week instead of solid ground. If I was dreaming, did I want to fall through the clouds and tumble back down to earth? No. That would mean no Alex, no Missy, and only a slim possibility of keeping my business afloat. As Michelle and I lounged on the couch watching her favorite reality show, I tried to pinch myself for the third time in an hour and she swatted away my hand. If you were in a dream, then this would be a bottomless ice cream carton. She showed me her empty pint with a sad pout. See? Total reality. And a lot of calories. I had to laugh at her argument. Ice cream would definitely be calorie-free in my dream scenario. And any form of chocolate. Exactly. Be glad things are going in the right direction for you, unlike my novel. I'm starting from scratch. Again? I held on to my own ice cream pint as she dived into it with her spoon. I did want to enjoy the direction my life was going, and but I still kept looking around for hidden cameras. Maybe my life was part of a reality show like the one we were watching. Maybe at any moment the doorbell would ring and the host of the show would waltz in with Alex, Missy, and Olivia, who would all point and laugh and shout, "Gotcha." Worried much? Me? Maybe a tad. I'd always been a glass is half full, and a find the silver lining kind of girl. I believed true love would one day come, my business would somehow work out, and that everything I ever dreamed about would come true. Happy sigh. Now that day was almost here and I couldn't stop expecting my life to crash and burn. My career was on the verge of skyrocketing. Missy's wedding dress was by far my best work to date. Missy would soon post her wedding pictures all over social media. I mean, I could practically hear the phone in my office ringing off the hook with new clients. Working with Missy was the break I'd been dreaming about for my business. Now that her wedding day was almost here, I was panicked some disaster might happen. Why did I expect a text from Missy to be a cancellation? I kept picturing her saying things like, "Sorry, Claire, dear, found a better dress. Love you though, hugs and kisses," or "Hey, Claire, sweetie, Vera Wong called. Can't say no. Sorry. Zoxo or Claire, sweetie, I actually hate the dress and never want to see it again. Appreciate your efforts, though. You the best. Zoxo. I had a new friendship I couldn't have predicted even if I had a magic ball that saw the future. But there I was with a sweet new/old friend, who set me up with a great guy, who was saving my career by ordering my design, and who made me laugh every time we were together. A frenemy from the past turned friend of the present. And Alex. He was the guy I'd always thought about, wondering if he was the right one for me. Now we were starting to develop a real relationship. This should be a good thing. I'd always wanted a happily ever after, so what had me so anxious? The doorbell rang as Michelle won the tug-of-war over my pint of ice cream. I glanced over at her and raised an eyebrow. Expecting someone? I asked. Nope. She shook her head and put a spoonful of ice cream in her mouth. When Michelle made no move to get the door, I slid off the couch. My heart sank when I opened the door and found Alex standing unexpectedly on my front steps. Oh, no. This was when the hammer would drop and Alex would say this was all a mistake. The terrible, horrible, inevitable moment was finally here. Just get it out, I said, covering my eyes. Don't hold back. I can handle it. Claire. Alex chuckled as a warm hand wrapped around one of my wrists, pulling my fingers from over my eyes. What are you expecting me to say? I studied his amused face and then noticed the bouquet of flowers in his other hand. My cheeks heated. I thought you had come over to tell me things were over. Not a chance, he said, sweeping me into his arms and turning to speak over his shoulder toward the living room. I'm stealing Claire for the evening, Michelle. Roger that, Alex, she called back. Wait, I protested, laughing and tapping his arm, I'm in my pajamas. So? He gave me a peck on the cheek as he carried me toward his car, which was parked alongside the curb. So, they're pajamas. I swept my hand over my cotton shorts and tank top set that had tiny little hearts all over the material. Decided not to get dressed today, huh? He gave me a beaming smile and set me down on the sidewalk, which was warmed by the late afternoon sun. I would have eventually. I laughed as he kissed me on the top of the head and opened the passenger side door for me. Seriously, Alex, I'm barefoot, in my pajamas, with no makeup, and I'm sure my hair is an absolute mess. I can't go anywhere like this. You look beautiful, he said, his eyes peering into mine. Then he tapped his chin and shrugged. Besides, I don't have any makeup on either. Very funny. I rolled my eyes, thinking that was easy for him to say since he looked perfect without any effort. Then I watched as he stuck his fingers in his hair and ruffled it up. There we go, he said, checking his reflection in the window of his car. Now it looks like I stumbled out of bed, too. Right? I nodded, giggling when he slipped off his flip-flops and wiggled his bare toes. I stood outside the car, shaking my head at him as he ran around to the driver's side. I watched him open the door, climb in, and then pull his door closed before he leaned across the car. Claire, you'd better get in, he shouted. You're in your pajamas, for goodness sake. My heart warmed and I realized I had to be dreaming. No man could be this perfect and make me melt like this in real life. Dream or not, I slipped into the passenger seat, excited to see where he would take me. In my pajamas, bare feet and messy hair, Alex drove us to the inn at Blue Moon Bay and parked next to a Maserati convertible. I visited the inn on a regular basis because my best friend, Janine Davis, was the general manager here. Janine had recently married hunky woodworker, Jackson Davis, and I was still getting used to her married name. As I got out of the car, I decided to skip a visit inside to see Janine since I was, after all, in my heart pajamas. Instead, we walked around the building and took the path down to the beach. I received a few curious looks, but hoped the guests couldn't tell these were my pajamas. But at the same time it was freeing not to care what I looked like, especially when Alex thought I looked beautiful au naturel. When we reached the bottom step, I jumped off onto the sandy beach as the sun started to set over the glistening horizon. We turned to the left, walking with sand squishing between our toes. I spotted the weathered pillars at the shore, which contained the bronze plaque with the "Kissed by the Bay" legend. Alex settled a blanket on the quiet stretch of sand in front of the pillars and then set down the blue bag he'd brought. I waved him over to the plaque. I stood in front of the plaque, fingering the bronzed lettering. You've read the "Kissed by the Bay" legend before, right? Never. He came up beside me, slipping an arm around my waist. I've heard about it, of course. But I've never been to this spot before. I mused, my hair blowing in the wind. I guess I've always been a romantic, because I've read the legend so many times I probably have it memorized. I find it intriguing, he said, tucking my hair behind my ear, that a story would capture your attention that much. Care to read it to me? Sure, I said, my tummy fluttering. I licked my bottom lip, realizing how nervous I was to read these words aloud to Alex. I wondered what he'd think of the couple and if the story would be further proof to him that love didn't stand a chance. But I'd agreed to read it, so that was what I was going to do. As the waves crashed to the shore in pounding white foam, I took a deep breath and read, Know the history of two young people, the daughter of locals and the son of summer guests, who fell helplessly in love at this very beach. A nice start, Alex said, his arm tightening around me. When their parents discovered their relationship, they were forbidden to see each other, I said, loving the feel of Alex's arm around me. His parents felt the working girl was beneath their son and her parents feared the scandal could ruin their business. But the night before the family was to return home, the son got a note to his sweetheart and they met here under the stars. He pleaded with her to wait a year for him to turn 18 and become a man, that until then they could write to each other in secret and he'd find a way for them to be together. Sounds like this guy was hardcore. Definitely, I said, giving Alex a side glance before turning back to the plaque and continuing. The young girl knew their parents would never allow that to happen, though. She'd always obeyed her parents and wasn't strong enough to go against their wishes, even for the perfect love she shared with him. So, with broken hearts, they said goodbye to each other right here at this very spot. A blue moon hung in the night sky, illuminating their final kiss, and they promised to love each other always. Then they vowed that everyone who kissed at this exact point by the bay, under a blue moon, would be in love forever, and would never separate as they tragically had. My eyes watered when I finished. As always, I felt an ache in my gut that the girl had given up on true love like this. The man had been willing to fight for their relationship, but she hadn't believed love could prevail. I wanted to tell this girl that nobody decided her future besides her and that she could do anything she set her mind to doing. My throat tightened. What if Alex never believed that love could last and we ended like this tragic couple? As if he could read my mind, he lifted my chin, so I was looking him in the eyes. His gaze held mine and I could see the wanting in his eyes, but that he didn't know what to believe. Then he leaned down and kissed me once, twice, 3 times. My belly danced. "Stop worrying, Claire," he said, guiding me to the blanket. We sat down and he opened the bag he'd brought. We sipped on wine and ate strawberries as we watched the sunset. His arm felt perfect draped over my shoulders, the sand felt amazing between my toes, and the last dying rays of sun danced off the crashing waves. It was all too perfect and I worried it would all disappear, even as the sun did just that behind the horizon. "Claire?" I glanced over at Alex. We'd been quiet for a long time, enjoying the view and the feeling of our skin against skin. "Why did you think I was at your place today to break up with you?" he asked, a line forming between his eyebrows. "Was it something that I did?" I shook my head. "No," I insisted, hoping that he could hear the earnest truth in my voice. "Trust me, Alex, it wasn't you. It was just," I paused because I didn't know how to explain all of my feelings. But if I wanted to be brave, like I felt the girl in the legend should have been, I needed to tell him the truth. I was afraid that this is all too good to last. And when you came today, unannounced, that was where my mind jumped. He tightened his arm around me. "Why, though?" "I think maybe because I've dreamed so big," I said, taking in the colors of the setting sun behind me. "I worry that maybe I've aimed too high." He smiled. "Are you telling me you think this is the big realization of your dreams?" I stared into his beautiful brown eyes. "Yes, that's what I'm saying. But if I'm wrong and making a fool of myself, I can leave." "Don't even think about leaving," he said, reaching for my hand as I moved to stand up. "I'm not great with words, but I feel like this is only the beginning for you, Claire." "I feel that way, too," I said, his words taking me by surprise. He tugged me gently back with him. Then he lay back against the blanket and I lay with him, side by side, staring up at the bright sky of twinkling stars. "Pick one," he said, gesturing to the dark sky. "Any star you like, pick one." I gave him a side glance to see if he was serious, but he kept his gaze on the sky. Finally, I pointed a star out to him. "If you hold your fingers like this," he manipulated my fingers the way he wanted as I watched his face, enjoying the feeling of his warm skin. "Doesn't it look like you've got the whole star between your fingers now?" "Yes." I nodded, looking at the bright star between my thumb and index finger. "That star is hundreds of thousands of miles wide. People make wishes on that star every day from all over the world, which makes it powerful." "I'd love to know all of the wishes people have made," I said, listening to our steady breathing and the crash of the waves on the shore. Can you imagine? You've got your wishes and dreams between your fingers right now, he whispered, running his finger along my hand, sending tingles up my arm. I know what a strong and determined woman you are. Your dreams are going to be bigger and brighter and more brilliant than you could have even dreamed they would be. I have faith in you. Please stop worrying. I blinked away the thread of tears that pooled in my eyes as I stared up at the starry night sky. I knew I would cry if I looked over at him. I'll try. This is only the beginning of your dreams, he said, turning to me so I could feel his breath against my cheek. I hope this is just the beginning for us, too. That was all I needed to hear. I sat up and turned toward him, my gaze latching onto some kind of movement down the shore. Oh, it was a couple. My eyes narrowed. Wait, is that Kyle? Alex twisted around and squinted his eyes in the soft light. Yeah, he said slowly, but is that Missy? I knew the answer immediately. I could spot Missy's raven shiny, bouncy curls from miles away, and that woman had honey blonde hair. But I hesitated in answering and watched the woman for any sign that it might just be the light or distance that was throwing me off. Because Kyle had his arm slung over the woman's shoulder and she had her hand in his back pocket. And if that wasn't Missy? Oh, no. What should we do? I whispered as they stopped beside the steps up to the inn. I turned to Alex and found a resigned sadness on his face. It was the expression of someone who could say "I told you so," but was too disappointed to say it aloud. I returned my attention to Kyle and the woman, who was most certainly not Missy. Maybe it wasn't what it looked like? Yeah, like maybe Kyle was filming a commercial for cologne? They certainly looked like models for that kind of a sexy ad. No, there were no cameras, no lights, and no director. But maybe another reasonable explanation? Maybe this was a long-lost sister Alex didn't know about and they were very close somehow? Very, very close, judging by the way she just ran her hand across his abs. It could be, I guessed. I would have taken any excuse over this scene being exactly what it looked like. Like that maybe Kyle was not a lawyer from New York City and was actually an American spy. Perhaps this non-Missy woman was a threat against national security? Maybe Kyle was a hero and not a cheater like it very, very, very much looked like. All of the possibilities became a moot point, though, when Kyle pressed the mystery woman against the railing, leaned over and kissed her. Kyle was cheating on his fiancée. Kyle was cheating on Missy, my friend. The slime ball. Alex and I remained silent as Kyle and the woman finished their long kiss and then walked up the steps and disappeared from sight. What are we supposed to do? I asked, feeling numb inside. I think that was Rebecca, Missy's maid of honor. It's not our business, he said. I frowned over at him. I don't know what I'd been expecting Alex to say, but it wasn't anything close to what he'd said. What? I asked, even though I heard him perfectly clear. Let's get you home, he said, pushing himself to his feet. He wiped some sand from his shorts and reached out his hand to help me up. I took it wordlessly, because I didn't know what else to do. We should do something, shouldn't we? I asked, not knowing how I'd ever break the news to Missy. He remained silent as he folded the blanket, put everything into his bag, and then took my hand. It's getting late, he said, his voice soft and sad. I glanced over my shoulder as we walked up the steps. I searched the night sky frantically, but couldn't find it. My star had disappeared. Chapter 16. I didn't want to go into work the next morning. The morning dawned gray and foggy. I wanted nothing more than to call in sick, but I was the boss and my business needed me. But, ugh. I wanted to wiggle back underneath the covers and squeeze my eyes shut and pretend that I hadn't seen what I saw the night before. When Missy entered my office with a cheery smile and 2 coffees, her signature 20-ounce non-fat lattes with sugar-free vanilla and a sprinkle of cinnamon from Bayside Coffee, I wanted to fake an illness, lie about a family emergency, in order to slip out of the room and run. But I wasn't a good liar. I also wasn't sure my feet were working properly. They felt like lead. "Everything all right, sweetie?" Missy asked, as she stood on the pedestal, beaming in her wedding dress. Her wedding was in a couple of days and we were making sure the dress still fit her to perfection and she hadn't switched to white chocolate mochas when I wasn't looking. "Hello, Claire? What's wrong?" "Nothing." I blinked, realizing I had been staring blankly into the mirror for who knows how long. I found Missy staring back at me in the reflection with a kind, concerned smile on her lips. I pushed back my hair and felt my clammy forehead. "I'm a little bit tired, I guess." She nodded, but I could see she wasn't buying what I was poorly selling. She put on what was clearly a forced smile. "Late night with Alex?" she asked, nudging me in the ribs. "Something like that." I tried my best to make my laugh sound genuine as I busied myself with trimming a stray thread along the bottom of the skirt. "Maybe a glass too much of wine," I said, hearing that my voice sounded the complete opposite of casual. "Things going well with that cutie pie?" she asked. I appreciated that she sensed my unease and was trying to help out a friend, but, man, did I wish in that moment that this was the vapid, selfish, self-centered Missy I once believed her to be. This sweet, innocent Missy made me feel so guilty for knowing what I knew, even though it wasn't like I'd been the one to cheat. I needed some quiet thinking time, not prodding questions. "Things are going great," I said, shortly. Probably too shortly, because Missy opened her mouth and then closed it. I worked in that blissful awkward silence, stewing in the guilt and confusion and worry. Less than 24 hours ago I was crossing my fingers and toes that I wouldn't wake up, and that it all wouldn't be a dream. But now I was in a nightmare and waking up in my nice, warm, cozy bed was all I wanted to do. I couldn't look at Missy without seeing the long, blonde hair of the woman she trusted, her maid of honor, Rebecca. I couldn't see anything other than Kyle kissing Rebecca under the stars. As I tidied up a stitch at the back of Missy's dress, I tried to calm my mind. What were my options? I had to act rationally. I had to calmly think things through. I had to be logical and unattached. Totally my specialty, not. No, I could do this. I'd spent enough time with Alex recently that I could think rationally and scientifically. Not like the emotional romantic I was. I could totally do this. I needed to walk through all my options. I needed to treat it like a science project. Option number 1, I could tell Missy. I could be honest with her and tell her what I saw on the beach last night. Pros. She would have all the information before deciding whether or not to go through with her upcoming wedding. She could cancel the wedding and save herself heartache by learning later on that she is married to a cheater. Cons. It would break her heart. I'd grown close to Missy and would hate to see her in pain. She might cancel the wedding, which would mean she wouldn't wear my dress. This would mean my dress wouldn't be on her social media and that my business would not get any boost. I would have to shut my business down and give up my dream. Option number 2, I could listen to Alex and leave Kyle and Missy's business to them. Pros. Missy would go through with the wedding and all her social media followers would see my dress and everyone would want to know where she got this one-of-a-kind dress and I would stay in business and my dreams would continue on. Ignorance is bliss. Cons. I would be lying to a friend. Missy would be making a lifetime commitment to a person she really doesn't know. I would be making this decision purely out of the selfish desire to keep my business afloat. I sighed and the dress shifted from between my fingers as Missy turned around on the pedestal. I was surprised when she knelt down despite my hurried protests that she would be wrinkling the perfect skirt and risking a tear by doing that. She ignored me entirely and waited until I was looking her in the eye. "Claire," she said, her eyes intent on mine. "I meant it when I said that I was your friend." I nodded. "I know. So, if you need to tell me something then please do." "I'm here for you, okay?" she asked, giving me an encouraging smile that was like a knife in my gut. "I want you to know I'm here for you. Always." Well, great. Just great. If I wasn't already drowning in enough guilt, then I certainly was now. If my dilemma hadn't already been complicated enough, then it was now an impossible maze I was hopelessly lost in. Looking into her eyes, I couldn't break her heart. "Thanks, Missy. I'm here for you, too." Really, though, it wasn't that complicated. The answer was clear. I needed to tell Missy about Kyle's secret kiss on the beach last night. I didn't need to go through my pros and cons. I knew from the start what was the right thing to do. But as I finished the final touches to Missy's dress, I found myself unable to open my mouth and tell her. Every time I thought I built up enough courage, I would catch sight of my dress and it would hit me that if I told Missy then it would be the last dress I designed. I knew I was being weak. I knew I was being selfish. I knew I was being the furthest thing in the world from a good friend. Missy stepped out of the perfect dress, ready for her perfect wedding with her not-so-perfect fiancé, and my lips remained tightly sealed. Missy chatted cheerfully as she changed back into her pink romper and I never interrupted her discussion of flowers, wedding favors, and her something blue to say a single word of warning. She got out her checkbook, wrote a check to me, and I took it silently. My name would forever be joined in history with the worst of the worst traitors, Benedict Arnold, Marcus Brutus, and, of course, Zane from One Direction. I didn't even look at the number written in Missy's curvy, happy cursive letters. I knew it would make my stomach churn. She kissed my cheek and squeezed my hands and I smiled back even as my stomach roiled. I could have told her. I should have told her. But I walked her to the door of my office and waved goodbye as she walked down the hall. I could have cupped my hands and shouted down something, anything to her. A simple, "Hey," or "Wait," would have served the purpose just fine. And they wouldn't have even cost me 2 syllables. But the door closed behind her with a definitive slam and I knew I wasn't going to go chasing after her. I skulked back into my office and avoided looking at Missy's dress, which was hanging against the wall. I flopped into my office chair. This was a terrible, horrible, icky, sticky situation. And nothing could change that. But as I wallowed with my head on my desk and my forehead between my arms, I couldn't help but think it maybe would be better if I had someone to go through this with. I wanted Alex to be here with me, consoling me for being so weak this morning. I thought back to the sparkling ocean, twinkling in the soft moonlight like the stars above. How I wish we had finished that bottle of wine a few minutes earlier. Or picked a spot a quarter mile further down the beach or a quarter mile closer. If only a seagull or a crab had distracted us for the briefest moment. If only Alex had kissed me, then maybe I wouldn't have seen what I saw. I groaned and lifted my head, searching for my phone. I should call Missy right now. I'd had the chance to do the right thing and I'd failed. But thanks to modern technology, one had a second chance. Yay, Steve Jobs! As I searched my messy office for my cell phone, I began thinking about Alex's reaction to Kyle's infidelity. Knowing how he felt about marriage, he should have shouted in victory, saying, "See? I told you so, Claire. Marriage is a sham. Love is a sham." Kyle and Rebecca were proof that he'd been right all along. His mischievous meddling to interfere with the wedding planning was justified. His belief that Missy and Kyle shouldn't be married was validated. His notions of love were strengthened. He should have grabbed his cell phone right at that moment and called Missy to inform her. But that wasn't his reaction at all. And I didn't know why. I found my cell phone and stared at the blank screen for a moment. I could see my own indecisive expression staring back at me. Perhaps I kept waiting for Reflection Claire to figure out what to do and then tell me. But she didn't seem to know, either. She just stared back at me with unmoving lips. Finally, I tapped on my phone. First, I texted Michelle and informed her I would be requiring a heavy dose of ice cream, bad reality television, and couch cuddles this evening. Then I searched through my contacts. Each letter I passed weakened my resolve, but I forced my thumb to keep scrolling. This was not going to be fun. But I found the name I was looking for, squealed the way I do when I spotted a spider in the kitchen, and then I pressed the call button. Chapter 17. I felt like every spy in every spy movie as I waited on a bench in front of the lighthouse, wearing dark sunglasses and an emotionless expression. All I needed was a newspaper to hide my face, but who in the world still reads the news on a physical newspaper? Do they even still make those? I cringed thinking about ink rubbing onto my fingers. I'd picked the lighthouse for a meeting spot because it was private. Part of me hoped that she wouldn't show up. Part of me hoped for horrendous traffic or car problems like my poor car had suffered. Part of me wished she'd decide she didn't want to hear what I had to say. And the final part of me crossed my fingers that she wouldn't be able to find the lighthouse and this bench. I don't think I would have been that upset if quicksand sat beneath my park bench and I got sucked away from having to deal with this after all. Maybe fiancés don't cheat on their betrothed underground. I checked the time and rolled my eyes. Okay, part of me also hoped she would show up quickly so I could say what I needed to say. It would be difficult and painful, but then it would be over. I picked up my purse and dug around to find my lip gloss so I could reapply it for the 5th time when I heard a female voice say my name. I glanced up to see her striding toward the end of the bench in her high heels. "Thanks for coming, Rebecca," I said, scooting over on the bench even though there was already plenty of room. "Have a seat." Rebecca, Missy's maid of honor, Kyle's mistress, and my greatest nightmare, looked around through her big black sunglasses like she, too, was a spy, making sure she wasn't being followed and we weren't being watched. Then she glanced at the bench, pursed her lips, and sat as far away from me as was humanly possible, squished up against the iron-laden side of the bench. "What do you want, Claire?" she asked, sounding bored with the conversation already. "I'm kind of busy with everything going on, you know, Missy's wedding and stuff." I didn't want to ask what and stuff was because EW. When I called Rebecca on the phone, I hadn't told her that I'd seen her kissing Kyle on the beach the other night. Mostly because I still didn't know how to tell a woman she was a no-good home wrecker. Instead, I asked if she had time to meet with me, that it was about Missy, and that it was important. Yet she had the nerve to act bored already. How did she know it wasn't for a surprise bachelorette party? Let me get right down to it. I pushed my sunglasses up so Rebecca could see my eyes, but she did not return the favor. I faced my own reflection in the dark lenses of her sunglasses and then smiled at how flattering the spy look was on me. Then I shook my head to clear that thought because, hello? So not relevant. "Okay, so I'm just going to say it," I said, once again. This isn't easy for me to say. I guess there is really no great way to say it, so here goes. Me? Stalling? Maybe a little. I think I secretly wanted Rebecca to crack and confess to the crime herself. But she made no move to take ownership. Rebecca raised a penciled eyebrow. "Are we going to be here all afternoon?" Like I said, I have stuff to do. My forehead wrinkled. I saw you with Kyle, I blurted. She rolled her chin forward and then tilted her head as if striking a fashion pose for so what? You saw us at the wedding venue? I sighed. Rebecca, I saw you too. She shrugged. Sorry, Claire. I don't know what you're talking about. You better be more clear, or there is no point of me being here. I gritted my teeth. I saw you and Kyle at the beach, Rebecca. Last night. She'd started to stand, but froze midway. She lowered herself back down to the bench. I wiped my clammy palms against my black pants. So, what? She said. I saw you and Kyle at the beach kissing. I know Kyle is cheating on Missy with you. The jig is up, I said, sounding cool like a secret agent. Just like I believed my car might make a miraculous recovery and rise from the junkyard perfect and new, I thought Rebecca might show some remorse, promise to fix what she had broken, and break off whatever she and Kyle were doing ASAP. I was wrong on both counts. He loves me, she said, instead of I'm sorry. Her tone was defensive, stubborn, and a tad pouty. She pulled her sunglasses away from her face and her eyes narrowed. He loves me and not her. Well, this was going swimmingly. I shifted uncomfortably on the bench and avoided the temptation to scoot further away from Rebecca. She had crazy eyes now. But he's marrying Missy in 2 days, I said, pointing out the obvious. He's leaving her, she insisted, despite my never having heard anything to back this up. That's what he told me on the beach last night. We talked and he promised he was going to break things off with her before the wedding. He's going to leave her and he's going to be with me. We're going to be happy together and we're going to honeymoon in Antarctica. Why Antarctica? I asked, as if that were the most shocking thing she'd said. Get a grip, Claire. What Rebecca did was reprehensible and there was no justifying it. But in this moment I felt oddly bad for Rebecca. I caught a hint of fear in her declaration. Rebecca loved Kyle. And I think she knew that Kyle loved no one. Rebecca, Missy is your friend, I said, pleading with her sense of morality. She isn't right for him, she said, quickly, though I didn't fail to notice her flinch at my words. Kyle says it, too. They're not right for one another. They never were. Everyone knows it. I'm doing her a favor. Wow. That was some impressive mental gymnastics. I wanted to roll my eyes, but I kept my expression blank. Whether Kyle and Missy are right for each other, or not, isn't for you to decide. He loves me, she said, dropping her mouth open and wrinkling her nose. This line seemed to be her only defense. I wanted to tell her that sneaking around behind her best friend's back wasn't love. Love brought joy, not pain. Love wasn't a hidden kiss along a dark beach. I remained silent for a few moments, making it clear we were at an impasse. I'd told Rebecca what I'd needed to say. She had said what she wanted to say. What now? At least I'd tried to get her to see reason. Was my conscience clear? Could I walk away from all of this and cash my check from Missy and see what happens with her wedding? Rebecca stood to leave and I stood, too. Look, Rebecca, I said, lifting my chin to give me courage. You need to tell Missy about this, or Alex and I will. I wouldn't have been surprised if Rebecca crossed her arms, shook her head, and defiantly said no. I wouldn't have been surprised if she suddenly dropped to her knees, cupped my hands in hers, and begged me not to do it. I wouldn't have even been surprised if she lowered her head, started crying, and admitted she'd been caught up in the moment. It did, however, surprise me when Rebecca stared at me and then burst out laughing. You and Alex will tell Missy? She laughed harder and harder. I could still only stand there and stare in confusion. Even as she wiped a tear from her eye and sucked in a breath as she laughed, I couldn't muster even the most basic question like, what? Finally, she gained enough self-control to control her laughter to quiet chuckles. That's what you said, right? I felt like I was walking into a trap. A cold prickle ran down my spine. Sweet, Claire, Alex knows about Kyle and me, she said, her words stabbing my heart. If he hasn't told Missy by now, what makes you think he ever will? My heart stopped. He did not know until last night. She spit out a laugh. Alex has known for quite a while now. He caught us at Kyle's place like weeks ago. My stomach jumped to my throat. Alex had known that Kyle was cheating? If he knew, then why didn't he tell Missy? I asked, realizing I'd spoken aloud. Rebecca shrugged. He doesn't want to risk his job, I guess. I blinked a few times until the blades of grass between my feet came into focus from the blur of green they had been just moments before. It took longer than it probably should have for my brain to process Rebecca's explanation, since my mind kept spitting out a does not compute message. Alex's job? I asked, wondering what she was talking about. He works at the college. She sighed as if she were having to explain a simple math problem to a child. Missy's family is big in pharmaceuticals, as I'm sure you know since you two are like the best of buddies now, she said, hugging her index fingers together. Well, Kyle helped set Alex up in Missy's family company. He got a new job with a huge lab, a ton of funding for his research, and a pretty sweet apartment in Manhattan, all because of Kyle's relationship with Missy. The pieces were all falling into place and they were creating a picture I didn't want to see. So, I said, hoping there wasn't more. She rolled her eyes. So, that awesome job goes away if Missy finds out that Kyle is if Missy finds out that Kyle is in love with someone else. I shook my head. Not possible. Alex wouldn't be that calculating. She tucked her chin and lifted her eyes at me. Would you want to do this huge favor for your ex-fiancé's cousin? I think not. Alex has everything to lose. So, yeah, he knew, but there's no way he was going to tell. Besides, it will be a moot point soon when Kyle breaks things off with Missy. So, you have no reason to tell her either. I'm going to leave now. My mind was reeling. I had listened to everything she'd said, and yet every single word was unbelievable. She turned to leave and I put my hand on her arm before she could. Wait, did you say Alex is moving to Manhattan? I asked her. Yeah, the lab is in Manhattan, she said. Alex signed the lease for an apartment there and everything. Kyle is even renting a truck to help him move. Manhattan, I repeated. Yeah, Claire, Manhattan. She pulled her arm free from my grip and walked away without another word and without looking back at me. All alone, I didn't know what to do. Sit down? Walk around the lighthouse until some of this made sense? Go home? Call Michelle? I was lost. Totally and completely lost. Manhattan. It wasn't in the same state, in the same region of the country, or the same time zone. New York was far from Blue Moon Bay, California. And Alex was moving there? I stood still trying to decide if I was more hurt or angry. Alex had known this whole time that he was leaving for New York. Was he just planning to disappear one day without a word? I decided then that I was mad, which would be the preferable emotion. Otherwise, I was left with pain, and that was not an option. I told myself I wouldn't curl up into a little ball underneath the bench and cry until I turned into a shriveled grape. No matter how much I wanted to, I needed to find Alex and confront him. I was going to demand answers. So, I stormed away from the lighthouse, although I wanted to crawl. I called a cab when I wanted to call Michelle to come pick me up and take me home. When the cab dropped me off at Alex's condo, I marched up the stairs and pounded on the door. And I waited with my toe tapping when all I wanted to do was run. Then Alex opened the door. Chapter 18. Alex stood in his doorway, looking surprised to see me, but before he could open his mouth to say anything, I pushed past him and stalked back and forth in his living room. "Where do I start?" I asked, hands on my hips, breath coming in frustrated pants. He eyed me with a mixture of confusion and concern. I looked away from him immediately because I knew if I kept looking into those eyes that I would feel the pain flood back in. "Is everything all right?" he asked, as I continued to wear a hole in his carpet. "Not in the slightest," I said, watching him move closer. I moved further away from him and lifted the lava lamp on the side table next to his couch. I held up the lamp. "Should we start with this?" His fingers grazed my skin when he took the lava lamp from me and put it back down. Tears threatened at the thought of him moving to Manhattan. "Claire," he said, clearly trying to keep his voice calm. "What do you mean start?" "Start with what? What are you talking about?" I felt the sting of tears in my eyes and blinked them away. "I hear you're moving soon. I'm here to help you pack. Where are the moving boxes?" I moved past him and stood in front of the closet in the hallway leading to his bedroom. He blew out a breath. "Who told you I was moving? How are you going to move to New York without boxes?" I asked, holding my arms out wide. "We don't want you to be late to your new fancy job after all." He reached for my hand. "Can we please talk?" His hand squeezed mine and I melted. His warm hands were taking away the anger I was trying desperately to muster, and in its place was only hurt. And, oh, did it hurt that he'd kept such a huge secret from me. I could feel my heart tearing in two. I'd believed him the night before when we laid together on the beach and he'd said my dreams were just beginning. I'd believed the truth in his eyes when he told me the story of our spin-the-bottle kiss, and I believed the connection between us in that moment. And with a single conversation with Rebecca, all of that belief had crumbled. I was left in shambles. I was stuck standing in his living room with tears threatening my eyes. And the pain was starting to be overwhelming. "Is it true that you're moving?" I asked, glaring at him. He sighed and dragged a hand over his face. "Look, I can explain, please." I pulled away from him. "Tell me if it's true, Alex." Emotion filled his expression. "Is what true? That I'm moving?" "No," I crossed my arms and lifted my chin. "Is it true that you knew about Kyle and Rebecca before last night?" I asked. He opened his mouth, paused, and then closed it. Finally, he nodded. "Yes." My throat tightened. "Is it true that you have a job with Missy's family's pharmaceutical company?" He nodded. "Yes." "Is it true that you were planning on going to New York this entire time? Ever since you saw me again?" I asked, feeling nausea rise in the back of my throat. "All of the times that we were together, on the rooftop of your lab, in San Francisco, at our old middle school, and on the beach? Did you know you were leaving soon and not coming back? All those times you knew you were never really going to be with me?" "I do have a job in Manhattan," he said, quietly. "So that's a yes?" "No, he looked frustrated as he threw his hands up. "I wasn't expecting any of this, Claire. I wasn't expecting you. I kept waiting for things to fall apart between us, just like it always does for me." I stared at him. "You were waiting for me to give you an easy out, you mean?" He shook his head. "No, I figured it wasn't going to last." "Us?" I asked, since that hurt more than anything he'd said yet. He went to pull me in close, but I stepped back and slipped by him. I marched straight toward the door. "I'm not explaining myself well," he called after me. I paused at the door and looked back at him. "What is there to explain?" I said, tears streaming down my cheeks. "You're exactly who you've been saying you were this whole time." He stepped toward me and then stopped. "What do you mean?" he asked. "You said from that start that you don't believe in love." I ignored that because of my feelings for you. "I thought you had changed. But it's so clear to me now that you haven't. You ignored something terrible that happened to Missy in order to keep your job. So, enjoy your new job in Manhattan. I hope it makes you happy." I walked out the front door and immediately felt drained. I didn't even have the energy to slam the door, so I closed it softly behind me and trudged down the stairs. How had my life changed so quickly? I'd had everything that I wanted, and today it was suddenly all gone. Maybe Alex was who he always was and I was blind, forcing him to be someone that he wasn't. I'd seen the world with rose-colored glasses and it was time to take them off, to stomp them on the ground, and throw them in the trash. I bought into the fantasy of a true love with the boy I shared my first kiss with, and it was just that, a fantasy. I felt like a fool. I felt like a silly girl, who wrote silly initials on a notebook. I called a cab outside of Alex's condo, but barely remembered the ride home through traffic and the hot afternoon sun. I trudged up the sidewalk to my place, unlocked the door, and made my way into the living room. Then I sank down on the couch, threw a blanket over me, and felt grateful to be alone. Now, I could finally let my anger shift back into pain. I cried until I fell asleep. Chapter 19. I woke up the next morning on the living room couch, smelling freshly brewed coffee and feeling Michelle's cold toes against my feet. Out the living room window, I saw dark gray clouds looming in the sky, making the morning nearly as dark as the middle of the night. The weather matched my mood, dark and gloomy. "Good morning, sunshine." Michelle wiggled her fingers at me from where she sat at her end of the couch. "What are you doing?" I asked, as she snuggled closer to me under the blanket. "Just giving you some company," she said, patting my knees. She held a mug in her hand and gestured to a second mug on the coffee table. "For you." "Thanks." I reached for the mug, which had a kitten wearing glasses painted on it. I sipped the hot liquid, finding it especially bitter. Wow. A broken heart could even taint my morning coffee. Was nothing safe from the pangs of despair? Was I doomed to live a life alone, utterly and terribly alone, without the simple, blissful pleasure of a cup of coffee from an adorable mug in the morning? Are you asking yourself dramatic questions in your head, Claire? Michelle sagged back against the couch, setting her coffee cup on the table. I froze. "No. It's going to be okay, sweetie." She patted my leg, giving me a weak smile. Nobody would first describe Michelle as warm or sweet or cuddly. Prickly would probably have been a fairly fitting description, like a beautiful cactus. But when her friends were in pain, those pokey, sharp spines softened. Most couldn't imagine Michelle's nurturing side, but I loved her all the more because of her efforts to cheer me up. "Thanks for trying, Michelle. But I'm hopeless." She tilted her head. "You'll get through this. I promise." "I know," I said, even though it so didn't feel like it right now. I fought to keep fresh tears at bay, and the previous tears were dry and crusty around my eyes. My stomach clenched as memories from yesterday flashed in my mind. I was failing miserably at shutting them out. My chest tightened, from Rebecca's words that Alex had known. My chest hurt, feeling like it couldn't get any tighter or my ribs would burst. Rebecca had said that Alex had planned all along to leave his lab, leave Blue Moon Bay, and to leave me. Part of me still wished the horrible facts had been a lie, but I'd heard the truth from Alex's own lips. Somehow, I was still breathing. I still had my failing business, my best friend, and the chance to do what was right, painful as it would be. We can become old spinsters together. Michelle reached for her coffee again as if she felt renewed energy from this depressing declaration. When we're 80, we can sit on the beach with boxed wine and play with the seagulls. The image of that scenario looked so ridiculous in my brain that a giggle escaped and I sat up to look directly at her. What's true love in marriage and happily ever after when you can have friendship, boxed wine, and seagulls? I pointed out. She laughed. Exactly. If only I didn't feel so miserable. I rubbed my puffy eyes and sighed. Do you want something from the kitchen? She asked, raising her brows. I'll make pancakes. No, thanks. I shook my head, partly because Michelle would burn down the apartment if she attempted to make pancakes. I mean, she set off the smoke alarms one time making those instant macaroni and cheese cups where you just add water. I also declined the sweet offer because there was something else I had to do that morning. I have to go make something right first. I groaned, climbing from the warmth and comfort of the blanket and into the cold harshness of reality. Then I'll make pancakes for us. Hey! What are you implying? She whined, crossing her arms. I pulled on some jeans and stuck a toothbrush in my mouth. Oh, please, I said, through a mouthful of toothpaste. You know as well as I do that you're dangerous in the kitchen. In fact, I'd say you keep setting fires as an excuse to see that cute firefighter, Captain Killian. She blushed, making me grin. They print the instructions too small on instant food packages. How is anyone supposed to be able to read them? That's true. I ducked into the bathroom to finish brushing my teeth and then returned to the living room and grabbed my purse. I bet you'd be a fabulous cook if it weren't for the tiny font on the instructions, I said, trying my best to sound sincere. Probably world famous. 5-star. The restaurant world would call you Michelin Michelle. She laughed. Then let me make the pancakes if you're so sure. I paused in the doorway, feeling that sadness seep back in to steal my smile. I'm not sure of anything anymore, I said, before waving goodbye. Right now, I needed to find Missy. I sat at Bayside Coffee, waiting for Missy, wondering the best way to tell her that her fiancé was cheating on her. I should have dropped by the Blue Moon Bay Library to see if the self-help section had a book on the subject, but I doubted it. How to become a better leader. Sure. How to manage workplace arguments. Probably. But how to inform someone that her future happiness was a sham? Not so much. Maybe the silver lining would be to have Michelle write such a book and I could market it since I was about to be out of business. Ugh. I would not be good at marketing. I mean, I couldn't even think of a way to sell to Missy that getting rid of Kyle would actually be a good thing, which it so was. The toad. I fiddled with my stir straw, checking over my shoulder every time the front door opened, which was often. Bayside Coffee sure didn't lack for customers. I sighed and busied myself by adding yet another sugar packet to my coffee. The liquid already threatened to pour over the top and one more sugar packet would surely send it over the edge. But I felt too nervous to take a sip. Plus, at this point, the coffee was half sugar. Would Missy break down crying once I told her? Maybe meeting her at a public spot hadn't been the best choice. Again, I didn't have much experience in this particular sector of friendship. Would she get mad at me? I was, after all, the messenger. And we all know what people did to the messenger. I was so doomed. Claire, dear. Missy's voice came out of nowhere. Ack! I nearly jumped out of my seat when a soft hand touched my shoulder and I glanced up to find Missy smiling down at me. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you, she said, setting her purse down and pulling out her wallet. I'm going to order a drink. Be right back. Sure, I nodded, pushing my hair out of my face as I waited for my heart rate to settle down. Another couple of minutes before Missy's life would alter drastically. My pulse ramped up faster and faster. In mere minutes, I was going to have to tell her. It felt like ages as Missy waited for her coffee at the counter. I felt a mixture of relief and stress. On the one side, I wanted this over with. And on the other side, I did not want to crush Missy's dreams. I wanted to have my cake and eat it, too. Was that so wrong? Ugh. This was the same mentality that had me falling for Alex. Fresh tears threatened and I blinked them back. You sounded upset on the phone, Missy said, slipping into the seat across from me. She held her 20-ounce non-fat latte with 1 pump of sugar-free vanilla and a sprinkle of cinnamon in her hand. Or, maybe you're stuffy from allergies? I shook my head. I wish this was about allergies. Her smile slipped. So bad news? The worst. I nodded. I'm here. You can tell me. She took a sip of her drink and then waited patiently. Look, Missy, I tore the corner of another sugar packet and then held it lamely when I noticed my cup was on the brink of spilling. I bit my lip, avoiding her eyes. Starting was the hardest part, right? Oh, this was awful. This won't be exactly easy to hear, but... I paused, glancing up to see her waiting patiently. I shouldn't have stopped. Stopping was a mistake. Just like stopping my car in the parking lot in downtown Blue Moon Bay had been a mistake. Getting her going again had been a pipe dream. Okay, here it goes. I sucked in a breath like I was about to skydive, which, by the way, would have been preferable at this moment. I wish I wasn't about to tell you what I'm about to tell you, but I think it's my duty. You deserve to know the truth, so you can make an informed decision and all. Claire. No, I interrupted her, shaking my head. No, this is important. Let me say what I need to say. I'm your friend and this is what friends do for one another. It's really... No, I shook my head, needing to get this out. I'm so sorry I didn't tell you this right away. I was thinking only of myself and my business, but I should have put your happiness first. Claire. Please, let me get this out. Tears filled my eyes and my throat tightened. Missy, your friendship has been such an unexpected blessing in my life this past month. After high school, I never in a million years thought we'd remain friends. And yet, you reached out to me when I never would have reached out to you. You're a true, lifelong friend. I want to be a good friend to you like you are to me. So, I have to do this. She held a finger up. Let me say something first. No, please. I shook my head. I couldn't stop, because it would be so hard to start again. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Kyle isn't the man you think he is. He's been cheating on you. I know this for a fact. I'm so sorry. I sucked in a deep breath like I'd just completed a marathon. There, I'd said it. I avoided looking at Missy and cringed, staring into the sugar-filled coffee in front of me. I braced myself for her screaming and wailing, or calling me a liar. After she remained silent for a few awkward, tense moments, I finally gained the courage to meet her gaze. I'd expected tears or a frown or a face filled with confusion. But it was me who ended up frowning in sheer confusion when I found her smiling over at me. She reached across the table and squeezed my clammy fingers. "Claire," she said, her voice soft, "I've been trying to tell you." "I already know." I blinked as my brain processed her words, but my mind only spewed error messages. But you, how?" I stuttered, not sure which question to ask first, and unable to get anything coherent out anyway. She slumped her chin on her fist. "Alex told me last night." I imagined my head exploding like a cartoon character on a show I'd watched as a child. But when I patted my hands against my cheeks, everything still seemed to be in place. "Alex told you?" "My Alex?" My cheeks heated and tears threatened as I remembered that he wasn't my Alex. "I mean, Alex Murphy told you about Kyle?" She nodded. "Yes." I stared at her calm expression and wondered if I was actually still asleep on the couch. Maybe Michelle was about to wake me up from this strange dream with those frozen toes of hers. But, listening to the loud, chirpy conversations of the patrons around me in Bayside Coffee, I didn't need to pinch myself to know that I was awake. This was real life, no doubt about it. "But I don't understand," I said, shaking my head, my eyebrows squeezing together. "Alex told me that it wasn't our business to say anything to you. He said he wanted to save you from having to tell me," she explained, her small smile faltering a little, and I could see her steady front was laced with pain. "He didn't want you to have to go through that, especially since he'd apparently known first." My jaw dropped. "Really?" She nodded. "He called me last night and asked to meet with me. Then, he explained everything." I listened, half in shock, half in disbelief, half in complete and utter confusion. Yes, I knew that added up to more than one. I wasn't that bad at math. But, still, I listened as she told me about Alex knocking on her door with a bottle of whiskey. The image of Missy drinking whiskey would have made me laugh at any other time, but not with this. I listened as she told me how he sat her down and started off with an apology. "An apology?" I asked. "Yes." She nodded, letting out a long sigh. "Alex apologized for waiting so long to come and talk with me. He said he'd known about Kyle's unfaithful ways since they were teenagers, sneaking beers from his uncle's fridge and drinking them on the roof. But, he'd hoped Kyle had matured since he'd told Alex he'd found the love of his life. Me. My eyes burned. Poor Missy. So, Alex said he'd wanted to believe Kyle would be a faithful partner. But, apparently Kyle bragged about hooking up with my maid of honor during his bachelor party, and then he says he saw Kyle with her firsthand. Alex didn't tell me right away because he thought he could fix things between the two of us. Why on earth would he think that? I asked, having a hard time seeing Alex as a relationship healer. I mean, Alex Murphy, broken heart mender? No way. Maybe on opposite day, but we weren't 8 anymore. Alex going out of his way to help bring two people back together was about as non-Alex as things could get. I mean, really, I continued, brimming with frustration, as close to the edge as my still untouched coffee. Why would he even think he could attempt to do that? Missy's smile was so kind and gentle as I stared at her with an irritated frown. Her smile felt like she was in on a secret joke that was going straight over my head. "What?" I asked. She shook her head, laughing. "Do you really not know?" No, I blinked rapidly, thinking, but coming up with nothing. I have no idea whatsoever why Alex would try something so idealistic and so against the odds of working. She grinned. "Because of you." An electric jolt shot through my chest. "Me?" "He told me about the impact you've had on his life." She paused, tapping her chin with her perfectly manicured nail. "Something about a virus, or a cell or something." I stared at her, my eyes widening. "Go on." He said you taught him to give love a chance. She reached over and touched my hand. You taught him that you still have to go for what you want, even if he crashes and burns. That it's worth the risk to try and that you need to have faith things will work out. This is good advice, which I really needed to hear right now, too. Of course she did. Poor Missy. I don't know what to say, I said, lamely. Alex talked to Kyle and tried to convince him he was throwing away his chance at happiness. She shook her head and then shrugged. But Kyle is who he is. I think I've known that for longer than I've been willing to admit. The wedding is off. I ended things with him. For good. I'm sorry. I reached across the table, giving her hand a squeeze, and seeing that beautiful dress I designed dissolve before my very eyes. She would have looked so beautiful in it, but she would have been taking that step with the wrong guy. Sigh. I cried after Alex told me, of course. She sucked in a breath and then rolled her eyes. I could tell he was uncomfortable, but he stayed for a long time, which was very sweet. After he left, I cried some more. And it made me realize something. What? I asked. I did something terrible back in high school and I've never apologized for it, she said, tears filling her eyes. I'm sorry for what I did with Tyler Peterson at the Sadie Hawkins dance. My behavior was despicable. You were my best friend and didn't deserve that, Claire. My eyes watered. Thanks for saying that. She leaned forward. I was so jealous of you back then. You were? I had no idea. I was insecure, too, she said, shaking her head. I thought if I had a guy like Tyler then maybe I'd be almost as good as you. I was a terrible friend. It's completely unforgivable. Not completely unforgivable. I reached out and touched her hand. I appreciate and accept your apology. It takes a big person to admit something like that. I admire your strength, Missy. I'm sorry about what happened with your engagement, but I'm glad you came back to town. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed you. I missed you, too. She squeezed my hand and tears welled in her eyes. I offered my napkin, which she used to dab the tears away, somehow managing to avoid any mascara dripping down her cheeks. When I woke up this morning and got your message that you wanted to meet, it really helped me. I helped you? I asked, having no idea how a text from me could help in the midst of devastating infidelity. I'm glad to hear that. But, how did that help? She blew her nose with more grace than I could muster for a curtsy in front of royalty and nodded. Because you found it, she said, as if the answer were obvious. I'm sorry? You found it, Claire. She gave me an incredulous look when I stared at her in confusion, which seemed to be my permanent state this morning. Huh? I glanced at my coffee, some of which had finally spilled over onto the table. I placed a white napkin over the mess, watching the brown liquid seep through it. What did I find? Your true love, she said, giving me a small smile. You found someone whose life has truly become intertwined with yours. You have what Kyle and I never had, which is a relationship that makes you want to become the best partner for the other. Kyle didn't want to change for me. And, if I'm being honest, I probably didn't want to change for him either. I gave her a sympathetic look. Oh, Missy. It will be okay. She swiped away a tear from her cheek. You and Alex give me hope that finding true love is possible. And, well, I really needed that inspiration today. I'm glad you know there's hope, I said, even though I didn't really feel that myself, which made this conversation even more awkward. But this was about making Missy feel better, so I forced an encouraging smile, even though it was totally painful. I was surprised that Missy couldn't see the fakeness in my smile. Apparently Alex hadn't told her that I'd bombed our relationship the night before. If he and I were the string holding Missy's hope for the future together during this rough time, I didn't want to be the one to announce that I'd cut that tie with wild, crazy scissors. Why hadn't Alex told her we were over? He was probably just being polite. Or maybe he thought there was still hope for us. My bag vibrated on the table, sending more coffee over the lip of my cup. Could that be Alex calling me? Sorry, I muttered, reaching for my cell phone and finding a text from my sister blinking across the screen. Call me ASAP. Urgent. Oh, no, I said, knowing Charlie never called anything urgent. Worry raced through my veins. I hoped she hadn't been in an accident or something. Just a second, okay? Missy nodded. I'll be here. I slipped from my seat at the table, hurried to a corner of the coffee shop, and dialed my sister's number. Charlie? I asked, immediately hearing sobbing on the other end of the line. Concern flared up in my chest for my big sister. Oh, no. Tell me what's wrong. There was more sniffling and I considered hanging up, stealing Missy's car, and driving immediately to where she was filming. I'd call firefighters, paramedics, and every available man or woman who could help. Please, oh, please, let her be okay. Talk to me. I turned to head toward the door when I heard Charlie laugh through her tears. No, you've got it wrong, she said, voice thick with emotion. I'm fine. Wait, no. I'm way beyond fine. You're crying. I frowned, after pointing out the obvious. Happy tears. Charlie laughed, her tone still wrought with emotion. I had to tell you first. Luke just proposed to me. I gasped, ignoring the looks I got from customers at nearby tables. He proposed? As in marriage? I tried to whisper, though it was as loud, if not louder than my normal speaking voice. You're engaged? Wait, you did say yes, right? Charlie laughed. Of course. I smiled as tears stung my eyes and I pushed my hair back in utter shock. I couldn't believe it. My big sister was getting married. Now there was a sign that true love was possible. Charlie and Luke, the perfect couple. Wow, I said, pausing. But I thought you two were having problems. Last I heard he was distant and you had no idea what was going on. She sighed. I acted beyond lame, worrying so much. I knew he'd been keeping a secret. I just didn't know why. He'd been distant because he kept sneaking into town to work on designing the engagement ring with a local artist. He wanted to make it all a surprise for me. So there was nothing to worry about after all? I asked. I couldn't help but think about my current situation with Alex. I got scared, Claire, Charlie answered. I acted like that out of fear. I don't know. I guess I was afraid of my love for him. I couldn't imagine what I would do without him. I'm sure all of this sounds so silly to you. Just the opposite, I said, spotting a car driving by the front window, kicking up water against the sidewalk. It makes perfect sense. I should have trusted him, you know? She groaned and then laughed. I should have trusted our love, and trusted that it would prevail. I'm so happy for you, Charlie, I said, nodding in agreement even though she obviously couldn't see me. I really, truly am. Thank you. It's so amazing, isn't it? You know, there's only one dress designer I want for my wedding gown. Tingles shot through me. Anything for my big sister. I love you, Claire. Love you, sis. We said our goodbyes and I floated more than walked back to the table where Missy had busied herself with tidying up the mess I'd created with my coffee and sugar packet debacle. "Everything all right?" she asked. I nodded, knowing I couldn't announce Charlie's good news the day after Missy got her bad news. But I also knew that she'd be fine. We both would be. "I was wrong," I said softly. Missy's brow furrowed. "Wrong about what?" I slipped back into my seat, pondering everything that had happened since I'd left Michelle's freezing cold toes this morning. Great and wonderful things had happened. I now realized that Alex had learned my lesson better than I had. I'd talked a big game when it came to love. I'd known all of the right lines from legends, poetry, and mushy greeting cards. But, deep down, I didn't have the actions to back any of it up. I suddenly saw that so clearly. I'd claimed to believe in the one, but when the one came knocking I'd turned and ran. I hadn't really believed all of my dreams could come true. I hadn't really believed that I would find a happily ever after for myself. I didn't really, truly, believe Alex could ever be real. But I'd also never believed Alex would try to fix Missy's marriage. Alex had learned to trust and believe. And I needed to trust and believe in him, too. This realization filled every pore in my body and I needed to right this wrong. There wasn't a second to waste. "Missy, I have to go." My heart pounded wildly as I stood. She bounced in her seat, so much that she almost spilled her drink on her pretty pink dress. Almost. I was quite certain that Missy never spilled anything on herself ever, unlike me. But such was our relationship, for better or worse. I pushed back my chair and grabbed my purse. "I have something urgent to take care of." "Wait, Claire," she said, waving her hands in the air. "There's one more thing. I'll come to your place later and we can talk then, okay?" I leaned over and gave her a kiss on the cheek, even as she protested. I couldn't think of anything other than how I'd blown it with Alex. I needed to talk to him right away. I shoved open the front door and called a cab to pick me up. Chapter 20. On the way to Alex's lab at the college on the outskirts of Blue Moon Bay, I figured I should prepare what I was going to say to him. In the movies, the speeches to win the significant other back were always so poetic, so beautiful, so perfect. I feared that if I spoke from my heart, the result would be a pathetic mixture of sobbing, apologies, and snot. I had to call a bit of Bologna on Hollywood. As I rode in the backseat of the cab, watching the rain thump against the window, I tried to put into words how I felt about Alex. The cab driver must have thought I was crazy, with me tapping my chin, shaking my head, and muttering things under my breath, not to mention bouncing my knee up and down. Nervous? Me? Okay, maybe a little. Putting true, raw, unfiltered pure emotions into eloquent words turned out to be a difficult task. But maybe that was the point. Love wasn't perfect. Love didn't come in a beautiful box with a tidy bow. Love was messy and unpredictable and took your breath away. I wanted to tell Alex what he meant to me. But as I tried to put my feelings into words, it came out in incoherent half-sentences. He meant the world to me? Too cliché. Yet, true. I wanted to tell him that I was sorry and that I'd been scared. So scared. I wanted to tell him that he made me laugh and smile so hard that my cheeks hurt. I wanted to tell him that he had the kindest eyes I had ever seen and that I ever would see. He would probably protest and say there was no way I could know who I'd see in the future until it happened, but I would shake my head and disagree. It was scientifically impossible for someone to have kinder eyes than him. He would, of course, roll his eyes at that statement, because that was not science to him. But it was my science. I wanted to tell him he inspired me and made me want to be better and made me want to dream bigger. All because of him. I wanted to say all of this and more. But I knew the second I saw him that all the thoughts would rush to my head at once and my tongue would trip over itself and I would end up stammering and stuttering. And, I thought, maybe that would be fine. As the cab pulled off the highway and passed by the old brick buildings of the college shaded by large oak trees, I grew more and more nervous. I wiped my sweaty hands against my pants. Would Alex forgive me? Would he take a leap with me? Only one way to find out. My fingers shook as the cab pulled to a stop. I handed the driver cash and assured him he could keep the change. I didn't care about my bank account balance. How could I care about such things in this moment? The driver called to me, handed my purse through the passenger side window. Apparently, I didn't care about my cell phone or house key or credit cards either. I thanked the driver and returned my attention to the science building in front of me. Steeling my nerves, I took the first step toward the doors, ignoring the rain that pelted my clothes. Boldly and bravely, I marched right up to the steps only to yank on the handle, which wouldn't move. Oh, right. There was a required key card for entry. My grand, epic, romantic trip to win back my man took a bit of a commercial break as I waited for someone to come along. Oh, what a disaster. I could only hope my apology would go better. Finally, a woman in a white lab coat pushed the door open to come out. Pizza delivery, I said, slipping past her. I caught the confused look on her face when she glanced at my hands, which lacked the requisite pizza box for a pizza delivery. Duh. But she must have determined I wasn't a stalker, if she only knew, since she gave a complacent shrug and continued on her way. I hurried across the lobby and pressed the button for the elevator. But after waiting approximately 2 seconds, I bounced on my heels and decided the elevator was taking far too long to arrive. So, I ran to the door leading to the stairwell. I sprinted up the stairs, nearly stumbling and falling at least twice and not caring once. Thank goodness for yoga. I arrived on the floor of Alex's lab totally out of breath and felt a not-so-lovely sheen of sweat across my brow. How romantic. My sopping wet shoes echoed down the long hallway and I wasn't sure which was louder, the smushy shoe stomps or my pounding heart. I heaved in a deep, steadying breath as I turned the corner, tried not to slip on the linoleum, and suddenly stopped. I didn't stop because the doors to Alex's lab were closed and seemingly locked. I didn't stop because the long overheard lights were off. I didn't even stop because there was no one, including Alex, inside the lab. I stopped because the lab was empty. All the books from the shelf were gone, all of Alex's textbooks and reference books and his small collection of nerdy sci-fi books were gone. His desk in the corner no longer held the pens lined up in a tidy row or the notebooks stacked perfectly in the center. All the microscopes and pipettes and every other bit of scientific equipment I couldn't for the life of me remember the names of were all missing. I whirled around when I heard the elevator ding and waited as the doors parted. Maybe it was Alex. Maybe he'd come back to find me. He wouldn't leave for Manhattan without me, right? He couldn't have left without me if it was true love. So, it was Alex who was going to step off that elevator. I closed my eyes and believed that it had to be Alex. A janitor emerged from the elevator, pushing a cart of cleaning products ahead of him. My heart dropped to my stomach. The man gave me a polite nod as he slipped past me and went inside Alex's lab. Well, I supposed it wasn't Alex's lab any longer. It wasn't Alex who had walked out of the elevator, but he was still all I could see through my blurry vision. Suddenly, I wasn't in the hallway of a college lab, but the hallway of our old middle school. Then I was back in that magical night in Alex's room that he had also remembered. And it made it hurt all the more that I'd thrown that all away. And it was gone. And I was standing alone. My bag vibrated and I jumped. Shaking my head to clear away the last bit of soft neon purple light and kind eyes from my mind, I dug my hand into my purse, searching for my phone. As much as my heart had dropped when I saw the janitor emerge from the elevator, it soared when I saw a text from Alex. What the? The text read, "I'm at my dad's house. Can you come over?" I reread the words to make sure they were really there. I read them a third time to make sure, but they weren't changing. I stood in the hallway as the janitor cleaned Alex's empty lab. Why had Alex texted me? He was leaving. He was packing up the rest of the things that he'd kept at his dad's house. And he was leaving. Forever. I sent him back a text that said yes and supposed I should be happy that he wanted to say goodbye to me in person. Despite my anger at him the night before, he still seemingly wanted to end things on good terms before he moved to New York. I supposed it was the best that I could ask for given the circumstances. I just didn't think it would be so soon. I thought I had more time. I guess I was wrong. Chapter 21. My second cab ride of the day was a completely different experience from the first ride. The cab was still yellow. The driver was still bored and not talkative. The roads were still dark with rain. But it was me who was different. My knees didn't bounce and my heart didn't race and I didn't shift around eagerly in my seat, ready to make things right with the man I loved, the man I'd always loved, since that very first kiss so long ago. I sagged against the leather back seat and rested my forehead against the cool glass of the window, and stared out as the white lines of the road passed by. One thing was the same, though. I still thought about what I was going to say to Alex. This time, I thought about how I was going to say goodbye to him. The earlier cab ride to Alex's lab, when I'd thought I could win him back, had felt like an eternity. It seemed like we'd hit every red light and got stuck behind every slow driver and stopped for every crosswalk where seemingly a whole spontaneous parade decided to cross. But the cab ride to Alex's dad's house couldn't have felt shorter. I blinked and there we were pulling alongside the sidewalk littered with puddles of gray rainwater. This time I took my time retrieving my wallet from my purse. I asked for change. I took my time counting out the tip, which was way larger than I could afford, but I figured someone should be happy today. My stomach churned and I hesitated with my hand on the car door handle as I stared up at the second-floor window I knew so well. Alex's room. The place where my love for him had started. The place where it was bound to end. "Something wrong, miss?" the cab driver asked me. Huh? I turned to him as if I'd forgotten that he was even there. "Is this the right place?" he asked, in a weird tone, which clearly translated to "I have your money." "Get out of my car." "Yes, sorry." I pushed open the door and stepped onto the sidewalk, still looking up at the window of Alex's old room, even as the wheels of the cab kicked up water behind me. No matter how cold I felt on the outside, it was nothing compared to the chill I felt on the inside. Shivering under the pouring rain, I made my way up the quaint pathway lined in overgrown rose bushes toward the front door. It certainly wasn't the same kind of cold rain that had fallen on Alex and me when we were in San Francisco and he danced me across the park. This rain raised goosebumps in an entirely different way. "Alex?" I called, ducking my head inside the front door. As kids, all of our front doors had been perpetually unlocked and we'd come and gone at ease. Alex's dad apparently hadn't started locking his door. Upstairs, Alex's voice came from the second floor. Slipping inside, I closed the front door, shutting out the cold and the rain and the wind. As I slipped off my wet shoes and left them on the same brown woven rug from our youth, I noticed almost everything seemed to be the same as I remembered. The baby pictures along the stairs were the same. I was fairly sure Alex's mom had been the one to put those up. The old bar stools we used to sit and eat popsicles on sat against the counter in the kitchen. The furniture in the living room to the right was not only the same, but in the same position I remembered, with Alex's dad's easy chair centered directly in front of the TV for optimal baseball viewing. So many good memories in this house flew through my mind. I supposed the universe had to balance it out with a bad one. Mentally preparing myself for the goodbye with Alex, I rubbed my trembling hands and climbed the stairs. I'd run up the stairs at the college science building, but I practically crawled upstairs. I didn't want to say goodbye to him. As I reached the top of the stairs, I was surprised to find the door to his bedroom closed. The same "no parents allowed" sign we'd all made when we were 9 still clung to the wood with a single piece of old tape. I smiled at the memory and gave a quick knock on the door. "Come in," Alex called. My mouth went dry. I didn't want to go in. Seeing him again would crush my heart even more. Maybe I could shout my goodbye through the closed door. I could lean down and press my lips to the brass keyhole and whisper, "I'll miss you." I could press my hand against the wood grain and imagine him doing the same on the other side in a silent goodbye. That would be poetic. Maybe it would be less painful that way. But I gripped the door handle and turned it because I was an adult. As an adult, I knew I had to do the right thing no matter how painful it would be. As I pushed the door open, it caught on something within only a few inches and stopped. Was it a moving box filled with his old soccer trophies or plaques from all his science fairs? I looked down to see what was blocking the door and saw that it wasn't a box at all, but an extension cord. Okay. Weird. Slightly confused, I pressed my foot into the carpet so the door could move over the extension cord, and then the door swung all the way open. I gazed inside his room and promptly lost my breath at what I saw. Lining the walls, covering the floor, and balancing on shelves were dozens of lava lamps. The room glowed in a rainbow of pulsing neon colors. I'd never seen anything so magical in my entire life. Each lava lamp was different, had a different color, and held different blobs meandering lazily up and down. I recognized the one from Alex's condo sitting on his desk next to a child's science experiment kit. Next to it sat the lava lamp from that fateful night. It was under that purple glow that we'd shared our first kiss. Each lava lamp was unique, and each one was beautiful. I stared at them, wondering what was going on. My gaze shot to the man sitting on the floor in a circle of lava lamps, watching me. In front of him was an empty wine bottle that looked similar to the one we spun back in the 7th grade. Alex's gaze met mine, causing a ripple of electricity to dart through my belly. "Come sit next to me, Claire," he said, his voice soft. "Okay," I said, tiptoeing past the maze of lava lamps on the floor and lowering myself to the ground across the circle from him. Our eyes met in that soft glow and I wondered what this all meant. "Hi, Claire," he whispered. "Hi, Alex." I'd prepared so many words today, first for when I thought I could win him back, and later for when I thought I'd already lost him. So many words swirled through my brain, but none of them appropriate since I so didn't want to say goodbye to him. "I talked with Missy," I said. "You did?" he asked, and then waited for me to continue. I nodded. "She made me see things differently. I'm sorry for how I acted at your place. I was afraid." "And now?" A tiny line formed between his eyebrows. "I don't want to be afraid anymore." I felt bolder with each word, and looking into his kind eyes made me realize even more that I didn't want to say goodbye to him. I had to do whatever it took, even if that meant moving to New York. I want to stop saying I believe in true love and start showing that I believe in true love. Instead of hiding behind love stories, I want to live my own love story. I want to love strongly, fall deeply, and have everything I ever dreamed of. I want my star and I'll do whatever it takes to get it. The corners of Alex's mouth curved upward. "What prompted this change?" "You." I sighed, wondering if I was too late. There's so much I need to tell you before you leave for New York. But the first thing is that I want to go with you, if you'll have me. His eyebrows lifted. To New York? Missy didn't tell you? Tell me what? I asked, suddenly recalling her shouting after me as I ran out of Bayside Coffee like a madwoman. I kind of left her in a bit of a hurry. Well, then you missed an important part, he said, his handsome face shadowed in colors of purple, teal, and yellow. I turned down the job in New York. Your wedding dress business is here in Blue Moon Bay. And you're where I want to be. I know that now. I'm not leaving. What? I asked, so super confused. He wasn't going to New York? He was staying here? For me? But he'd worked so hard for that opportunity. And yet he'd made that sacrifice for me, a huge sacrifice that made me think of his mother. Alex, I can't ask you to do that. The corners of his mouth twitched. You don't have to ask. It's done. I raised an eyebrow. But Missy told her father what I decided. And guess what? He called me today and told me he's opening another lab here in Blue Moon Bay, now that he has the right person to run it. He's going to fund a lab for my work right here in town. Everything will be state-of-the-art. Anything and everything that I need will be right here at my disposal. I blinked, unable to believe my ears. So, no New York? No New York. No freezing cold winters? He laughed. Only sunshine and warm breezes and a bit of rain on occasion. No skyscrapers and noisy streets? I asked, my chest filling with joy. The roof of the college science building is tall enough for me, he said, reaching for my hand as memories of our impromptu date filled my mind. And no time without you. I could have handled another ice age in New York, but I couldn't have handled it without you. I don't want to do anything without you. Oh, Alex, I squeezed his hand and we shared a moment of silence as the lava lamps pulsed gently all around the room. What does this mean for us? I think you should spin the bottle, he said, giving a quick nod to the bottle lying sideways on the carpet between us. It's just a silly game, I said, wanting him to close the distance between us and kiss me already. Far from it, he said, shaking his head. I think you should spin the bottle. Okay, I looked down at the bottle, which had a faded label peeling away from the glass. I squinted and leaned over to see it a little closer. My eyes widened. Turned out there was yet another thing I was wrong about today. The bottle was not very similar to the bottle we'd spun as kids back in the 7th grade amongst nervous giggles and carefree laughter. This bottle was the exact same one. You kept it, I whispered, running my finger along the embossed tree on the bottle that I remembered like it was yesterday. I remembered Alex's fingers covering the gold branches as he gripped the bottle. I remembered the way the tree spun round and round, twinkling in the glow of the lava lamp. I remembered the way I'd hoped that when the top of the tree stopped moving it would be pointing directly at me. I remembered the joy when my wish came true. I remembered it all. You kept it, I repeated, my eyes filling with tears as I looked up at Alex. You kept it all these years. He nodded, his gaze on the bottle. Every time I went to throw it out, I couldn't do it. Now, I know the reason why, he said, smiling at me. My heart fluttered and I smiled back at him. Are you going to spin the bottle or not? He asked. Yes, I didn't know why he was so intent on playing this game when we could be holding each other right now, but I obliged and reached for the bottle. With the flick of my wrist, I sent the bottle spinning round and round. As the bottle spun, I heard a soft tink 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 and noticed something flashing around the neck of the bottle. I stared at the bottle and then grabbed hold of it to stop it with the neck facing me. "That's cheating," he said, chuckling. "But there's something in there," I said, my gaze transfixed by a simple piece of string tied around the cork with something hanging from it. I blinked to make sure my vision wasn't on the fritz. I pointed at the tiny sparkling object. "Wait, is that a..." "Claire Cecilia Davenport, you have changed my life in ways I never thought possible," he said, crawling toward me across the circle exactly like he'd done before our first kiss. "Alex," I said, my heart racing as my gaze bounced from him to the bottle and then back to him again. He moved closer and my heart pounded faster. "Will you do me the honor?" He picked up the bottle and knelt in front of me, while I barely managed to keep breathing. He pulled the string, revealing a diamond ring that had been hanging inside the bottle. He held the ring between his thumb and forefinger. "Of marrying me?" I blinked rapidly, tears spilling down my cheeks. This was real. This was all real. I stared at Alex, glanced at the ring, and then looked at the room around me. I felt the carpet beneath my fingers and it was real. It was all really and truly real. This was my life. And I was going to embrace it in all its wonderfulness, craziness, and messiness. I smiled at Alex, and nodded. "Yes?" he asked, revealing the excitement in his voice. "Yes," I said, holding out my hand to him. "Yes, yes, yes." "Yes," he said, as if reassuring himself as he slipped the ring onto my finger with steady hands and then swiped away a tear that streamed down my cheek. He held my face on either side and he moved in very, very close. "This is something I've been wanting to do again for a very long time," he whispered. "Now close your eyes." My eyes fluttered closed as I happily obeyed, and then he pressed his lips to mine. Epilogue. The sunlight danced across the surface of Lake Tahoe, and yet its brilliant, blinding, glistening happiness paled in comparison to mine. An arch of beautiful wildflowers stood on the wooden platform at the edge of the water. Luke fidgeted in front of the floral display, alternating between playing with his cufflinks and smoothing down his hair every few seconds. I couldn't help but smile at his obvious excitement as he prepared to commit himself to my sister until death did they part. A buzz of anticipation fluttered amongst the small crowd gathered by the lake for their intimate wedding ceremony. Alex squeezed my hand as the violins started to play. I didn't even need to turn in my chair to see Charlie before tears sprang to my eyes. On the opposite side of the aisle, Charlie's friends sat with their significant others. Wendy and Max, Olivia and Brody, and Harper and Gabriel. Others sat with their husbands, like Megan and Brian, and Janine and Jackson. It was a small, simple wedding with only the people closest to Charlie and Luke, and yet it felt like everyone was here. The music changed to the wedding march. We all stood as Charlie appeared in her white dress at the end of the aisle, which was lined in fresh lavender that scented the mountain air with every sweep of the gentle breeze. "Stunning," Missy whispered on the other side of me. "Absolutely stunning." Charlie winked at me as she walked past us in the dress I designed and created for her. She took Luke's outstretched hand and the minister directed us all to take our seats. "Beautiful." Michelle leaned forward to squeeze my shoulder. "You did amazing work, Claire." "Thank you." I glanced back at Michelle, smiling at her and her date, a firefighter she met after almost burning down the apartment making a grilled cheese sandwich. Hopefully the guy could cook, because she really should stay away from the kitchen. I shifted back around and took in the perfect scene before me. Charlie looked absolutely gorgeous. Designing the dress with her had been one of the most enjoyable and rewarding experiences of my life. Several boxes of tissues were harmed in the making of that dress. But it was more than worth it to see her standing next to Luke looking the happiest that I'd ever seen her. During the ceremony, I cried, laughed, and then cried some more. I cheered and hollered during their kiss and cried yet again as Charlie and Luke walked back down the aisle, officially as husband and wife. Alex kissed my head and with his arm around my shoulder he guided me with the rest of the crowd up the hill to the resort for cocktails and dancing. I ignored the first buzzing of my phone, but as Alex and I mingled with Michelle and Missy and the other guests my cell phone kept buzzing. My car had sputtered quite a bit before she died, too, so I figured a new phone must be in my near future. But when I pulled the phone from my clutch to check I found it functioning perfectly well. The buzzing came from a constant stream of email alerts that were causing all of the commotion. "What is it?" Alex asked, wearing a look of concern. I stared down at my phone. "I'm not sure." I clicked on a random email and skimmed through it, my eyes moving faster and faster. It was a woman from San Diego hoping to schedule a design appointment for a dress for her upcoming wedding. She said price wasn't a concern. Confused, I clicked through a few more emails, which were all from brides who wanted dresses from Forever Designs by Claire. On the first page of my inbox was more business than I'd had in the last year. It was enough to keep Forever Designs by Claire afloat. No, it seemed like more than that as I flipped the pages. It was enough clients that I could get my own showroom soon. It was enough to change everything. "People want my dresses," I said, glancing up at Alex and Missy. "Lots of people want my dresses." "They obviously have good taste," Alex said, squeezing my shoulder. "I'll get us some champagne to celebrate." "But how?" I mumbled after he'd left. I looked up to find Charlie parting the crowd to make her way to me. "Have you received an email or two?" she asked, with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "What did you do?" I asked, narrowing my own. She winked. "Missy isn't the only person with a rather sizable social media following, you know." "Oh, my goodness, Claire, your followers are blowing up," Missy squealed, shoving her cell phone screen in my face. It took me a moment for my eyes to adjust and focus on the image before me. And even when I did I had to blink a few more times because it was too incredible. It was a post on Charlie's social media account. It was a photo from the resort hotel room where all of us girls got ready this morning. I had known that the photographer was there, of course, but I didn't notice her taking that particular photo. The photo on the screen was of Charlie and me, standing in front of the full-length mirror next to the wide window overlooking Lake Tahoe. It must have been when I was making last-minute tiny adjustments and making sure that everything was lying properly with the dress. In the photo, I'm holding her out at arm's length, my hand squeezing hers as I took in the sight of her in the dress. Her smile was pure happiness as she looked at me. It captured sisterly love beautifully, but beyond that it captured everything a designer would want captured with her wedding dress, classy and confident, with a little romance thrown in for good measure. I stared at the picture itself for a long time before noticing the caption at the side. "Getting married today to the best man I know in a dress made by the best sister anyone could ever ask for. Claire, I love you forever and for always. P.S. For all of you who can't live without a stunning dress like mine, you might want to check out Forever Designs by Claire in Blue Moon Bay." I watched the number of likes on the post tick up, up, up. Still it didn't stop. Up, 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 higher, higher. The comments were flowing, too. People loved my dress design and it seemed that every bride-to-be wanted a dress like Charlie Rockwell's. Correction, like Charlie Montgomery's. Charlie had told me she was officially changing her last name to Luke's, in private and in her career. Charlie smiled at me as I handed the phone back to Missy with numb fingers. My throat tightened. "Charlie, Don't you dare say thank you," Charlie interrupted, leaning over to give me a kiss on the cheek. "I couldn't have had any of this without you. And I don't just mean the dress." A wedding guest from Blue Moon Bay, Carrie Smith, called Charlie's name. Charlie raised a finger to her friend and then turned back to me. Have fun tonight, all right? I nodded. Love you, sis. Love you, she mouthed, blowing me a kiss, before she stopped to visit with Carrie, who owned Carrie's Kaleidoscope in downtown Blue Moon Bay. I didn't know Carrie well, but I'd been to her store enough times to know she looked quite distraught right now. I heard her saying something about her friend Anna's father passing away, who Charlie apparently knew. It was strange that such a happy day for one woman could be such a sad day for another woman. Life was short and I knew we needed to make the most of each moment. So, I said, turning to Missy. Shall we go find that champagne, my friend? When Missy didn't answer, I noticed that she wasn't looking at me, but rather directly over my shoulder. Out of curiosity, I checked behind me and found a friend of Luke's trying and failing rather spectacularly to stop looking over at Missy. What was it you said, Claire, dearest? Missy asked, looking distracted by the man's flirty smile. I was saying, I laughed, that you should definitely go say hi to that man. This drew Missy's attention and she looked at me with wide eyes. Right now? She asked, glancing over my shoulder again. Right this very minute. Missy chewed at her lower lip, which resulted in her red lipstick transferring to her teeth. Imperfection. It was the first time I'd ever seen that look on Missy. Wait, I said, stopping her as she moved past me to go say hi to the man. Lipstick on your teeth. Oh, great, she whispered, rubbing her finger over her teeth to clean off the lipstick. I never get lipstick on my teeth. I don't even know his name and he's already making me a mess. I grinned. I think that is a very, very good sign. Good? She asked, giving me a smile. I nodded. Perfect. With a deep breath, Missy squared her shoulders and walked boldly and bravely on for the chance to find a new love. I heard her stammer over her first hello, so un-Missy-like, and I couldn't help but giggle. The two of them exchanged some words and then he led her onto the dance floor under the twinkling lights. I almost couldn't believe it when Missy stumbled in her heels. Yes, a very, very good sign. I smiled as he pulled her in close. I searched the crowd and found Michelle dancing with her firefighter date. She was, of course, insisting that she lead. Charlie waved at me just before Luke dipped her low. Everyone I loved was happy and this filled me with a joy that a few months ago hadn't seemed possible. But I believed in impossible happiness and impossible love, the kind that would last forever. I turned around to find my impossible love standing down by the shore, each hand holding a champagne flute. I left the music of the band and made my way down the stone path to where he stood. He smiled at me when he saw me approaching, handed me a champagne flute, and then rested his arm over my shoulder. Together we watched the colors of the sunset glimmer over the surface of the lake. Where should we get married? I asked him. Have you thought at all about it? Every day, he said, surprising me. I laughed. Really? Of course, he said, glancing down at me. How could I not think about the future happiest day of my life? I would be absolutely crazy not to. The happiest day so far, you mean, I said, giving him a wink. He grinned. The happiest day so far, he repeated. He said it and I said it, but I still found it hard to believe that things could possibly get better than they were right now. My business was on the upswing. My friends were happy. Alex was making big breakthroughs in his new lab. The sun was nearly gone and the breeze was warm and soft. It didn't seem like things could get any better, but I believed and would keep believing. I believed life could be as big as one dreamed. I believed love could be as big as one dreamed. I believed we all deserved these things. So? I asked, looking up into those kind eyes I saw even when I closed my own. He raised an eyebrow. "What, Claire?" I grinned. "Where are we getting married, Alex?" He smiled. "What do you think about the park in San Francisco?" I rested my head on his shoulder. "I think it sounds like the perfect place for our wedding," I answered, closing my eyes and imagining the sight. I saw him in a tuxedo at the end of the park, with the Golden Gate Bridge rising up over the bay behind him. I saw his eyes on me as I walked down the aisle toward him. I saw us kissing for the first time as husband and wife. I saw us happy and in love. I saw it all and knew it would be real. The man I'd always loved was mine, finally mine. I wouldn't let him get away like the woman in that legend either. My heart broke for her, wishing she'd known what my heart knew, that with faith and love and faith in yourself you can make all of your dreams come true. Age doesn't matter either. You can be older or you can be a young woman when you finally experience forever in a kiss. The end. If you enjoyed spending time with these characters, be sure to read Anna's story in the Holiday Shop, Blue Moon Bay Series, Book 8. You have been listening to The Wedding Boutique, Blue Moon Bay Series, Book 7, by Susan Hatler, copyright 2019 by Susan Hatler, audiobook copyright 2023 by Susan Hatler. Susan Hatler is a New York Times and USA Today best-selling author who writes humorous and emotional women's fiction and young adult novels. Many of Susan's books have been translated into German, Spanish, French, and Italian. A natural optimist, she believes life is amazing, people are fascinating, and imagination is endless. She loves spending time with her characters and hopes you do, too.